Hello. Yo, yo. Hello, hello, hello. It's all me. Shout out to the listeners. Shout out to the old listeners. Shout out to you if you don't know who I am. This is something different, hosted by Jamisa Johnson. You may have known me from Church for the Wild podcast. I'm still in Delaware, those still my peoples, but this right here is something I've been cooking up. It was supposed to be an audio meditation book, and I was gonna make some nice with my voice and voiceovers with music produced by OGBs, and I was gonna do like a book with it and to log in every day, but I'm just like, that's just so much to do. I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. I have a habit of putting way too much on my plate creatively, trying to do every idea that I have, and I'm really trying to make my creative plate digestible so I won't be so overwhelmed. And I feel like that's the key to just getting things done. I'm really just sitting in my room looking at my whiteboard as I'm saying all this to y'all. I have a documentary that I'm editing right now. I have interviews. I have a short film that I want to do. I want to publish my own magazines. I want to do so much. And I want to also use my voice while I'm doing all of this thing in real time. So this is just a test for myself, just to stay consistent. If I can stay consistent in one area in my life, then everything else will be easy. It will just make life a little bit easier for me. I really believe that. And only one way to believe is just to just do it. I'm really working on digging deep within myself and creating that 100% unity within myself. So when I do give my energy off to people, it's like the best energy I got. You know what I'm saying? I'm being real transparent with y'all because this is really going to be my audio journal. Y'all going to find out how I feel about things, my topics, what I learned during the day, all of that. So I want to thank y'all for being on this ride with me. Send to somebody new, subscribe. You can still follow me on Twitter and IG. Ain't nothing changed. At Jamisa, Jamisaa. I'ma still have Plums Radio merch. I might still do that show, but I don't know when, you know what I mean? I really want the church to just keep going up and up. And I'll be there. I'll drop in the church here and there, but this right here is going to be the main place where y'all listen to me. So subscribe, rate, iTunes and all that. This should be on Spotify too. I would love to have a Spotify following for this podcast. But yeah, wishful thinking. I want to say a special shout out to Layla, Mariah, Chantel, Carolina, everyone who I showed the cover to, and they loved it and they gave me words of encouragement. And those people who always just be like, yo, Mies, you have a beautiful voice. You need to talk more. You need to do that. All of that led me to this point. And I love when my ideas turn into something new. And it's like I can just build off of that. I love y'all. Subscribe, tell your friends, rate and review. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Welcome to the very first episode of Today Will Be Amazing podcast, hosted by me, Jamisa Johnson. I hope y'all feeling amazing while y'all listen to this. I don't know what time of the day y'all will put this on, but for me, I'm recording this 10:46 a.m. So right after my morning shift, I'm like, let me record. So when I woke up this morning, I woke up a little sluggish today. I ain't gonna hold you. I usually get up at like 5:20, 5:25. I got up at like 6:30 today. So just an hour back. And I'm just like, nah, Mies, you gotta get this money. You gotta stay on your journey. You gotta get right. Like I'm telling myself every day when I wake up, you will not struggle this summer. You will go wherever you want to go. If you want to catch a flight, you're going to catch a flight. You come back, your crib, nice and tidy, and you good, you know? You ain't got to play catch up with anything. So as I'm planning this show, I was thinking about like how last month, like a month ago, I was in not like a dark place, but I was pretty sad. My money was low. Something hit me. I was listening to some things and it's just like, nobody's coming to save you. You have to save yourself in this world. You got your own bills. Everyone has a bill. Every grown person you know has a bill. So it's just like, Nobody's coming to save you. That's what I wrote on my whiteboard. I'm literally looking at it. Today's message: save yourself. Nobody is coming. So it's like back to the self-care. So I really want to talk about the word patience and how I had to really sit in patience and like break it down to areas of my life where I know that I needed and my growth depended on the patience. So the first thing I want to say, the word patience and what it means: the capacity to accept or tolerate delay, trouble, or suffering without getting angry or upset. When we're angry, nothing really goes right. It's an emotion that takes over us completely. So how you want to get out of sadness and your money being low? You ain't going to get out of it being angry. You ain't going to get out of it being upset. So I had to tap into like, okay. I mean, it was a process day by day. I got out of it. I got out of the hut. As I look back day by day, week by week, because I have been journaling and also I have been writing in my journal, I can see how patience, consistency got me out of that. It put me in a better mindset and just showing up, getting up every single day, little by little by little. I started feeling better. Back to my day though. I got up at 6:30 and I was like, all right, wash my face, brush my teeth, all right, I'm about to hit the road. So what I do, I'm a driver. I pick up people, take them where they gotta go, pretty much. And I've been doing this for the last 3 to 4 years. So it's taught me a new level of patience, because usually people, they might take a while or they might really be outside waiting for them to get in my car. So I gotta deal with all types of people, you know what I mean? And older people, younger people, it depends, So as I'm driving all the time, I'll just listen to strictly instrumentals most of the time. I like listening to jazz, lo-fi beats, very calm and soothing stuff. So I'm always in my head and my thoughts are always very, very clear, because I don't really like to listen to a lot of people lyrics, because in the morning, especially in the morning, because a lot of people lyrics to be about love, what they got going on, and it's just like I really want to zero in on myself and what I got going on. So sometimes you really gotta block out music with words and just listen to just music. So that's how I've been riding for the last, let's just say 8 months or something. I just been listening to mostly instrumentals. So patience with myself as an adult, like this is my first year living by myself. So I had to take a step back from everything, like from my friends, from going out. This is like the first winter where I don't want to go out at all. I mean, granted, we was just we still are in the pandemic, but being in the pandemic, COVID happened in 2020, 2 years ago. It's like that. I was already a homebody, but it's like I am like a real homebody now. Like I don't want to go out. I don't care to sit around and drink. I don't want to do that. So it's like I can really see the world for what it is. Because like when 2020 hit, when they shut the world down, that was crazy. And a lot of people was not prepared. We was just out here just partying, friends, spreading germs. We was just out here just living freely. And something like that could happen. So a switch hit. The next year I moved out, a switch hit. It's like, I gotta be prepared, or at least some type of way prepared, because we never know what's gonna come. But you at least gotta have your bread right. You at least gotta have a place to stay. You gotta have the essentials. I want to talk about patience, how it comes to art. First example, I want to mention Nipsey Hussle's career and how it pertains to having patience and the way that he went about things. He kept creating and he kept talking about Victory Lab. That whole 10 years that he was working, Victory Lab, we always heard about it. So like, to me, patience is longevity. Patience is moving. Patience is working. And he wasn't waiting, holding on to Victory Lab, holding on to all of his tapes, like Mailbox Money, the Crenshaw tape, all those tapes, you know what I'm saying? All that shit led up to Victory Lab. He was not holding on to his best stuff to give his Victory Lab, because if he would have did that, if he would have dropped Victory Lab when he was talking about it, it probably wouldn't have reached as much people. So like he let the seed, he planted that seed in our minds, and then he dropped Victory Lap. So I really love watching his patience in his career, even just growing in what he was doing. Another person I want to talk about, Issa Rae. Issa Rae patience with herself, and just, I'm not waiting for nobody to come find me. I'm the awkward black girl. I drop all these episodes on YouTube, and now I got a show on HBO. She worked and she just stayed at it. Like, honestly, patience is one of my favorite words now that I broke it down. Like I always been a patient person, and it was times when I would kind of like rush a little bit. So like now when it comes to life and stuff, I don't want to rush anything. I don't want to rush into anything. I want to just let things grow. And back to myself, when it comes to my art, I don't want to put deadlines on myself anymore. Like, deadlines is putting boundaries, is putting yourself in a box, and it's like, and when you don't complete a task that you put on yourself, it kind of brings you down. And really, we really need small wins and small goals to build that confidence, to know that like, yeah, I'm gonna get this done regardless of what I'm going through. Patience in the gym. Nobody got the body that they wanted overnight. It doesn't happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen in 30 days. The patience is, and then the consistency. Like I said earlier, patience is longevity. The person that's going to go to the gym for a year is going to have way better results than the person that's not patient with themselves and trying to get the results in a month. You know what I mean? My last topic for patience. Patience when it comes to when someone doesn't understand your point of view. It's okay. It's all okay. Because honestly, I really feel like as many people as it is on Earth, like 7.9 billion people on Earth right now, that's how many worlds is on one world. Probably sound confusing, but that's really how I feel. Like, everyone look at the world differently. We all got different hearts, we all got different brains, and nobody know how each brain ticks, because we have our own brain to worry about. So in my opinion, we gotta have more patience when we're trying to understand people and understand their point of view, and just give them time. You know what I'm saying? To me, patience is a form of self-care and self-care for others. That's all I gotta really say about patience. Add it to your life, add it to your every day. Just think about it. I hope you pulled something from this episode. Follow me on Twitter and IG at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. Rate and subscribe us on Apple Podcasts. Follow me on Spotify. Aha, I could say that now. Follow me on Spotify. Cause I be seeing like Spotify listeners for musicians. It'd be like 100,000 listeners and stuff like that. I'm like, yo, can I get that? I think I could get that. So it'll be beautiful to see, because it'll be strictly organic. I will never, ever, ever pay for views, pay for popularity. Whatever you see what I'm a part of is strictly organic. But I love y'all. Be easy with yourself. Love yourself a little bit more. Hug the people you love. Treat them with respect. Listen to them. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Welcome. Welcome to episode 2 of Today Will Be Amazing podcast, hosted by me, Jamisa Johnson. Little disclaimer, my voice is a little hoarse. I was talking a lot yesterday. I had got up with my brother and King Dave, and we were just chilling at D&H. It's a spot out here in Delaware. For those that don't know, I live in Delaware. Yes, it's black people that live here. But I hope y'all feeling amazing listening to this. I hope you're feeling good wherever. If you listening in the gym, at work, at home, chilling, I appreciate it. I'm thinking about just dropping these on Monday and Thursdays. That'll be the days that you'll receive an episode. So I came home. I had texted my brother, and I was like, yo, Ma, where you at? He was like, I'm at D&H. I was like, all right, I'm about to pull up, because honestly, I ain't feel like driving around. I ain't feel like being around random people. I just need to be around a little bit of love. I went in the crib, changed my clothes real quick, just head over there. D&H only like 5 minutes from me. Pull up. This is very random, but we all were wearing green. I don't know what that means, but I ain't see Dave in a while. I ain't chill with my brother in a while. So we decided to watch the Sixers game. I want to say shout out to the Sixers for getting James Harden. It's great to watch the Sixers. It was always a little struggle to watch the Sixers because I'm a diehard Allen Iverson fan. I haven't really watched the Sixers that much since AI left and stuff, so I'm back watching a little bit. James Harden and Embiid look good on the team together. Shout out to Tobias and Maxey and all the players a part of the Sixers. Y'all making the city look good. I think the Sixers have a real chance at winning the whole thing. This is just wishful thinking. I want the Denver Nuggets and the 76ers to be in a championship. That's just my prediction. That's just how I feel about it. And I'm sorry if my voice sounds extra hoarse today. If it doesn't sound good, I apologize, and I will not record hoarse again. But I want to keep going, and I want to stay consistent. Speaking of consistency, I'm about to grab this book real quick. It's called The Play Don't Care Who Make It. I talked about this on a previous episode on Church for the Wild platform, but I always pick up this book when I just need one quick message that's going to touch me. It says, support comes from consistency on all ends. The more consistent you are, the more people will believe in you. Building an audience is like building a church. Even if we all believe in God, who will go to a church if the pastor did not make you believe in the testimonies every Sunday? Preachers are great hustlers. Shout out to this book, man. This book was written by Jacquees Trailer, who I believe is based in Atlanta, but he wrote this book in Delaware, so shout out to him. You can find this book on Amazon too. The Play Don't Care Who Make It. Speaking of that, consistency and greatness, I feel like I'm always speaking about consistency because I have to plan it in my mind to just stay consistent, to stay doing this, because I really feel like this is going to take me places. And the name of this episode is called Blueprint Matters. And I want to really talk about, I guess this is like a basketball episode. Actually, hold on. I don't even want to get into that. I want to talk about really quick. Not really quick, but I want to talk about Euphoria season 2. This was a great season. I really enjoyed it. I think I enjoyed this more than season 1, but I also watched season 1 a little while ago. But season 2 was really good. It was very touching. I cried a lot during this season. Shout out to Zendaya. She really got in her bag. But also shout out to the whole cast. Spoiler alert, but you should watch it by the time this comes out. Feel me? It's messed up, yo. It's messed up how Fez let this woman live with them. He was trying to get her together, and her boyfriend was a snake the whole time. And it's crazy because, like, from Rip, like the first episode when they got into the car, her and Zendaya, they was in the back seat, I knew that this girl did not look trustworthy. The trustworthiness is in people's eyes. Like, the eyes do not lie. But the overall greatness of the show, I really think is a great show. It's pretty legendary if it keeps going. But season 3, we gotta really see like where they gonna go with it. And I don't wanna wait mad years. So they better not wait mad long to put this out. But the dislikes of the show, I'm gonna go back to the likes. I wanna talk about the play a little bit. I think the play was beautiful. I love how, and I'm a filmmaker, so I really be watching it from like a film eye. I really love how they bounced through character and the person that was playing them in the play, and like the transitions of the camera action. Like they really did their thing, and I feel like people who say the play is whack, they really not watching. But it was so beautiful in how the regular character was connected. And it was just flashing back and forth. Like the play, the production of the play, it really makes me want to go see a play, and I hope I go see a play soon. Like Euphoria set the standard high since I never seen it play, so we gonna see. My only dislikes of the show, it's a little glorified because it's like if they're in high school, I don't see them doing homework at all. They just party, do drugs, heavy drugs, and that's it. It's like crime. But so I think to make it a little bit more realistic, I wish that they would show teachers and the parents, like where are the parents? I don't see them at all. Like when I was in high school, my parents knew exactly where I was, you know what I'm saying? It's real careless on some shit. But overall, the show is very shot creatively. It's beautiful. It's very innovative. Watch it for what it is and just like enjoy for what it is. You know what I mean? I feel like that's how you enjoy things. Just accept things for what it is. But Damn, I'm already at like almost 8 minutes. Thanks for listening if you're still listening. I'm going to talk about being a blueprint, and I'm going to talk a little bit about basketball. I'm going to try to relate it to real life and how I feel about it, and relate it to people I admire as well. So I see a lot of talk about Kobe Bryant not being a top 5 all-time player because he has mimicked or added a lot of Michael Jordan style to the way he plays. But people be talking like Michael Jordan is an easy person to be like. Everybody wanted to be like Mike, but Kobe Bryant just mastered it and added himself into it. So to say he shouldn't be in the top 5 because he's just like another Jordan, Jordan is literally the greatest player ever. So Kobe Bryant gotta be number 2 or number 3. That's how I feel. My top 5 will be Michael Jordan, LeBron James. I mean, I think Kobe's a little bit better than LeBron, but LeBron have not declined in his career individually. And so, all right, I'm going to just say this. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Allen Iverson. And this is just one of my favorite players ever. So I don't care about the top. But Dirk Nowitzki. Shout out to all the fellas that's listening too. I hope y'all enjoying me talk about basketball. But anyway, back to what I was saying. I feel like it's best for people to follow a blueprint, especially the best blueprint that's out there. And if you taking a style and adding yourself, how can you go wrong? And it's like, how can we take away or don't measure Kobe's greatness because he mimicked Michael Jordan? I just don't get it. All right, I want to talk a little bit about Spike Lee. So Spike Lee is a pioneer of filmmaking, especially black filmmaking. And he made Do the Right Thing. I watched this documentary on Netflix like in the summer. And after he did Do the Right Thing, John Singleton did Boys in the Hood. And you see how legendary those movies are. And John Singleton followed Spike Lee's blueprint. He said, damn, like this triggered something in my mind, and I need to create this story too. I need to create another variation of this story. And that's how you do it. Like we live in amongst all of these people that we come across in our lives, and we see people that the chosen ones, I'm gonna just call it like the super popular people that's gonna transcend through generation. I don't think a generation ever gonna forget about Michael Jackson, Bob Marley, people like that, you know what I'm saying? So we have to follow these people because they excel, but also, you know, add our own selves into it too. I feel like it's nothing wrong with that, to be inspired and be motivated by other people living. I feel like that's the reason why we alive. As far as like back to Kobe Bryant a little bit, I feel like everyone should have an opportunity to fulfill their own shoes without being compared to someone else. Why should my greatness be compared to someone else? I'm standing alone because once I'm here and if I'm gone, they're going to compare me because that's just human nature. But my accolades and what I did for myself and my family and my legacy is my own. Do not look at someone else's to have a part of this, because Kobe Bryant and just everyone else who does the work for themselves, they did the work. The person that they mimic or followed or was inspired by, that person could not do the work for them. So regardless, they did the work. Like Michael Jackson watching James Brown and whoever James Brown watched, and then Chris Brown watching Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? None of these people did the work for them. They watched this amazing person excel super in their craft, and they just took that energy and put it in their own body. But that's all I really gotta say. This was an easy episode to do. I really just flowed, and I hope y'all enjoyed it. Rate and subscribe. Today will be Amazing Podcast in the Apple Podcast. I'm also on Podbean if you want to look me up on there and follow me on there. I really enjoy doing this podcast. I hope y'all feel my energy, feel the enthusiasm that I have, and I want y'all to keep rocking with me. I love y'all, and the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing podcast hosted by me, Jamisa Johnson. I want to say thank y'all for being here. Thank you for turning this on. Shout out to all the new listeners, all the old listeners. If you never heard of me before, I'm so grateful that you are here. If someone sent this to you, thanks for hitting play. Thanks for subscribing and all that. I'm recording this on a rainy Saturday morning. Just so to hit the timestamp for y'all. Yeah, Saturday morning, I got a photography gig to do today, and I feel really good about it. It's going to be my one of my close friends' daughter's first birthday. So I appreciate when people hit me up for their kids' first birthday, because these pictures will be very, very special to them, you know? And I'm very thankful. It takes guts to share something you like with someone, because I remember one time, I'm just dip back in memory lane a little bit, when I stumbled across The Weeknd on datpiff.com. I know if you my age, you remember vividly what datpiff is. It was a mixtape website where all of the mixtapes was on. You had it downloaded in zip file and extract your track. I stumbled across The Weeknd, and I was so obsessed with The Weeknd when he dropped the House of Balloons mixtape. That mixtape was so fire. I couldn't wait to put people onto it. So that's one of the time when I was hanging out with Koya a lot. And I tried to put her onto it. And she was just like, what's this? Turn this off. And I mean, I ain't take no offense to it, because I mean, a lot of people don't really respond well to new things right away. You know what I'm saying? So I just was like, all right, you gonna like them later on. And what she do? Exactly what I said. Probably was bumping him a week or two. I mean, not a week or two, like a year or two later. And I'm like, remember when I tried to put you onto The Weeknd? And she was like, you ain't put me onto The Weeknd. And I'm just like, I tried to put you onto The Weeknd, but it's all good. You ain't had to like him at the time. I want to talk about when I first dropped Today Will Be Amazing podcast, like the intro, the opening credits episode. And I was so shy to release this episode. I haven't told anyone that I was doing this. I sent the cover to like a few people, and you know, when I dropped it, I was just like shy, you know. I was shy to release it, and it's like Layla shared something special with me during the week that I dropped this. She listened to this podcast. It was like a songwriting podcast, and it said something like, it was something about fighting fear. And it's like, when we create something, we're so free, we're so happy about it, right? And it's like a critic in our head, or editor. Everyone has this editor in their mind, right? It kind of critiques what you created down to the T, and it kind of destroys the essence of what you created. So she was basically saying, don't let this win, you know? When she hit me with that, I was like, yo, this analogy is so beautiful right now, because it was like one night I had like 3 episodes recorded already, and I'm listening to them because I'm like a borderline perfectionist. Like, get it as perfect as I can. I don't want to obsess over it too much, but I'm gonna put it out, you know? So I'm listening to the 3 episodes that I recorded, the intro and the other 2 episodes, right? And I'm like, damn, like, is this shit whack? I ain't sending it to nobody. Nobody heard it before it dropped. Should I even say this? But that was my critic in my mind trying to destroy what I made, you know what I mean? So I had to just sleep on it, listen to it in the morning, and I'm like, yeah, this good. I'm about to just drop it, you know what I'm saying? So I just dropped it. I sent it to a couple people, but when I posted on my Twitter, that's when it was like, oh, this joint is out. So I posted it, put the cover underneath it, and then yeah, like after that, it's out now. And when I first dropped my podcast, it was ranked at number 67 out of America in the personal journal rankings, but I ain't see it until number 80, you know? So when I saw it, it's on chartable.com. This is a website where you could see where your podcast is ranked, etc. So I went there, and I was like, yo, I'm at number 80. So, you know, I posted it to my Instagram, and I just had to document that, you know what I'm saying? Because it was an accomplishment, because it's a couple podcasts that I listen to that's on like the personal journal tip. I'm like, damn, I'm kind of near them, and these people got millions of followers. I got like a cool, if I put all of my stuff together, a cool 7,000 followers or something like that. So I'm just like, yo, this is beautiful. And I don't know who listens to me or interact with me, because not all 7,000 people interact with me, you know what I'm saying? So it was kind of like a big deal, and I'm thankful for that. I was amazed. I was surprised. I received a lot of a lot of feedback for my first episode. So I'm thankful for everyone that did listen, you know. I'm going to name this episode As a Woman, and I want to get into the reason why I turned the mic on in the first place today. So as a woman, I have like thoughts in my mind and the situations that I've been in, and I was just thinking to myself, like, as a woman and women listening, do we really feel protected by men? And I'm just thinking, like, I feel protected by the men that I know. I feel protected by my friends. I feel protected by my brother or my cousins. But do I feel protected by men in general? My answer will probably be no. I'm very skeptical of every man that I walk by or all of that. Not saying that I move with fear but you have to be on a guard a little bit when you're a woman. And it's messed up that we have to move like that, but we have to, you know what I'm saying? We have to when we're out in the world. So I feel like fathers with daughters really instill in your daughter's mind to always protect herself. When she feel like she's uncomfortable or she get that gut feeling, get out of there, you know what I'm saying? But I want to tell y'all about this story that I was verbally abused or cussed out by a random white guy, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I like I told y'all, I'm a driver, and it's like 2 black women that I always help when they call, you know what I'm saying? Well, and I'll put it in my calendar. So it's this woman named should I say her name? Yeah, I'll say her name. This woman named Barbara. This my dog, because we really got close over the last 5 months. So shout out to Barbara if you're listening. We laugh, we joke. She's a funny woman, you know what I'm saying? And I had to take her to like her appointments, like whether it be an eye doctor's appointments, to ShopRite. Sometimes I had to help her with her groceries, all of that, right? So one day I had took her to an eye doctor. And mind you, I live in Delaware, so a lot of these eye doctor places, they be in the cut, you know? So I'm taking her to the eye doctor. I arrive. It's like 3 cars there. It's about 20 parking spots. I'm just guessing. It definitely was a lot of space, you know what I'm saying? So I parked. I backed up because I got a backwards camera on my car. So I like backing up using the camera. I don't know. I never was backing up before, but since I got this camera, I'll be backing up. I parked my car. And mind you, I ain't really care how I parked today because I'm like, it ain't nobody here, you know? So I parked, I got my window down. This was like in the fall, still like warm outside, you know, August or September of last year, right? So I parked, I'm in 2 spots pretty much, but like, it's cool. Like nobody was there. I was just chilling, reading my book, minding my own business, or I'll scroll on my phone. And this white guy, he pulling in, he got his window all the way up, and he's like, waving at me, like not waving but like flagging me on some you're in 2 spots type of ordeal, right? He parked his van and he ain't parked next to me because I'm in 2 spots, and cool, I ain't want nobody next to me anyway. So he gets out the car and my window's all the way down. Keep this in mind, y'all, for the rest of the story. My window's all the way down. So he gets out the car and he like, you're in 2 spots, all right? I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't really care. He was like, oh, you don't care? So we're just going back and forth. I spent way too much time talking to this man, you know what I'm saying? So we just going back and forth, and he like, oh, you don't care? I was just like, just mind your business. Like, I'm chilling. Like, I'm not bothering nobody. And then he kind of like walked off, and I was like, just mind your business. And he kind of walked back. And this is when he was getting enraged, right? So this is when he kind of walked up to me. He got real close to me because he could put his hand on my side mirror, and he was just like, oh, you don't care? And he was like, do you know who I am? Da 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 da. He was just going back and forth. We just going back and forth. At this point, I can't even remember the verbal, but I know that he was red in the face. He probably was about 5'7", and he was driving a minivan, and I never was attacked by a random stranger like this, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like during our verbal exchanges that he was trying to put fear in my heart. He was trying to scare me, and I wasn't scared. Like when he was on my mirror, I was just like, yo, can you not touch my car? Like, don't touch my car. You don't like, and he just was saying all this stuff. Eventually he goes to where he came to do, the eye doctor. He went inside and he was just pissed off, just walking off, right? He go in, I'm pretty sure he one of those type to let everybody know inside the lobby that this happened to him. Mind you, I ain't do nothing to the bull. So he came out, another lady came out, black lady came out, she was staring at me. And I could tell that some words was exchanged inside the office. I ain't care. Like, and he came back out. So this time he come back out and he's pissed. We still exchanging words. He came back, and at this point, I'm just laughing. Like, I was just like, yo, you mad as shit. Like, how I make you this mad? I'm just sitting here chilling. How I make you this mad? And I feel like me laughing. He said, "Oh, you want to smile? Oh, you want to smile?" Me laughing and just being comfortable with myself because I feel like him going inside. He thought when he was gonna come out that I was gonna fix my car. No, I'm not turning my car on for you. And I told this story on my Instagram on the story. Everybody was hitting me up like, "Yo, Mies, like, I'm glad you good. You need to get a taser. You need to get a gun. White people always trying to police people and all this other stuff." And I'm just like, and I'm telling my story, but as this happened, he eventually leave, and he was like, he got in his car, he was like trying to like spit on me and stuff like that. When he left, I'm just thinking like, what would have happened if I had a gun in here? What would have happened if I had a taser? Do I show him? Do I tase him for getting this close to me? What should I have done? You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking to myself, like, if I was a black man, would he even have said anything? You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, yo, like, this shit crazy. And as this was happening, I didn't want to get too smart with him, but I also didn't want to show him any type of fear. So, I held my own in the verbal exchanges, you know what I'm saying? And I just was like, yo, you mad as shit most of the time. As this happened, I told my close people about this and then, Instagram and all that. And they was just like, well, I'm glad you good. And I just brought me back to what I was saying. I'm just like, yo, like, what if it would have went left and me and this white guy would have been fighting in the parking lot? Who fault would have been, and how long would it be until someone see this going down? You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of man are you to attack a little black woman minding her business? You know what I'm saying? Like, should be crazy. So yeah, that's my story. And I just want to go into like, why do gender wars exist? This be like the topic of a lot of podcasts and a lot of men podcasts. They sit around and talk about women. It's like, yo, like, just let us live. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't be trying to bother nobody. Like, women these days, we want more. We want to see the world. Some of us want kids. Some of us don't. You know what I'm saying? Some of us don't want to be in the house, and there's some of us that do want to be in the house with the kids and everything. I feel like men try too hard to control us, and it's just so whack. And I feel like to feel threatened by someone wanting to achieve their own personal goals just means you're not on your purpose. A lot of women know their purpose now, and we want to fulfill that purpose. We realize that we have one life as well. So as a woman, I feel like it's up to us to get what we want out of life. If we want kids, if we want to travel the world, if we want to work in construction, if we want to work in the tech company, be an architect, be a doctor, anything that men try to put a ceiling over us, just keep going. And yeah, that's all I really gotta say. Shout out to the women, shout out to the men listening. I'm sorry if this made you mad. Try your best to protect women. I mean, don't be just in people's business because you don't know the story. But if you have a chance to protect women, if you have a chance to oversee women, like leaving the store with their kids and you just watching to make sure that woman is good, just do that. You know what I'm saying? It goes a long way to feel protected in this world. So yeah, that's all I really gotta say. This was a long episode. I appreciate if you're still listening. Rate and subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts. Rate us on Spotify. Send to someone new, and I will be back on Thursday. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing Audio Journal with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I want to say thank y'all for turning this on. Thank y'all for being here with me. I'm feeling all right today. I didn't do a morning shift today, but I want to make sure that I got enough time to record and get you guys an episode because I definitely missed last Thursday. I ran into some technical difficulties with my headphones, and come to find out it was my jack that I put the headphones in that was a little faulty. So I kind of got it taped. It looked a little crazy, but it's working and we back in motion. And I had to buy some new headphones, so what a waste, but it's all good. These headphones are pretty good. Over the weekend, I did a lot this weekend. I worked really hard. I met some new people, me and my brother and a couple others, Court and Morgan, shout out to y'all. We went up to New Jersey and we went up to meet up with a couple people from Gym Factory Discord. Shout out to Nerd, and his ability to connect people is very powerful, you know what I'm saying? It's amazing the way he does this. Yeah, so we met up with a couple people. We did like a karaoke. We went to this hookah lounge / bar. It was really cute in there. Really, really kind of fancy, you know what I'm saying? We went there. We went to karaoke. It was a good time, you know what I mean? It was really a good time. You know it's a good time when you meet up with a bunch of people and y'all barely take any pictures, you know what I'm saying? Just all videos. And we were just in a moment, just having a good time. We had drinks. Only thing I wish is we had some pizza in the karaoke room. That would have just put the icing on the cake. But it was a good time, you know. We got back to Delaware at like 4 a.m., 4:30 in the morning. So shout out to my brother for being a trooper and getting us home safe. We left at like 5:30ish, 6. So to get back at 4:30, it's like, yo, that was a real night and that was a journey. But yeah, it was a good time. Shout out to everybody that was there. It was kind of like meeting your cousins for the first time, or the first time in years now that y'all adults. That's the type of feeling it was. So this episode is called Old Entries, like old journal entries. And I want to talk about like how I would always start a journal and I would just not finish writing in it. I would not be consistent with it. And now I'm very, very consistent with writing in a journal and everything now. But it's like I wish that I was more expressive to myself in my journals. You know what I'm saying? That way I can really see how I was feeling. So I'm going to read a couple of them and I'm going to just kind of like critique it with my improved self, or I would say older self, because these are journal entries from 2018 to 2019. So it was only like 15 journal entries in there. That just show you how much I did not express myself. I just kind of like wrote in there what I was doing for the day, not really how I felt and what I was going through per se. You know what I mean? So these days, even if I miss a day in my journal, I will try to collect as much as I can from that day and still write it in past tense, kind of. I try not to miss a day now. And I was like, looking back on how I was feeling in January to March is so much better. You know what I'm saying? I could really read each and see how I was feeling and tap into those emotions that I was feeling, or how it was just regular, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I like that. I found this book because I needed a book to write in to just put together an idea that I had, and I was like, oh snap, I was started a journal in here, but all of my journal entries turned into an idea book. So now I have strictly a journal and I don't put my ideas in there, you know what I'm saying? So back to a 2018 journal entry. This was October the 15th, 2018. I said to myself, I think telling people how to love you makes it less genuine, but I could be wrong. Maybe not though. And how I feel now about this journal entry, I was definitely wrong. I think telling someone you're with your love languages, or at least some of them, as they are updating and improving as time go on, it kind of be like the confirmation if this person really want to be with you, if they can keep up, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like it's beautiful to learn people as you go, but don't think that you know everything about them. Like keep that door open for them to change, and keep it open so you could keep learning about this person. So it's like, hey, this is how I'm feeling now. I know I felt this way before, but this is how I'm feeling now. And I think that's very important in a relationship, or just, you know, with any relationship, with your mom, with your dad, your brother, your sisters, your best friends. You know what I'm saying? But back to my journal entry. I was definitely wrong at the time, you know what I'm saying? And then I had another journal entry. This was October 24th, 2018. I'm going to Alabama for the first time tomorrow. Non-League America is slowly taking me around the U.S. Today I choose me and love. I'm going to relax. In reading this, I wish I expressed more because I can't even think of why I'm saying I'm going to relax. Back then, I wasn't super expressive the way I am now. So shout out to growth. But I wish I knew. I have an idea about why I said I needed to relax, but it's just a guess at this point. So I feel like documenting and not being vague is the way to go. So I have a couple more journal entries I'm going to read. I'm going to read 2 from 2019. This is me turning the page or trying to. March 3rd, 2019, I say, your struggles don't define you. They will if you let them. Sound like I was trying to motivate myself. Maybe I was a little depressed. Who knows? I have one more 6 days later, March 9th, 2019. I say, you will get over the hump. Work hard, stay positive, and don't compare. Let that shit go. In quotation marks by my friend Jess. I like when people can sense when it's something bothering me. Less social media this week, more reading and more meditation. It's more to gain in this world than it is to lose. Be on a winning team. Use my relaxing days better. Be positive and productive instead of sad. Write your book. Haven't done that yet. portrait project. I definitely put those out and finish what you have to do. So I say around this time, I needed a lot of pep talks. I needed to get focused. I needed to stay focused and not be sad. So it's like, yo, looking back, I probably ain't write nothing in here because I was sad as a mug. Like, come on, yo. It's funny reading these again, y'all. I'm gonna read one more. This was March 23rd, 2019. I was writing a lot in March. This is a lot for me. 3 entries. It says, time flies. I'm currently in Stone Mountain, Georgia at a day's end. I feel good. I'm going to meet new people today. I'm shooting another Non-League America documentary. It's a month away before I move out. Time to really disappear and be less available. 2 months away from my 30th birthday. And I also said, spend more time with my mom, which we have been doing looking back. So that's good. It be on some one-on-one stuff. So I love that. And so yeah, this all I'm gonna read out of here. It was I'm glad I'm not this sad anymore. I'm glad I'm more focused. I definitely have my place. I don't let my struggles take over me completely. I get out of it, you know. So yeah, I definitely am a better person than I was in 2019. Shout out to the growth once again. I want to talk about a little bit because as I was reading some more journal entries, I realized that a lot of my journal entries I was writing when I was traveling a lot, and I was just on my dolo, and I guess I had time to write. So I guess writing for me is therapeutic when it's just you around, you know what I'm saying? When it's just you. So if you live in a house with a few people, you know, when you got that little hour to yourself, just write, you know what I'm saying? And I want to talk a little bit how I got into sports journalism, because y'all probably thinking like, what's Non-League America? So shout out to Steve. In the early Church for the Wild days, every time Nerd would ask me what I've been up to, I would be up to just shooting or editing. So I believe Steve heard this and he kind of was like, I can get her to do the documentaries for me. So he reached out, and it's crazy because the first time that I shot with Steve, I ended up catering the soccer game with my partner Stephanie at the time. We had a event the day before, and we had some leftover food, and then we just went there. She served the food and I was shooting the game, you know. So it was a good time, and I'm gonna save my soccer journey and all of that for a later date. But I really want to get into how social media has really kept us connected to people that we went to high school with, middle school, elementary maybe, you know what I'm saying? All of that matters. And it's crazy because looking at hindsight, you know how we used to write on our yearbooks like a farewell message. It would be a message saying, all right, it was nice meeting you. I love getting close with you. And it would be like, KIT, keep in touch. Little did we know in hindsight that we were always going to be in touch one way or another. Like, social media has connected people in a beautiful way. Before I end the show, I have an idea for a future show, and this will probably be like a bonus Saturday show maybe. If your journal could talk back, what question would you want it to answer? Sort of like a Ask Jamisa, but with a little twist. To send in an entry, the email is todaywillbeamazingpodcast@gmail.com. Again, todaywillbeamazingpodcast@gmail.com. And once I get a good amount for the show, I'm going to put it together. You'll never know when it's dropping, but it will be on the way. So that's the end of the show. I appreciate you all being here. Leave a review, rating, subscribe, all of that. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Podbeam, if anyone's on there. And I'll be back on Thursday. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with your host, Jamisa Johnson. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling great. I hope you had a great week. I'm having a great week. I'm fresh off a flight. At this moment, I'm fresh off my morning shift, and it went pretty good, so I'm happy about that. I woke up today like I gotta get it. I cannot chill. So I'm gonna talk about like my week before I went to Miami, because that's where I was for the last day and a half, and then I got back yesterday and I kind of was just drained, jet lagged. That should be real. But lately when I clean, I'm listening to Kendrick Lamar's Section 80 tape, and specifically Ab Soul's outro. And I just keep it on repeat while I'm cleaning and stuff. It's a beautiful mixture of jazz and has some amazing lyrics in it. It's crazy because like this album is really 11 years old. I could really remember the exact time where I stumbled across Kendrick Lamar and when I was just listening to Section 80 over and over again. And I really love Kendrick Lamar's music and what he stands for and how black he is. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of artists don't really tap into the blackness like he does in his music. He really one of a kind to me. Kendrick said, "See, I spent 23 years on this earth searching for answers until I realized I had to come up with my own." That's so true. That's so true. It's just like when I listen to this, it hits me more. Like I'm 32 years old and it's like it's still so relevant and we still searching for answers. And it's like what works for someone else will not work for us. We really have to make our own blueprint and our own guidelines and rules and all of that. And I also love what he said. He was like, "I'm not the next pop star. I'm not your socially aware rapper. I'm just a human motherfucking being." And I love that too, because it's just like whenever someone do something, they be like, this rapper did this rapper name, this rapper donated. And it's like this actor. It's like, nah, I don't want my profession to be in front of my name or my career per se. So I love that he said that. And I feel him because like we go through life wanting to be defined by something. And me, I just want to be defined by me, the way that I treat people, the way my energy gives off to people. And I mean, you could say what I do after that. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I know Jamisa. Jamisa's a great person. She's this, she's that. She makes me feel this. She put me onto this. But she's also a photographer. She does great art. She put out great. You know what I'm saying? I want that after the fact. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody else feel that way, but that's really how I feel. I want to talk about my Miami trip real quick. So Tuesday, I got there early. It was just going to be like a little solo trip. I was going to walk around, take pictures, go swimming. That's what I really wanted to do. I just wanted to go swimming and have like a couple drinks, poolside, whatever. And I told a couple people, and I know a couple people that live out there. So I hit up V, and V was like, yeah. She was like, I was like, I don't really know what I want to do when I come out there. If we link up, we link up. If we don't, that's cool. And she was like, I'll pick you up from the airport. I was like, oh, all right, bet, you know. It's like, all right, cool. I like when people do that. So she picked me up. We went to this Spanish spot, got some food. They mostly talk Spanish in there, so I'm glad she ordered the food because my Spanish not that good yet. But I'm going to get it good. That's my goal. And then we went swimming. We went to my hotel. We drove around. And she was kind of like my tour guide. You know what I'm saying? And I love being with someone who's from there. Like they know the soil and they could just easily just show me around. They could tell me this is what this is what that is. And you know, so when I'm out there again, if I'm not with them or not, I can be a little bit more familiar with my surroundings. So I love that. So, you know, we ate, went to the hotel, swam for a while, and we went to this vegan restaurant. The vegan restaurant was banging. I tried vegan dumplings. They were amazing. They had like spinach in there. It was really good. And they had like this little sauce with it. I really enjoyed it. California roll and like a spicy tuna roll. Best sushi I ever had. I'm like, all right, I could do vegan, but it's kind of expensive, on the expensive side. But I feel like to be a vegan, you gotta really be creative. You gotta get creative with your meals. And you gotta try stuff. You gotta have an open mind. And that way, so you don't get bored with the food. I feel like if I was to be a vegan right now, I would not be able to hang because I don't have the time to be in the kitchen trying out all these different type of foods or what I really like and what I don't like. But I feel like maybe one day I could be a vegan or like a 70% vegan, and I'll just throw in meat here and there, you know what I'm saying? Because I really love chicken. I really love steak and yeah, stuff like that. But Miami was cool. I want to go again. I want to go more than a day. I felt like that one day just not enough. You can't really fit anything into one day. But I want to talk about my journal and what I've been doing and why I named this episode March Denouement. I always tell y'all how I'm feeling because when I used to write in my journal, I never really told how the journal how I was feeling. So I always want to put that into every time I turn the mic on or when I write in my journal. And honestly, it slowed up March for me, to be honest. Like, March did not zoom by like February did or January did. And I feel like it really has something to do with this podcast, and it has something to do with me writing in my journal every day, because I could really collect each and every day. So I don't know if that happened for anyone else, but for me, it really went by slow, and I love that. What I learned this winter, or the first quarter, let's just say the first quarter, being disciplined. Honestly, this is the most disciplined I've been in a long time. And I often think about motivation and how does discipline go into effect with each other. I feel like motivation is the spark and discipline will keep the lights on. And it's like, what if I only wrote on the days that motivated me? What if I only worked on the days that motivated me? My results, what I'm trying to go after, it would take me much longer to get to it. So I feel like discipline really just keeps the fire burning in us. And once you're disciplined, motivation will stay there. Like, the flame will stay lit. I feel like with discipline is really how you see the gold in yourself, especially when you document and you look back. You was like, damn, I was disciplined this whole year. Damn, I was disciplined for 2 months and I see this. So it's just like, that's just how it happens. You know what I'm saying? I love that. In my first month of my audio journal, I could say that I'm really happy with my vulnerability with this podcast. I always told myself that vulnerability could never hurt me. And I always stand by that, because how can showing my feelings or being open with myself hurt me? That's just really how I feel. I really feel like it cannot hurt you unless it can hurt you if you be vulnerable with the wrong people, but that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about being vulnerable with myself. You know what I'm saying? And I love the way that everyone's responding to my thoughts and my perspective so far. I love that way it's gonna grow, and I see the growth in myself, and I hope y'all see it. And this is a random thought. I always thought about like how unique, like, all right, I want to think about just God and just the creation of life and how unique we are individually. It's like we really have our own fingerprint. When we touch someone, what we leave behind, we touch a table, we touch a pencil, a book, anything we touch will leave our mark on it. This mark will never ever duplicate. It will never happen again. So I really feel like we as people, we must leave our mark. We must really submerge ourselves in our individualism. Like, really, really just be an individual. It's so important, because it's just like, we only here one time. That's it. We will never have these same fingerprints again. Even if we was to be reincarnated or something, if that even exists, we don't know. But we will not come back. I will not come back as Jamisa Johnson. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm doing all that I can to just exist and be the best I can be. That's how I feel. I don't want to put so much pressure on myself to like, yo, I gotta be the best person ever. I have to leave my mark. I have to be super, super popular. Because that's what I call, quote unquote, celebrities. I call them super, super popular people. And it's like, I don't really care to be that. I just want to touch the people that God will let me touch and to cross my path. And that's it, you know what I'm saying? And just to exist. I don't think I ever want to be famous. I don't want that. I don't want people to like idolize me at all. Like, yo, I'm just a person. And yeah, like, that's just my thoughts for real. One more thing I learned about myself. Writing consistently for 3 months, I've learned that I could really push myself and I could prove to myself that I could do anything. They say it takes 30 days to create a habit. But for me, it probably takes about 60 to 90 days. That's really what I need to create a habit. And I feel like I'm really in my habit. I'm really a new me. I really feel it and I love it. I love that. And honestly, I don't even feel right if I let days go by without documenting. And what I want to say is we really have to find what works for us. It's like it's all of these rules out here, and people wrote these rules and it worked for them, but we really gotta find out what works for us individually, because like I said, these fingerprints are our own and this is what it is. Like, but my last message y'all, thanks for still listening. Leave a review, Apple Podcasts, rate on Spotify, leave a review. All of those apps that you can find a podcast on. Today will be amazing. I hope it was amazing listening to this. My last message is tell the kids they could do anything. And that's all I really gotta say. I love you. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with your host, me, Jamisa Johnson. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy to be here. It's been a while. Well, let me not say a while. It's been a couple weeks since I recorded. I wanted to record and keep it going on some Monday every other Thursday or Monday every Thursday. But I mean, real life hits, and real life hits, you really gotta just roll with the punches, get better, and just keep going. So I've been sick for I don't know what's going on or what's going around, but it's something going around. People getting sick with sinus infections, people getting stomach viruses. So I would say not double up completely, but steady taking your vitamins and eating right, because it's something going on that they not telling us. So when I got back from Miami, I got sick, sinus infection, no medicine was working for the first 4 days. My head was super cloudy, sneezing, y'all know, I think if you had a sinus infection, you know how bad it is. And I really couldn't shake it. And then it's the last 6 days, I kind of okay, I'm feeling like me again, you know what I mean? I'm feeling back, and I'm still taking my Benadryl every day. I mean, it's also allergy season too, so it's I gotta stay ready. How I've been feeling lately? I've been feeling good, getting past this sinus infection, so I hope y'all feeling good. I'm sorry I was gone for 2 weeks, but real life hit, like I said earlier. So I want to just talk about what I did last night, and I'm actually having deja vu right now, which is crazy. So yesterday, I saw my friend Bree. She one of my good friends, especially when she lived in Delaware. I finally seen her in 5 years. It probably been 6 years for real. I think the last time I saw her was 2016. So, she came up here. She's a mom now. Congratulations to her, Life real, yo, when your little sis got a baby out here, you know what I mean? But when I seen her, we hugged. She brought the baby outside, It didn't really feel like 6 years went by. And that's why I always be talking about, time is so weird. We know we haven't saw each other in a while, but when we saw each other and hung out, it didn't feel like time went by. I don't know. It was a weird nostalgic, but it felt good. I could tell that she's a different woman than what I know her to be. You know what I mean? And shout out to her man. He was cool as shit. That was my first time meeting him. We just vibe. We kind of just went to play pool and had a couple drinks, and that's it. Really, they had to get back to the baby, but shout out to them. That was a good experience, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna see them again. So why I turned the mic on today, I want to just talk about I'm gonna name this episode Write Your Own Script. And really, I just want to focus on, being in control of our destiny, working towards something. And really, I really think the meaning of life is to find your gift and share it with the world. I really feel that way. And I'm saying this, I want to mention an artist from Delaware. And I feel like the place matters to the way that you, honor your gifts and bring it to the forefront. But I really think that this guy would have been great whether he was from Delaware or anywhere, but we'll never know, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, he has done so many paintings. He does paintings of the memes, the real popular memes, he did the Will Smith when he was sad as ever at the red table, when he just sitting there with the blank face. He did that, and the way he do his paintings, he kind of drooped the face a little bit. It's really artistic. And recently, he's done the graphics or paintings for the hit show Atlanta with, what's his name? Donald Glover and a couple other people in that show. It's a real popular show. I haven't watched much of it, but probably about season 1, but it was a while ago. But I'm going to get back into it. But it's really amazing to see someone from Delaware be on this type of platform and be out there, like slowly getting out there. And I made a tweet the other day. I'll be driving early in the morning and thoughts just be coming to my mind, and it was like quality over quantity, but quantity keeps you seen. I just say this because, like, yeah, you want to put out quality every time you do something, or if you just focus on, I mean, you have to focus on quality because you need to make good quality stuff, but having a lot of stuff keeps you out there. And that's just how it works nowadays. You gotta pump out everything you're doing at a great speed because you gotta adapt. But back to Aleem, and his Instagram is called Yesterday Night. Yesterday NITE. So look him up. You probably seen his work. It's amazing. And I really love that he's getting the recognition. And sometimes it'll take 10 years, sometimes it'll take 5. You just gotta keep going. I want to talk about this show really quick. Thank you for still listening if you are. I love that I'm in control of my own destiny when it comes to this show. It's like if I record and mix it and put it out, it keeps moving. If I don't, it stops. And it's like I was saying earlier about quality and quantity. Like now that I'm older, they go hand in hand. They both need each other. You know what I'm saying? Like you need the quality and you also need the quantity. As I'm getting older, some things that before they would be like quality over quantity, and it's like, nah, they don't have to be over each other. They don't have to be versus each other. You should supposed to just blend these words and really use them to our advantage. Back to what I was saying. What I want from this audio journal, I want it to stay real. I want it to stay me. And I want people to feel inclined to share this with someone, because it's like what I want to do in this world, I want everything I do to be impactful. And I feel like moving attention and just putting it out in the universe what you want from things, and really, really, really believing that you can achieve through these things. I feel like that's the best way to move. And I always say, like, yeah, this world is super big as far as like us being these little dots in the world, but like the people and connecting with people is what makes the world small and makes it worth it. And I want to talk about like having passions and just doing different things. You know what I mean? Like when you want to do something, really, really put your heart into it. I feel like you'll be rewarded in a way that you won't be able to explain until you're in it. And it's like, yo, this shit really worked because I really love doing this and I really put my all into this. So I just want to talk about a time that I used to cater, and I had 2 of my homegirls catering with me. Bree, who I was just with the other day, she was the one who I started with, and I want to talk about a time of how we got started with it. I remember a few years back, and this was 2016. Y'all remember when Pokemon Go was popping, and people were just walking around looking in their phones, just catching Pokemon and stuff. So every time she would come over, we would cook. I would grill some chicken, we'll make some rice, and we just started making tacos. I don't know how it started, because it was like, that was like our thing to do. We'll get together, we'll probably get a little bit of high, watch some interesting conspiracy type stuff, and then we'll cook and chill. That's what we did. And it was like, we would cook, and I start putting it on my Instagram and putting a little music behind it. I'll put some Joyce Rice around the first video, and it started getting attention. People was like, yo, let me get some. And like back in the palace, this was the palace days, and the palace is my mom's house. So back in the palace days, we always was to cook for the guys and everything that would come over, and Nerd Molly, King Dave, all of them, Rick, Lil, all the guys. Shout out to all the guys. And we turned it to the honeys. We just named it the honeys. Like, yo, the honeys got platters, the honeys got this. So back to Pokemon Go and all that. So we would go to this place called Battery Park. It's out here in Delaware. It's like a vintage area of Delaware. It's very small. Houses is like $1 million, and it's like a small little beach over there. All these people will be there, so we'll just take a couple tacos out there, and we'll sell out every time. And it just turned into a thing. We started doing events, and it just got super big, you know what I mean? And it was a time where we were serving tacos at a corner store called Deli Bread in Wilmington. And it's like us, back to why I'm telling y'all this, us just trying new things, it kind of opened the doors up for other things. It's like I had a camera. I mean, I still do got a camera and it's still my profession, but we started doing commercials for the shows. And this was when I was doing it with Stephanie, and we took it to another level, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's crazy when you really dig deep within yourself and just do things with love. It's the way to go, you know what I mean? I know I sound like I'm not trying to preach, but I'm just trying to like get my point across, because this is really how I feel when I do things. It's like I'm gonna put my all into it, you know what I mean? I want to tell y'all about a time. So in high school, I was really, really good at basketball. Not to just boost myself, but in my class I was top 10 or 11. Out the state, I was top 20 by my senior year. And at the time, I'm 5'3", 105 pounds. So like I was going ham, you know what I'm saying? I never even said that before. But I was going hard, you know what I mean? But it felt good, and I put my all into basketball. I probably did basketball the longest out of all the things that I ever done. And you know, being a photographer and a director, that's kind of like catching up to that. But basketball was my real first passion that I submerged myself into. I feel like with passion, you could really be good, turns into great, and you just turn into a master of it to the best of your abilities and your potential, you know what I'm saying? And I want to tell you about a time that I probably shouldn't have did this, but you know, you gotta try things. If you don't try things, you ain't gonna know. So I'm in high school. Little story real quick. I'm in high school. I think I was in 10th grade or 9th grade. I can't remember exactly, but I tried softball. So, you know, I ain't really know nobody on the team, but I'm like, baseball looks pretty cool when you playing it. Let me just try it out. And it's like, I think if I could hit the ball, I can run fast enough to get to first base at least. You know what I'm saying? So let me just tell you, I ain't make the team. So I get there. We do we playing catch. You know, I had my glove, and I was playing catch with this girl named Shaista. That was her name. And it's crazy how I remember this. I don't know where she at now. I hope she's doing good in life. So we was playing catch, and she threw the ball up high, and it was like so sunny. And mind you, play basketball outside when it's sunny, but playing baseball when it's sunny is different, because you gotta use this glove to catch stuff. You know what I mean? It ain't like basketball. It's so different. So she threw the ball up in the air, and I got my mitt up there. I keep saying mitt. I got my glove up there, and I just missed it. It was like hit my eye, y'all, like the top corner on my right eye, like above my eyebrow, right? And I just like grabbed my head, and put my head down. It hurted so bad, y'all. I've literally seen stars. I probably had a concussion, honestly. That probably was my first concussion ever in my life. So it hit me in the head, and I'm like, damn, like, what the heck? Like, and I'm just thinking to myself, I was so mad. I was like, why did she throw it up in the air like that? Like, I'm right here. Just throw it to me. She threw it up in the air. I looked up. The sun blinded me. Boom, right in the eye. So they took me to the nurse, because you know you gotta have a nurse after school programs and stuff. They took me to the nurse. I had a ride on this little golf cart. I get to the bathroom. I look at my eye. Oh my God, y'all. It was so terrible. Like it's just the knot formed so quick. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be tore up. So, you know, they called my mom. My mom didn't even know that I was trying out for softball, so she was confused. I'm a Gemini. Growing up, I just did everything that I wanted to do as far as like interests and stuff. Like, I just was doing anything just to see what I like, you know what I mean? So my mom seen it. We went to the hospital. They said that the gravity, they was like, your eye is gonna close. It's gonna close shut at some point, because the gravity is gonna pull all that down. And man, I was tore up. So my eye was closed shut. I had to wear a patch, because I wasn't gonna be out here looking like that. And it's crazy, because I had a patch on my eye back in 7th grade when I'm gonna just tell y'all just stories about my eyes now. So I had the right eye contusion in 10th or 9th grade, and in 7th grade, me and my mom, we got in a car accident, and it was in our neighborhood too. Crazy. Sun glare again. That's why I love that they made devices and stuff like that. And we get in an accident in our neighborhood, boom, and the airbag hit me in my face. Like, I was small as hell and growing up. The airbag hit me in my face, and the particles out the airbag scratched my cornea in my eye. So I was like kind of like semi-blind at the time, you know what I'm saying? And it's like I had to, you know, I had to go to the eye doctor. They did the blue light, put all these drops in my eye. And I was just like, I'm just thankful that God got me through all these situations that I've been into, because it was always something. And I mean, when it's happened, the particle scratched my eye. I was just walking with my eyes closed. I'm actually seeing this in my head while I'm talking to y'all. I'm walking and I'm trying to get my mom, because she was stuck underneath the airbag. Like, I opened up my right eye, I could see a little bit. She stuck behind the airbag and I had to kind of like pull her out and stuff, you know. It was a crazy time. I love my mom. Shout out to my mom. Yeah, I had to get through that. But back to the softball story. So, you know, my eye was closed shut. After that, I did not play softball ever again. It was just a one and done thing. I ain't make the team. It took away my Babe Ruth dreams, Barry Bond dreams, all that. So I want to talk about another thing. I was asked this question a while ago by my boy Gabe. He asked me this question about passion and purpose, and I answered it on Plums Radio probably in like 2019, 2020. Oh, hold on, 2019, 2018, one of them years. And as I look at it this year, I believe passion is what fuels the heart, and purpose is how it impacts you and others. So really, they don't have to versus each other. You need passion and you need purpose. And I feel like when I do things, because I put so much passion into it, it will automatically impact me. And I feel like if it impacts me, it's going to impact others. So that's what I really like doing things. I don't know. I'll be reading books and stuff from time to time. I live alone, so it's like I gotta either watch Netflix or read some books, or I'm just a nerd, y'all. I rock with y'all, cause y'all know I'm a nerd. But I'm a gangster though, stop playing. But I have this book, it's called The Best Yes, and I always read at least a page or two of this book every month. When I'm reading books, I don't like to read the book in one setting or over 1 week or 2 weeks. I like to pick up different books and just grab things from it. And I feel like that's me now. Before, I will run through a Harry Potter book, but like now I read a lot of self-help books, and I gotta just take from the book when I'm reading it. Oh, this is the longest episode ever. I hope y'all are still here. Back to this book. It's called The Best Yes, and her name is Lisa. I can't say her last name, and I will not try. She says in the book, the decisions we make dictate the schedules we keep. The schedules we keep determines the lives we live. The lives we live determine how we spend our souls. So this isn't about finding time. This is about honoring God with the time that we have. And I love that. You know what I mean? It's like, as I was saying in the last episode, we only here. I mean, I feel like life is long as shit. But when it ends, you be like, damn, it's over. You know what I mean? But she also said this. To do this soul thing is exactly the opposite of selfishness. Keeping it inside with no chance to bless others will be the selfish thing to do. With the right attitude, letting it come to fruition is the only way it can serve others. And what that means to me is like, if you have a gift, you gotta share it, because that's the only way that, it's not the only way, but it's the way that I feel fulfilled in myself and just my everyday life. It's like I have to be doing something that's either creative, thought-provoking, or any of that. But yeah, that's how I feel, you know. And I feel like we're all multi-dimensional people. I feel like we should never put ourselves in a box. We should never just do one thing, because we have a long life ahead of us, and it's really up to us to try different things and see what we like and what we don't like. It's fun. That makes life fun. Whenever I feel like I'm getting in a box, I just do something else. That's just things I do. I don't really like labels. Like me do everything. You know what I mean? I love talking to y'all. I love doing this show, and I feel like I had to say a lot because I was gone for 2 weeks, and having a little 10-minute episode just wouldn't have been it. You know what I mean? But thank y'all for being here. Call your peoples, you know what I'm saying? Pick up the phone and call people. Stop texting all crazy. Just call people. That's my new thing. If we ain't talking a while, I'm just pulling up with the FaceTime. I'm just pulling up. But I love y'all. Rate and subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. Leave a review. You know, whatever you feel, your honest impression about the show, just say it. You know what I mean? Give me feedback. I love the feedback. And follow me on Twitter and IG at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. Today will be amazing. Tell somebody new. I appreciate you all, you know what I mean? And the universe source mentally. All right, peace. Hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I hope y'all feeling good when I turned this on. I hope y'all had an amazing week and an amazing weekend. It is now Monday morning, 7:35 a.m. in the morning. I'm feeling pretty good. I slept in today. I just needed it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to fight it. I snoozed my alarm. That's just the way that this Monday went. But I feel really good, and that's all it is. I had a very productive weekend. It was nice. The sun was shining in Delaware. I appreciate that. Finally, it was looking like spring. So I decided to, go for a little walk/run. I tried to run for 15 minutes. I could not do it. I'm just like, yo, I'm really not in shape. I'm looking at January, February, March, and it's like I'm steadily going up in my workouts according to my watch, but it was like I ain't work out at all. So the next time I speak about working out, I will be like, y'all, I'm back. I'm doing pretty good. But I couldn't run for more than 2 minutes, you know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm at right now. So I'm happy that they put Wiz Khalifa's Taylor Authorized tape on the streaming platforms. That's one of my favorite tapes of his, for real. I think it's his best, but Cushion OJ opened the door for him and it led him to this tape. So I can't really say that this tape is better than Cushion OJ, but Taylor Authorized, I love this tape for its transitions, the skits, especially the skits. It was perfect, you know what I mean? The hooks, the beats, all of that. And when it comes to being a creative, I know we like to be better than what we put out beforehand, and everything else is like me versus me. But I feel like as a creative and as a person going through life, we shouldn't really versus each other. We should just embrace every stage that we at, because the times previous to it leads us to this new us. And I feel like every stage of us is very important. I want to talk a little bit about the NBA playoffs. The playoffs is looking good. LeBron is playing. I know he feels salty about that. But I mean, that's kind of like what he needs. Sometimes you ain't going to make the playoffs. I remember when I got cut from the AAU team one time, it lit a fire in me. It was like, yo, I never want to feel this again. I think it was in I don't know what grade I was in, but I remember that feeling of getting cut. And I remember Michael Jordan getting cut. The greats going to get cut. Y'all not going to make it every time, because it's like sometimes you got to prove to yourself that you are great. And sometimes you're a little whack. And you gotta get on your shit. But back to the playoffs. The Sixers are currently 3-2. The Raptors is starting to come back. We just need to get them out of here, because we have bigger fish to fry. It's bigger opponents. It's better teams that's in the playoffs, like the Boston Celtics. They looking really nice. They are doing the Nets crazy out here. They got people questioning the Kevin Durant's legacy, and they saying that he can't win without Curry, and he probably can't win without Curry. You know what I mean? He probably can't. But I feel like it's just hard out here, man. It's hard. But I think the Sixers, we gonna get past them easily. I don't know who the MVP is, either Embiid or Joker. You can't deny that Joker got some numbers and he put the team on his back. That's what it is. Most valuable player, you're the most valuable to your team. Although the Sixers wouldn't win like that without Embiid either. But I don't know, man. We gonna see who gonna be the king, because it only could be one king. Back to the Boston real quick. I really love Jaylen Brown for what he said. He was like, anybody can get it. And I love trash talking in basketball. It's needed. Like, what you mean? I want to shout out Bones Highland of the Denver Nuggets. He from Delaware, and he put this move on Klay Thompson. He had him on skates, and he took him to the hole. And he was talking that shit after. He was like, he can't guard me. He can't guard me. And you can see that fire in him. If you ain't paying attention to him, get hit, because he gonna be something special in the NBA. And I'm saying this right now. He a rookie. He ain't do enough to be rookie of the year, but he helped his team win in big games, and that's what counts. So they gonna be on him. He gonna be a great sophomore next year. And I'm happy that they got a dub. I'm happy that they didn't get swept. You know what I'm saying? You gotta win in front of your fans. You know what I mean? You can't lose every single game. That's why I want to talk about social media in this sports era. It's really whack that You got people on the internet that probably never played basketball, and if they played, they probably never was good, and they just talking shit to you. I don't know how I would feel about that. Like, so if I was a basketball player, I probably wouldn't even have social media during the season. I'll probably log in the summer while we chilling and just catch up. And I have a page for sure, because you gotta have a page, but I wouldn't be on there heavy. Some people probably use it to their fuel. But honestly, I don't want to play with that much pressure, because that also can break your game down. And that's whack too. Freedom of speech, I know. People gonna say whatever. You gotta be strong enough. But it's just crazy. I want to shout out our bodies for the ability to heal. I believe inside of our bodies, it's a whole world in there. And I really feel like we need another Osmosis Jones. If we don't get Osmosis Jones again, I mean, that movie was perfect to me. But maybe they need another series or another variation of that movie. Somebody out there hear me. Talk to animation people, directors, voiceovers. Y'all can get me to do a voiceover. I would gladly do it for a small fee or a big fee, whatever the duration of the movie gonna be. But I really think they need more movies about what's going on inside our bodies. I think that would be a good thing, I honestly feel like they should show that in schools. I mean, we cannot depend on the schools to teach our kids everything. So parents out there, please show your kids Osmosis Jones. Maybe this will inspire them to eat great foods, because it's a whole world in there, you know what I mean? And that's kind of like why I've been chilling this year. This part of the year I did the less of anything. I just been completely sober and really focused. It's like, I'm 32 now. This is my last month being 32. It's kind of bittersweet, but at the same time, I feel happy to get older. I'm going to name this episode Close Up. And the reason why I turned on this mic, I want to talk about a conversation that I had on Easter. It was my friend Koya's birthday. And I woke up that morning, I'm like, I kind of want to enjoy the rest of this day and just cook and relax and maybe write a little bit. And yeah, so I had called Koya. I knew it was her birthday. She didn't pick up the phone, but I had called her brother, because, we tight like that. I was like, yo, what y'all doing today? They was like, we chilling. I'm about to open up this bottle of rosé. I was like, oh, all right. So it was like around 12, 11. And mind you, I had to look crazy for a liquor store. I'm like, yo, I want to have some mimosas. I want to cook. I want to chill. I was like, yo, come over like around 1:30ish too. And they was like, all right, I'll be over there. So, we chilling. I love cooking for people. It's like, it's a part of my love language. And it's like me giving love. That's how I look at it. I cooked them a nice meal. I had sauteed some broccoli and carrots. I had roasted some potatoes, chopped up some chicken, grilled it a little bit, and I made some cilantro rice. You gotta add the cilantro to the rice. We ate, we played spades a little bit. I invited my brother to come over, and then we was just chilling, watching Bel Air. Shout out to that show. I really enjoyed that show. I think it's a little cheesy a little bit, but the main actor who played Will was really good in it. Uncle Phil. I think the whole cast was beautiful, They kind of like reversed the roles. They made the mom brown skin and the daughter Hillary brown skin. Hillary had more flavor in it. She wasn't as like an airhead, so I appreciate that. I think it was a great show, and I'm looking forward to season 2. So back to Easter dinner. So I was having a conversation with Khalif. It was a nice conversation. And we were talking about, like, I don't want to get too personal, but we were talking about like love languages and stuff like that. And I want to talk about, like, do our parents really know our love language, and do our parents even ask about it? Because I know my parents never asked about what my love language is. I mean, I can't remember if they did, you know what I mean? But back to the conversation. So, we was talking and stuff, just talking about whatever, just talking about love languages and stuff. I gave him a couple hugs, and he was like, damn, I'm feeling a little emotional. Me's chill. And I was like, damn, like, I'm feeling emotional too. So I was thinking about, like, maybe in that exchange of energy, maybe that's what we lack. And he also was like, yeah, like, I ain't really get that much affection from, my parents like that. And I'm just like, yo, they really are first teachers, because I feel the same way. Like, I don't really give my parents enough hugs like that. And I kind of like feel crazy for saying this on air, but I'm just trying to be real with y'all. And I feel like maybe us feeling this way or going through this conversation, maybe we lack touch. You know what I'm saying? So like now when I'm in things, I like to give more hugs. I feel like we really need to ask our children. I mean, I don't have any children, but just ask people what they enjoy, like what is love to them, and what kind of love that they need. I feel like that's a very important question to ask, and I feel like it will help. You know what I mean? And I also was talking to him, I was like, yo, I know we probably lack this from our parents, but we create ourselves, we design ourselves, and maybe what we lack, we can give more. And I was like, yo, just hug your mom some more. Maybe she'll, you know what I mean? Like, just do it. It's like, we can always change the way our lives is going, you know what I mean? Like, maybe we need to give more hugs and be softer. And it was a really good conversation. I really enjoyed that conversation. Yeah, just talk to the kids, y'all. I think I'm going to say that every show. Tell the kids they could do anything. Give them love. I know a couple parents, and I really like how they are raising their children. I really think it's beautiful to see. But that's all I have for this special Tuesday drop. I appreciate everybody listening. I appreciate everyone who turned this on and told somebody new about Today Will Be Amazing. I hope the rest of the day is good for you, no matter if you listen to in the morning or at night. I hope it was something to grab from this episode. And rate us and subscribe on Apple Podcast app. Rate us on Spotify. Follow us on Spotify. Just send this to somebody new. Let's just keep spreading the word. I love doing this show. I love y'all. Follow me on Instagram, Twitter at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. I've got my show that I'm doing with interviews and stuff. It's back. What are your thoughts on? It's like a little interview series that I'm working on. I started it back in 2019, and I'm really going to go full throttle with this. So if I'm ever in your city, I'm going to have my camera on me. We going to interview. If you want to be on it, I want to shoot with over 200 people this year. And yeah, we going to spread this brand. I want to talk to the people. I want to tap into the minds of regular citizens walking every single day. And that's all I got. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy that I turned the mic on today. I have a very special episode. We're going to get into that in a few. If this is your first episode that you ever heard, thank you for turning this on. And I'm glad to whoever sent this to you, or if you saw me in the streets and you was like, yo, Meese, what's your podcast? Thanks for asking me. And I hope you're enjoying it. But to say all that, I had like a pretty social week, honestly. My cousin, Alicia, shout out to her and her birthday. She turned a big 4-0. She still looked like she in her 20s, so that's good. And she had like a party bus, and this was my very first time being on a party bus. This was my first time partying with my pops and my brother at the same damn time. It felt good, so Molly was like, yo, let me be on the aux. And I feel like that's one of my love languages. If I'm in control of the music, I love seeing people reaction to the songs, and I love listening to the music and then trying to figure out what to play after this, and then just to see people reaction after. I get joy out of that. But back to the day. So she had like a party bus from Philly to Jersey. So we was just on the bus, sipping champagne, whatever was in the cooler. Molly was like the bartender. He was just popping the bottles open. My cousin was just dancing. It was just a nice time. And we were heading to New Jersey to do to play Top Golf, and that was my first time ever playing Top Golf. I thought it was cool. It was a nice little experience. Cinco de Mayo just passed. Black people, do we got a problem? Are we drinking on every holiday that's filled with drinks? Do we have a problem? That's all I'm going to say about it. Do we have a problem? If you listen to this, you say yes. You listen to this, you say no. Whatever the answer is, you're right. Whatever the answer is, you're right. But I'm going to get into the episode. The name of this episode is called The Art of Releasing. This is my favorite time of the year. We are getting a lot of rain. The trees are starting to grow. They are getting back what they lost, you know what I'm saying? Or it's just brand new, The trees always releasing every winter. By this time, we probably got some new goals. It's damn near the middle of the year. We probably ended some relationships we no longer needed. Some of us is probably graduating college. So shout out to everybody who are having the year that they want to have, and they are feeling empowered in this year. I really love that. I want to talk about, so look, we know COVID is it's kind of gone. The whole scariness is diminishing. But I still feel a little hesitant when a stranger hold the door for me. Cause I mean, I ain't always got my mask on. I try to have my mask on when I'm working, cause I be moving and shaking with people in my car. So I always got a mask on then. But when I'm going into stores sometimes, I just don't wear it. I still wear it in the mall, but just random stuff, I won't wear it. And I'm slowly trying to break out of that COVID shell that I was in. I mean, I'm still moving cautious because I feel like COVID is still here, but the virus definitely changed us as people. You know what I'm saying? Just the fact that we even gotta move with caution and all that. But I mean, it is what it is. We made it through. We are all pandemic survivors. Shout out to everybody who made it, you know. I still can't see myself going to a music festival. I don't know when I'm gonna ever try to go to one of those, but it's way too much people and I'm still thinking like, nah, this shit a little crazy. But anyway, the art of releasing. Over the last 4 or 5 months, I had to release a lot of things. I know the feeling of having too much on your plate, grabbing things and still having things that I used to have on top of it. So it's just like I have all of this stuff and I had to release the old me. I had to release like parts of my life that no longer. I had to release people that shouldn't have been here. I had to release just the feeling of just having too much and just the feeling of knowing that I have too much and the feeling of knowing that I'm the one that's keeping a friendship or a relationship alive. If we hold on to everything, I look at it like this. Say we're carrying groceries and we got all of these groceries in our hand and we just trying to do way too much. I know it's dudes out there that be trying to carry everything in one trip, and more power to you if that's what you can do. I look at it like we carrying all these stuff. We got all these groceries, right? And we just keep adding and adding and adding and adding. I look at it like, y'all remember on Home Alone when he had all this stuff and everything fell out the bag? That's how I look at life now. It's like carrying too much. Something going to slip out and it's going to make everything fall. You could literally lose everything. And these days, I'm not trying to lose everything. You know what I'm saying? It's an amount of peace knowing how much you can carry, you know what I'm saying, and the right amount on your plate. Because I mean, growing up, my mom used to always say, your eyes is bigger than your stomach. And like, I understand that metaphor completely. I ain't understand before because I mean, we was going to them buffets a lot and I'm looking like, yeah, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want that. And it's like, you wasting a lot of food, putting too much on there. So yeah, like I said, and with that, when it pertains to life, we probably wasted too much time trying to do so many things at once. You know what I mean? I was listening to something the other day and it was like, we already are who we want to be, right? This is the body we're going to have until we gone. So we already are who we want to be. We just have to get on that frequency. And I fully understand that completely because who I want to be organized. I want to have multiple streams of income that's consistent. And it's like, I already know I can do it. Everything's obtainable. It's just about me getting there and me being the person that I need to be to get it. So yeah, that's all I gotta say about that. One more topic. So I had a conversation with this woman the other day. She got into my car. It was like 5 a.m. and I could still smell the alcohol on her breath a little bit. She was a white lady and she was a little bit younger than me because she obviously asked my age and stuff. And she was like, yeah, I'm 28, da-da-da. I could smell my potatoes in the oven. I think I might gotta go check on them. All right, hold on. I'm gonna resume the story after this and I'm gonna keep all this in there. So she got in my car and, all right, real quick, she canceled on me the first time and I still just continued the route and I got her again. So when she got in the car, I could tell she looked it was a little off, you know? Like she thought she was gonna get a new driver. Like, girl, it's the same me. It's still me. But yeah, so she got in the car and it was a little silent. You know, I always introduce myself or, you know, say hi or whatever. And she was like, do you like basketball? I was like, yeah, I like basketball. And she was like, well, my best friend, she's like 6 foot and she loves basketball. I was going to have this big party for her and she don't want to have a party no more. And I feel like she was mad that her best friend ain't want to have a party. And I want to just say this side note, please do what people want for their birthday. If they don't want to do this, just let them have their day how they want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's going to save a lot of people time and it's going to have the birthday person to be grateful for what they want to do on their birthday. It's their birthday. But anyway, I was like, yeah, that's cool. Get her a basketball hoop. If that's what she want, get her what she want. And then she was just looking at, she was like, where do you think I should get them? I was like, maybe Amazon or Dick's or whatever, one of those sporting goods type places. And she was looking online. They was like $300, $400. She was like, damn, like I want to get this for her. I really, really want to get this for her. But she was like, sometimes people don't treat my birthday the way that I treat theirs. And I could feel that she's a giver, but she also gives to receive. And she kind of was like complaining a little bit, and she felt like depleted from always giving because she felt like she don't get that energy in return. And I feel like when you feel that way about giving so much, you should really dial back a little bit and just see who's going to give to you if that's what you want, or just tell people how you really feel about that. To me, a little bit, it sounds like she only gives to receive. And I feel like most of us strive to be good people, but we must release the bondage of thinking in order for us to be good people, we have to give everything we have. And I kind of was just like, maybe you need to chill a little bit. And I think she just needed somebody to talk to, and just vent. And I was giving her the best advice that I can give her. I just was like, sometimes people give till there's nothing left, and then they start feeling resentful to the people they love because it's like, damn, you're not giving me that same energy. But it's just like, you're the one that's giving, and you are the one that's making yourself empty because you're giving so much. I feel as though as people, we should just give people as much as we can handle, most importantly, you know what I'm saying? And that's all I really gotta say. I love y'all. Subscribe, rate us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all of the platforms. Rate us. I keep saying us, but it's just me. But I feel like we are all on this journey, so I always say us. So shout out to everyone listening. Please send this to somebody new. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to turn on the mic. I'm happy to see my computer and my mic is sounding perfect. Damn, it's been a minute. It's been a while. And I'm not gonna apologize for being away for a while because real life happens and you gotta deal with things. You gotta, I've been dealing with a lot, you know what I mean? Like over the last, month and a half or something like that. It probably been like 60 something days since I recorded. I'm just a counter. I'm always counting. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great today. I slept in. Damn, I've been up to so much. I don't even know where to start. I'm gonna just start at my birthday. My birthday was beautiful. I went to a comedy show with Layla. We had fun. I went to see King Botch. If you follow me on Instagram, you'll see the whole thing. My Instagram is at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. And we had a good time. That was my first comedy show ever. I kind of want to keep going to them because I love laughing in real life other than watching someone on YouTube and laughing on my couch and everything. It's like I want to hear other laughs. You know what I'm saying? It definitely feel like when you at a comedy show, it feel like 90s comic view. Like even if the venue is small or big, it just feels, it has a nice nostalgia to it. So if you've never been to a comedy show, please go. The world is changing and I'm changing with it. It's like, honestly, being prepared is not enough anymore. We need to be ahead these days because we don't know what's going to happen. We really don't know. And I want to say something just so this is out in the world. If you're a person and you want to leave your mark or get out here, just remember the sun shines on every town, every person, every city is shining on you. So what I want to say is everyone matters. Never forget your supporters, the people who was there from the start. And that's going to tie into what I want to talk about during this episode. Just remember why you're doing something. Don't get caught up doing it because people love it and they want to just see you keep doing it. Do it for you. You know what I mean? Feed yourself, fulfill yourself with it. Don't do things just because people love it or they love receiving this gift from you. Only do things if you love giving the gift. And that's all I really gotta say about that. And I want to talk about a old episode real quick. the Blueprint Matters episode, and how I mentioned Chris Brown. A lot of people have been comparing him to Michael Jackson, and he never really said anything about it. But recently, he said something about it. He was like, and this is his exact words or some of them. Chris Brown said, "That's cap. Without him, I wouldn't even be able to sing a song if that man didn't exist." And I'm so glad that he said that, because the people before us, they set the blueprint. We cannot say that we are better than the blueprint, because without them, we wouldn't have anything to follow. As far as like, if you're a doctor, right? You study being a doctor your whole life, and you come up with new ways to cure people. And the new doctors, they're going to follow that way. And if they may build on that, they're going to, you know what I mean? They build off of you. So really, we all need the blueprint, and we need to show more respect to the blueprint, because it's just crazy. Like, come on, how can you be better than someone that you follow? It makes no sense. And I'm tired of that. So it's like, we are a mixture of our influences and us. So just leave it at that. I could never say that I'm better than Spike Lee when I start directing my films. I could never say that I'm better than Issa Rae. You know what I mean? And because these people that I watch, you know what I mean, and I learn from, and I enjoyed their journey as a creative director. And that's just what it is. So I turned on the mic today to talk about something that I heard in an old podcast that I listened to just get me grounded, you know what I mean? Because he basically just go over tips all the time. And I just want to share this with y'all. I'm going to name this episode, There's 80, 10, 10 in life. And basically it's a principle. It says 10% of people will dislike what you do, and you can't change them.
I can't please everybody. No, I can't please everybody. Wait, you can't please everybody. No, I can't please everybody.
That 10% that do not like you is very important to the rest of the 90, because you use this to deliver yourself of being a people pleaser. You know what I'm saying? And recognize criticism for what it is. And criticism is not facts. That's just the way that they see things, and way where, I mean, they're not going to like you anyway. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind. For instance, people who do not like Drake, they're definitely not going to like the new tape. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. And then the other 10%, people will love you no matter what, and you can't fail them. These people will always be around. They are your quote unquote cheerleaders. They'll walk through every door with you, you know what I mean? And be aware of the fact that this can be dangerous, you know what I'm saying, if you stay in the praise, you know what I mean? Okay, you drop this, you drop that, you wear this. It's people that are always going to love every single thing that you do, but do not stay in the praise. And I bring this back to my life and stuff. I try not to stay in the praise, because even when I first started doing music videos, and everyone would be like, yeah, this one good, this one good. And I love to see the feedback, you know what I mean? I always took that with me, like, okay, I just started, people being nice, but they also think it's good. I think it's good. I let the praise motivate me to keep getting better, because it's like, if I drop something else, I want these people to say that this is good and say that this is better. You know what I mean? I always strive to be better than good, but it's times where I would let praise just be there all the time. And like in anything in life, you need balance. Just don't be blinded by that 10%. That's all I'm going to say. We're going to talk about the 80. The 80% is about serving others well. So this don't got nothing to do with the 10% that don't like you, the 10% that do like you. This area is neutral. They are impressionable. Your character, integrity, heart is to serve them will move them into either the 10% that don't like you, or move them into the 10% that do. This area of people is all about your actions. You know what I mean? It's like, these are people that could like you. The people that's always watching you and never say nothing, they are in the 80. But if you keep going, sooner or later, they're going to say something. You know what I mean? And for the last part of the show, I want to talk about Kendrick Lamar's album. And I was so happy when this dropped, because y'all, everybody know he one of my favorite artists. He a Gemini. You know, I always really stick close to the Geminis, because I feel like I can relate to them, especially how our emotions and passion, sometimes it be all over the place, but we mean well. And, You know what I mean? It is what it is. You can love us or hate us. I want to talk about Kendrick Lamar's awareness and how he presents himself to the world. For one, I want to talk about the cover. I love the cover. The cover wasn't him and his family in some royalty or covered in gold or, you know what I mean? It was him, his 2 babies, and his girl in a busted apartment. And not to say that all of us is living in a busted apartment or that's the only thing that he had to do to relate to, but he kept it people. You know what I mean? He kept it everyday people. Like, I was here with y'all. And I love that, you know, because he always talk about his struggle and coming from Section 8 and all that. So he always keeps his stuff with the people. He don't flex on us. And I love that. And especially during these times, how you flexing on people when everybody money going to gas? You know what I'm saying? Like, I love that. Shout out to him for that. So I want to talk about the album a little bit. It's just about 2 months since this album dropped. I play my favorites from time to time, but the first time I heard the album, I was on my way to Virginia, and I had a long ride, about 5.5 to 6 hours. I let the whole thing rock, the whole 5.5 to 6 hours, because I really wanted to hear it different ways and just to grasp what he's trying to say. And he's saying a lot, but to me, it's just like a Black father album, because he is a Black man, and he's just talking about his struggles being a parent, his struggles being a son and having parents. It's a lot of reflective energy in this album, and I feel like nobody do it like him. Nobody go in depths like him, and I may be biased. I'm gonna admit that I may be biased, but I listen to a lot of music, and I don't see artists tapping into themselves the way that he do. He tapped into his mother's pain, his aunt being a lesbian or his cousin being trans. And it's like, who does that? You know what I mean? Nobody does that. He talk about his father suppressing his pain for the death of his mother. And it's like, why do we do that? I feel like Black men need an outlet, and we should be more gentle when people are going through things and really be there. Don't just ask somebody if they cool or if they good. They probably gonna say yes, and most times they're lying. Everybody be lying. We don't be good. So that's how I hear this album. Like, Kendrick got on the album, he got in a hook. He says, "I'm stressed out." Like, Kendrick is a millionaire, you know what I mean? And he's still stressed out. And it's like, that type of like display just shows us it doesn't matter the amount of money you have. We are all human and we all feel things. And I feel like he just makes that important. It's a beautiful album. It's not an album that you can listen to all the time, but when you do listen to it, it's going to hit you. And I cried during the Mother I Super song. That was a very touching song, and I can't really listen to that all the time, you know what I mean? But it's a very layered album, and I love it. And what the album reminds me of, to me, it's called Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. To me, the album is like a play. When I'm listening to it, it sounds like a play to me. And every song that ends, the curtain closes. And then, you know, he got the steppers on there, and that just gives me like college vibes. And I just see Kendrick with a microphone. I see his choir. He has a lot of background noises and voices, and I just see him, a choir, steppers, stage, the curtain. I see it all when I hear this album. So to me, it sounds like theater. He made a rap album that sounds like theater. I don't know, but that's just how I heard it. And it's a very, very vivid message. It's beautiful. But that's all I really got to say about the Kendrick album. I love y'all. This is the end of the show. Thanks for listening. Thanks for turning this on. I know I've been away for a while. Follow us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, wherever you go to hear podcasts. I'm there. Type in "Today Will Be Amazing." Rate me and subscribe. I want to say for the last part, rest in peace to my friend Amanda. It was always a pleasure seeing her whenever we would run into each other randomly at maybe the $3 bar or anywhere, it was always like, yo, what's up, Mies? Like, how you been? You know, it was like, yo, what's up? How you doing? Like, how you been? It was always like one of them, but it was always love. And I just remember like times where she would come over my crib for a little bit, because I mean, the palace, everyone who's a creative have been through the palace. But anyway, when we would hang out, she would show me her artwork, and I don't know if how many people knew this, because she didn't really broadcast it like that, but she could really draw, and I always admire her. I always admire people that can really draw, because like, how can you look at something and just draw it perfectly? Like, that's such a beautiful talent. And I just want to say I appreciate her existence, and I hope her son is like covered with so much love. And yeah, man, that's all I gotta say. I don't want to get emotional on the mic, but yeah, I hope she's resting in peace. I hope she's in God's hands. That's all. And it's crazy that I'm saying this, because Kendrick started his album talking about grief. You know what I mean? And we all going through grief, and we all cover it with our vices. Some of us cover it in a healthy way, and I think the healthy way is the more way to go. But anyway, people want to do it. Do how you do. But if you're not okay, just add more grace to yourself. You know what I mean? And take your time, one day at a time. But that's all I'm gonna say. I love y'all. Thanks for listening. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today will be amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm happy to be here, back on the mic. We are in September now. I done probably dropped one episode this whole summer, so I want to apologize for going away. That's crazy, but I appreciate all the listeners, the new listeners, people that randomly hit me up that be like, hey, I done binged a couple of your episodes. I finally caught up. It's really, really good. I appreciate all of that. I'm going to talk about what I've been up to. I went to the Oktoberfest out here in Delaware. It's like a carnival, beer, kids and stuff like that, prizes, you know, the usual carnival stuff, but it's mostly based around beer, and for beer companies to advertise themselves and get new customers and stuff like that. So I feel like I went here a long time ago, and I was working earlier that day that I went. This was like a week and a half ago, and I'm like, I'm tired of this. Like, I'm tired of getting up, working, and going home, watching Netflix, working, getting up, going home. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, yo, I need to do something that I wouldn't usually do, that I don't even care if nobody goes with me, because I hit my homegirl tired to go with me. She was like, I want to go to the mall. So I'm just like, girl, I'm going. All right, so got dressed, grabbed my camera. I'm like, I'm going to just take pictures today. It's something I could do to be less awkward. And I'm like, I'm going to just take my camera with me. If I'm walking around taking pictures, I don't have to worry about conversing with anybody, and people might just come up to me, especially if I'm just around taking a picture. So I just thought of it like, let me make this a purpose thing. I might get some nice photos, some nice family time, just to make Delaware look good for just through my eye real quick. You know, so I just tried it out, and it was a nice day. I'm really glad that I went. So as I'm walking into it, because like, you gotta park at least like a mile away. So I parked my car across this big old street, and I'm just walking across, and then I'm just like, all right, I got my camera with me. I'm good. I'm about to go in, and I'm about to enjoy myself. You feel me? So I'm walking down, and this white girl, she started talking to me. She was like, make sure you drink a lot of beer. And I'm just like, hey, I was like, I'm not really a beer drinker, but hopefully I could find me like a bourbon type of beer, because I had tried bourbon beer before. It kind of has like that coffee taste to it, and I kind of like it. So I was just like, I said that to her. She was like, girl, they got a lot of beers, and you could try this type of sausage they have. And honestly, these sausages look disgusting, so I didn't ever want to try that. I just wanted to get some beer, and that was it, you know what I'm saying, and randomly talk to people, or people come up to talk to me and stuff like that. So we walking in, and then we got to the front of it, and she knew the girl that was letting people in and taking the money and stuff. Yeah, she was like, yeah, she's with me. And then that was the last time I saw her. Like, we met at the door, and that was it. When you walk in, it's rods over here. You know, you got the kitty rods to the right, and then you got the prizes to the left. It literally was a circle. You go that way, you get the rods. You go this way, this is what the prizes. So I walked around for the little rods. I was just taking pictures and stuff. People, you know, laughing and stuff like that. And I was like, all right, I got some good photos so far. Let me go try a beer. Let me go see what the hype is about. Cause I see all these people walking around with these big old beer mugs. They're huge and people getting tore up, but it's like, it's a nice family event. But once you go into the beer part, everybody's sitting down. It was a lot of people. I didn't even know that this field was going to be this big with all these people, but it was packed. So, I went down there. I went to try a couple beers, and I was like, all right. And then I seen that they had these little sample cups. So I'm like, all right. I walked real quick. I saw this one beer. It was called Easy Plum, Easy Goes. And who makes this beer is the Midnight Oil Brewing Company. I never heard of this brewery until the Oktoberfest. I saw that the thing said plum something. I was like, can I try that? And he was like, yeah, sure. And he was like, who are you taking pictures for? Do you work for someone? Do you work for Delaware Online? I was just like, nah, I'm just a freelance photographer and I just wanted to capture the day. And he was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And he was like, can you take my picture? And I took his picture and I was just like, can I sample that beer? And he was like, sure. So he gave me this, filled up the little cup. I tried it. I was like, oh, this is really good. I ain't expected to taste like this. And it was not a bourbon at all. So after that, I was just like, okay, I want to buy a cup. All of this, I kind of posted the pictures on my Instagram. You could see 10 photos that I took this day. And so I tried to, walked around some more. So I had my beer with me and now I'm back around the rods. And then I just was taking more pictures and stuff. After a while, it was cool. So I was there dolo for like 2 hours. And then I'm like, all right, I think I'm about to go. As I was walking out, I saw my old high school coach daughter with her son. And she was just chilling. Like she was waiting for somebody. So I walk up to her. I'm like, hey, what's up, Shannon? What's up? She's like, oh my God, Jamisa, what's up? How are you doing? So we talking and stuff. So she's like, what are you doing now? And then I asked her what she was doing. And she's coaching with her dad. I'm like, where's your dad? He was like, she was like, I'm actually waiting for him right now. And I was like, oh, all right, cool. I'll wait with you. So I just saw her dad coming up and her mom. And I was like, oh, snap. And then, we just started talking a little bit. He was like, what's up, Jamisa? He was like, God, how old are you now? You look good. How old are you now? I guess like when you see people when they seen you as a child, it's like, yo, like years is really going by, but how old are you for real? I felt like it was one of them. Like, I was like, I'm 33 years old. He was like, wow. He's like, what are you doing? I'm just like, I'm a photographer. I still do my own freelance thing. And I also got another job that I do. And I was just here just taking some pictures, like wanting to capture the day. He was like, oh, good. He's like, you're leaving? I was like, yeah. But I was like, I'm actually about to go back in with y'all. Because I don't really feel like leaving and it's still daytime. Like, what I'm going to do? Go home and just be in the house? So I'm just like, whatever. So I'll go back in, we walking around, I'm talking with them. And I found out my high school coach is still coaching. Like, let me tell y'all a little bit about my coach, especially when we were kids. Coach Frill, man, he's a gentle guy, but when he's coaching, he be hot, especially at the refs. And I have a story, a reason why I turned on the mic, but I ain't even get to that, but I'm going to get to it. So yeah, like in real life, he a gentle guy, but I was like, so where you coaching at now? He was like, I'm still coaching. I was like, yeah, he coached here at St. Mark's. I think it's a private school out here. And he still coaches girl basketball. And do you still play basketball? I was like, yeah, I play here and there. A couple little jump shots when I want to not think about nothing. It just turns my brain off from the whole world. You know what I mean? So to me, basketball is like it's still a great form of therapy. You know what I mean? Just to silence your mind and stuff like that. And so, I was chilling with them for a little while. Then I started, walking around, being on my own thing. Then I started taking more pictures. Another person came up to me like, hey, what are you taking pictures for? And a couple other people still was asking me Delaware Online. I'm just thinking like, where is Delaware Online? They not even here. Like, they not even here. Like, they could have hired me to cover this event. I swear I was the only person out there with a nice DSLR camera. And I guess I looked like I worked for somebody. But it was a good time. It was a real good time. And yeah, I want to talk about why I turned the mic on today. This episode is called Coach Me's Point of View. So, in August, partially the reason why I wasn't really recording, it was just too much. Like, I started coaching girls basketball. So it's funny how I ran into my old coach a month later and we talk about the same thing. Today and tomorrow is so connected. Like, it's so connected. But so like a couple days, like the end of July, I'm gonna just run it down how I got to this. And it was so random. And it's crazy because back in April, I had made a tweet like, I wanna coach a basketball at least one time in my life. Like, I think I could coach it. I was a really, really good player. So I'm like, how hard can it be to coach? You know what I'm saying? And fast forward to July, I was hanging out with my friend India a couple days. And she was like, yeah, like I'm a sponsor in Czech Rock League. It's a league out here ran by Mar and a lot of his media people. This is their first year. They have a girls league. You know what I mean? They've been doing Czech Rock for like 7 years. So it's a big deal out here. You play for Czech Rock, you're a really good player, you know what I'm saying? So she was like, yeah, like I've been scouting these players. So she was sending me players' tapes and stuff like that. Like, shout out to India, because she really was like scouting and making sure that her team was nice, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that. Like, because they sent us a list of all the girls that were gonna play if they got picked or not, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, cool. So we looking around and our team was called Bitter Fox Studios because that's the name of India's brand. So if you need a wax, she's an esthetician. You need a wax, hit her up. Bitter Fox Studios is in Charlie Square in Wilmington, Delaware. So Mar ain't tell her that she was going to need a coach. So we go to the draft. We pick our players. We got exactly who we wanted. And she was like, damn, who going to be the coach? I'm like, I can be the coach. I mean, I never did it before, but I know the game of basketball, how hard could it be? And I was a little shy at first. And it was this one girl that was helping us with scout players too, and she actually know of the players, you know, because she's kind of more connected to the high school basketball, you know what I'm saying? So she had an ear to it more than us, because I don't really pay attention to girls basketball like that anymore. I do now because I done went through this experience to be a part of it now. So we pick our players. We get another coach, the girl that was helping us, her name Queen. Shout out to Queen. So it's 2 of us. We won our first game. You know what I mean? We blew them out. I want to shout out a couple of the players. Jessie Moses, Giselle, Gigi, Banks, Catherine, Sweets, Sanai. I kind of was like the person that was handling the books. Like every game I was writing in the girls' names and stuff like that. And I really enjoyed watching our team play. Like we really was good, you know what I mean? Even though we got knocked out in the first round, but it's all good. They were young. A lot of our players are in 8th grade. It was a lot of like seniors on the other teams and juniors and all that. And it's like, it was a beautiful experience. I must say, I love coaching, you know what I mean? It's exciting. It also makes me want to like get on the floor with the girls. Like I wish that I could play with some of them during some of these moments where we only had 5 girls, 6 girls. There was a couple games like that. Shout out to Raina too. She was on our squad too. The games that we lost, we only had 5 or 6 players, but they were close, you know what I'm saying? And it's all good, you know? We ended the season being 5-3, and we lost in the first round. So we had a pretty good season, you know. And I would say what I love about coaching, I love making substitutions and keeping our players fresh because it's 20-minute halves, and you want the players that produce the most to not be dead tired by the end of the game or to be dead tired in the middle of the game. It's like it's a science to having the right people in at the right time. We was pressing girls. We didn't really run no plays like that. And I think my next time I coach, whether it's summer league or whatever, I want to run some plays. But I really enjoy seeing what girls produce the best with each other because it's all about chemistry on a basketball court and who can keep scoring and who can also defend and who also can stop the other team from scoring, you know what I'm saying? So I love watching that unfold and everything. And you know what's crazy? Like, I had a whole speech to say to the girls, but it's always crazy how you think things are going to go versus how they really go. So I was thinking going into this before it was like, yo, the girls just show up and play. That's basically what Summer League is. But prior to doing this, I'm thinking we was going to have practice. We was going to draw up some plays. We was going to be a little bit more like organized with it. But it was more so coach and that's it. You know what I mean? You know, we had some nice presses. Like we had a nice squad for real. And I hope, I don't know if I will get another team or if India get another team next year or if I'm even going to be here, but I would get those same players again. You know what I mean? I would get all of them again. But let me tell you about my speech. This is the speech I thought I was going to have the opportunity to say to the girls, but it just wasn't the time. And especially, I kind of like envisioned like, like I had hit my boy Donnie up. I would say, yo, Donnie, like I'm about to be coaching. I want to know if I can use your inside gym. And he was just like, yo, Misa, I got a half court right now. I'm like, that's cool, you know? And then Mar was like, you ain't really gonna have time to practice with these girls, you know what I'm saying? So that's how it went. So, but if I had the opportunity to introduce myself in a format where it's just me, the team, and my other coaches with me, I was going to say, hello, everyone. My name is Jamisa Johnson. I played basketball for Christiana High School. I graduated in 2007. Basketball has been a part of my life since I was 6 years old. It's such a family sport, and I'm happy that you all are here. And I love that Czech Rock is doing this league. We are happy to have each and every one of y'all. I watched a few of y'all highlights, and it's beautiful to see that basketball is staying alive and striving in Delaware. Because what people don't know, Delaware is such a basketball state. But I'm going to pause it right there because I'm about to go on a little tangent. And I wish that the things that y'all have, I have. But this is not what I was going to say. But this is in my mind and I just got to throw it out there. I really wish the things that Mara is doing for the youth is what someone would have did for us at this level. Because like the technology and everything have, like these kids are going to be so good in the future. Like I really think that a couple of these girls off my team will definitely be in the WNBA if they keep going. You know what I'm saying? It's up to them if they still stay in love with it that long. But anyway, back to my speech. And I was like, being a woman baller is important because they try not to respect the game coming from a woman. And watching y'all take it serious. And I love that. Y'all are here because it fulfills y'all to some degree. And that's all you need. Having heart and passion on the court is everything. But what's most important is having fun. And with no more talking from me, let's ball. Who I thought I was. Oh, man. But yeah, that's what I was going to say. And we was going, run some drills and stuff. But we ain't really get to that. You know what I'm saying? It was just more so show up, play, make adjustments, and get the W. We had a few coach duties because Mara was telling us, don't let nobody take them jerseys home. So after every game, one of the jerseys will go home to a coach. We take them home, we wash them. And then, we hand out the jerseys soon as we arrive. And then, we'll talk in the huddle a little bit like, yo, this what we gonna do. This the defense we gonna do. And that was it. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, yo, play harder. But we had some generals on the team that kind of like, they had a lot to say during the huddles too. And I love that. Like, I really want these girls to go far. I want to insert some words from Dawn Staley.
I'm an odds beater. 1, I'm a woman. 2, I'm a black woman. 3, I grew up in poverty. To come to North Philly, I think it takes your breath away, both in a bad and good context. I lived in a housing project. There were row homes like around this circular field. We felt like because we lived in the row homes that we lived in the suburbs. I just remember as a child just being very competitive. We made baskets out of crates, just cut the bottom of the crate, nail it to a piece of wood, you got a backboard. My whole vision of happiness involved sports, involved competing. I do think my path to my success was divinely ordered. I mean, I had a faithful mother, I had a praying mother that, I don't think she prayed for these particular things, but I think she prayed for success and she prayed for it to be done the right way.
And I love that she mentioned the crate because that's really how Philly kids first started playing basketball back in the day. Damn, I feel like I sound old now, but back in the day, well, when I was a kid, it's a lot of basketball courts in Philly now. So shout out to that. I met Dawn Staley before. Me and my squad, I don't remember if it was AAU or if it was Christiana High School, but we had a nice visit when Dawn Staley was at Temple University. Once upon a time, I'm thinking like, I'm going to play for her. You know what I mean? I think I was in like 10th grade and I was going to be like, yo, I want to play for Dawn Staley, but that never happened in my basketball dreams. But let's talk about Dawn Staley's accomplishments as a coach. Dawn Staley, this is straight off of Google. Dawn Staley has gone on to lead South Carolina to 6 SEC regular season championships, 6 SEC tournament championships, 8 Sweet 16s, 4 Final Fours, and 2 NCAA Women's Basketball National Championships. On April 2nd, 2020, Staley became the first person to win the Namens Award as both a player and a coach. Shout out to Dawn Staley. Staley is on the short list of the greatest point guards in women's basketball history, but at just 51 years old, she is a coach with 537 career victories and 1 national title, and she is the first in the history of South Carolina's women's team. But the last thing I want to focus on, this is a long episode. I hope y'all still here listening. Commitment. Commitment is the state or an instance of being obligated or emotionally impelled, an agreement or a pledge to do something in the future. So really, what I want to commit to, I always focus on discipline, patience, and I feel like I always find a new word to cling to because I just be needing shit to do. But I want to really commit to what I got to get done because I got stuff on my whiteboard that I don't want to bring into 2023. So this is the time to tackle them, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's all I really got to say though. My commitment to self is to take everything I learned about life so far and apply it for the better and be committed to never stop learning. I think that's so important for myself and for whoever listening, and never stop learning. But yeah, I appreciate everybody listening. Rate us on Spotify, follow us on Apple Podcasts. Today will be amazing. Put somebody new on, you know what I mean? Follow me on Twitter and IG. I be on them sometimes. Sometimes I just delete the apps for weeks at a time because sometimes I don't want to see anything. And that's just how I gotta be. Like, I'm really like a hermit crab. Sometimes I just want to just hide. And I'm working on that. And I'm also working on being more consistent and just being committed. Like I said, thank y'all for listening. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today will be amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm feeling really good today. It is a Thursday. It's about 64 degrees, so it's that walking weather and read outside and not that many bugs gonna bother you. And that's what I've been doing lately, just reading. I was going through some things. I swear, every time I get on this mic, I tell you I've been going through some things, but who ain't going through some things? I'm gonna just embrace my trials and tribulations as just being a part of life, and everything ain't gonna be on the up and up. Sometimes you gotta be knocked down a little bit, humble yourself, and use that stepping stone to get back on your shit. So that's what I'm feeling. Lately, I've been hanging out with my mom more. So y'all remember an episode ago, I was talking about how I went to the Oktoberfest and I had found some breweries on my conquest, walking around all of them people with my camera, being a photographer as I am. I feel like I'm a part-time photographer. Like, you call me when you need me, I'm there. You may see me with my camera, you might not. You know what I'm saying? It always was a I feel like back in the day, it was a career path for me, and it's was like my soul, where I got most of my money from, you know what I'm saying? But like now, I feel like it's more so leaning into the hobby standpoint. I believe I'm really good at it, but I feel like it's something that will never leave me. Like I'ma always be a photographer, no matter what. If I do it as a career, it's always gonna be a hobby for me. It's always gonna be, I love it, you know what I'm saying? It's just something I love that I'ma always do. Like I'ma always be a person with the camera. So back to what I was saying about me and my mom. So we went to one of these breweries. We went to the Midnight Brewing Oil Company. It's in Newark, Delaware. It's so in the cut. Like you won't even know that it's a brewing company where people just sit around and drink beer. It looks like a warehouse. Like it's amongst all these warehouses so far in the cut. But anyway, we went there on a Friday, and I was like, all right, I was like, Mom, let's go get some beers. She not really a beer drinker, and neither am I, but once in a blue, I'm gonna find a beer that I like. So we go to the brewery. They got like $5 flights. You cannot beat trying 4 beers for $5. And they like 5 ounces, so it's enough, you know what I'm saying? It's enough for a full cup, you know what I mean? That's all I need. I don't need no more than 20 ounces of beer. So we had a flight. I had this beer called Your Mom. That was really good. It was like a raspberry-ish taste. The plum one again. And this one called Tropical Enigma. I think that's what it's called. And basically the description was like, it's like a champagne beer type. And to me, that was like top 2 out of the flight. And I think I love the Your Mom one more than the plum one, but to me they're all good. So we was there on a Friday, mad random. So we just chilling, we talking and stuff, and we kind of like the only black people there. It's probably about 25 people there, roughly, maybe like 15 to 18, something like that. Couple black people walking. We like, all right, cool. We start feeling a little bit more comfortable. But we had the beer, we was chilling, talking, and we see this guy. He come in. He ain't got no instruments or nothing. So he kind of like setting up over there, like in front of us, because we literally was right there at the door. You feel me? And this is important for later on in the story. He starts setting up, and he kind of get a little close to us. And I asked him, I'm like, what you about to do? Because my mom already peeped that. She was like, yeah, I think he gonna do comedy. And I'm like, how you know? She was like, just watch. And he came a little closer to us. And I'm like, excuse me, sir. What are you going to be doing up there? He said, I got a little comedy skit. I'm like, all right, cool. And I've been telling y'all how I've been enjoying comedy shows this year. So I'm like, all right, we going to stay. Mind you, we was getting hungry because we were there for like maybe, let's just say like 45 minutes, and we were starting to get hungry. But we was like, we just going to wait and see how this guy does on his comedy. I'm going to just say this. The man completely bombed it. Aww. I felt bad for him. Like, that secondhand embarrassment is real. Like, I felt so embarrassed. But I feel like with his comedy show, he set himself up for failure. I feel like being a comedian, this is just my eyes. I don't know too much. I don't know anything about being a comedian. I feel like I'm a funny person, but I cannot actually stand up in front of people and say some funny shit. It gotta be in a moment type of thing. But anyway, how he approached his set, it was like he automatically was not a confident person. And to me, I feel like to be a comedian, you up there, you standing up, you doing your thing. I feel like you gotta be confident. You have to be, because you are setting the tone for the audience. So as he was going through his set, he had talked to this guy in the front like, hey man, would you say that you are a confident man? And the guy was like, yeah, I think I'm pretty confident. And then he just went on the spill of how he's not confident. He started talking about his mom, and he did not get no laughs. And I felt so bad. And around, he was on for like 10 to 15 minutes, and we were just sitting there, everybody just looking at him. And he was just like, damn, it's kind of dead in here. And I'm just thinking to myself, nah, bro, it's you. It's you. We was all just laughing, having a good time, enjoying ourselves, and then you got up here. I don't like that about people that are performing in front of people. Don't say that the crowd is dead. You have our attention. Use it, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, as we were leaving, so my mom was hungry, I was hungry too. So she was like, we ordered some food, we left, and this black guy was like, damn, y'all leaving? I was about to go on next. And I'm just thinking like, you should have went on first. We probably would have laughed, but I haven't been back since, and I probably want to go again, but that was cool. It was a cool little Friday night. We was out for 2 hours, and I took my mom home, and then I went back to the crib. You feel me? I'm going to get into the reason why I turned on a mic today. This episode is called Freelance. And I want to talk about the word freelance real quick. Relating to or being a freelancer, independent, not sponsored by or affiliated with an organization or authority. Keyword is authority for me. So lately, I've been leaving my to-do list empty. It's been giving me a lot of freedom. And it's like, I know what I have to do every day, but I don't need my whiteboard to say it because I don't enjoy this anymore. Like when I was in school, I love having a list of things to do and just checking it off. It's like, okay, I feel accomplished as a high schooler or a middle schooler. But as I get older, me having a to-do list, I don't need that satisfaction anymore to check things off. It was giving me that overwhelming feeling. It was giving me that disappointment in myself. And it was giving me the lack of respect in myself, because if I worked for someone and they needed me to do something, I would get it done. So if for myself, I can't get my stuff done, I don't respect myself. And that's how I look at it. So as I take away the to-do list and follow my heart and my mind and the feel of my body, I don't have that feeling anymore. And it's been giving me a sense of freedom because I feel good just waking up. I have on my whiteboard right now, I have today's message: get money and create, projects, bills, and that's it. I don't have that day-to-day to-do list anymore. I want to work on being more human and not being a machine. I feel like following the to-do list every day gives me machine vibes. I can't live like that anymore. It doesn't make me feel good. And I know, like, being a entrepreneur, you gotta stay in order. You gotta make sure you on top of your game because a lot of things are riding on you. But I feel so free, and I want to keep that. I know this probably worked for me, and to do this probably work for everyone else or for you or whoever listening. Just do what works for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving y'all my perspective on how I feel about it. And I'm going to just say, like, I had this documentary that I was working on. I filmed most of this in like 2018, 2019. And I finally got the push that I needed to start putting it in order. I'm in a post-production state of it, right? And I got so much done without my whiteboard telling me, hey, work on it today. Hey, work on it this week. I just moved into that direction. I just moved in what I wanted to do with it. It just formed itself. So I feel like I'm getting way more done than having it on my list to say, hey, you need to get this done. It puts me in a state of being more present, you know what I mean? And not being a slave to having to get things done. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that I'm out here not being disciplined or anything. I'm very disciplined. It's actually making me more disciplined to not disappoint myself, because one little thing can really just deteriorate the day. So I kind of just I need to focus on what I can do it, and that's it. I don't need the extras. I said all that to say this. On a day-to-day basis, I'm not disappointing myself. But that's all I really gotta say. I appreciate y'all listening. Rate and subscribe on Apple Podcasts. Please leave a review. I ain't get a review in a while. You new here, leave a review. If you got space to leave a review, if you already left a review, I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Tell somebody new. Spotify, iHeartRadio, Player FM. I'm actually on Samsung. They got a podcast app. I'm on there too. I'm on everything. Google Podcasts, you can find me. Today will be amazing. I got some things dropping regarding this show. I appreciate everyone's patience. I appreciate everyone still turning this on. This is like my 12th episode. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to that number. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna put no boundaries on myself. But I'm gonna keep going. Trust and believe. But I love y'all, and remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm fresh out of nap. I'm feeling really good. I'm back getting up at 5 in the morning and getting on the road, and it feel amazing. I just been grinding, staying calm and steady. That's how I'm moving into the fall. It's been raining like crazy. It's been raining so much. My windshield wipers went from new to old. Like, is it fall or is it spring? Honestly, they kind of the same a little bit. But anyway, I just want to talk about this really quick. I have a challenge going on for October. It's basically draw something every day and exercise every day. It's probably going to be hard to exercise every day, but it's possible. It's a nice 7 of us. Got a little group chat going on and we share our drawings and positive words, and it's dope. Like, everybody got their own style of how they draw and stuff. So I think it's good to see that. And I basically started this because I wanted to start using my hands more and do something creative that's just fun and free from pressure. As I told y'all, I'm really looking for stuff that has no pressure. I just want to turn up creatively and produce more and cruise out this year. It's back cold. Well, not cold. Actually, it's not even cold for real. It feels good to crack your windows and a little brisk air come through. Like, this is my first time ever really embracing the fall. It's no bugs. And I feel good sitting in my car while the gas pumping. I mean, I gotta get out the car real quick because I don't want that joint to go over $25, but it still feel good, you feel me? I want to talk about something really, really quick. On my early commutes, when I'm doing my first shift, it's crazy. I be seeing kids, they be smacked in their phone. Like, they at the bus stop, straight looking down in their phone. And I'm thinking like, yo, like, when I was a kid, we was talking to our friends. Some people even brought a basketball at the bus stop, which was crazy because people was probably sleeping. It's like, yo, like, what are these phones doing to us socially? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're doing something to us. It's like, especially the kids, because they not experiencing the world how we experienced it. So I just be thinking like, what is going to come up this? We ain't going to be able to see it now until later. But I just hope that whoever listens to this and they got kids or whatever, just tell your kids just to be looking around. Like, have your head on the swivel still, because if y'all smacked in this phone, y'all can't even see what's going on. Because I be looking at them for like, just riding by. I'm like, this kid ain't look around once. And I don't know. That's crazy. Especially living in the city or in the burbs. You got to know your surroundings. And I feel like these phones are in the way. But whose fault is it? Is it our fault? They learn from watching us. Is it our fault? But rant over. I want to name this episode Art in Motion. This episode, I want to talk about filming and some shows I've been watching and what I took from the shows and stuff like that, and just want to talk about like appreciating art in motion. That's what I'm calling filmmaking these days, art in motion. So I often think about if I have a favorite director or just a style of stuff I like to look at or whatever. And to be honest, I don't think I have one favorite director. I have favorite people that do the stuff that I do, but I can't really say that I have the one favorite director. And I feel like having a wide range feel as in filmmaking in all these genres, it's really hard to have one or two favorites. I mean, I could easily name Spike Lee. I talked about him all the time. And it's like I haven't even seen that much of Spike Lee work. Probably saw about four films of his. So he can't really be my favorite. But the films that I did see of his, I really, really loved them, and I love what they stood for. He didn't need a lot of work to make an impact on me. You know what I'm saying? And as far as like with Issa Rae, she another one of the directors that I could say is one of my favorites, but not really. But I love her work. Insecure was incredible. And she still has a long way to go with stuff. You know what I'm saying? I think she's working on another show called Rap Shit. I haven't seen that yet. I'm gonna check it out eventually. I like when stuff build up. I don't like being on stuff when it's season 1, because then you gotta wait, and some things I need to build up. And yeah, so like and Jordan Peele. That's like the only 3 people that I can know of, and I feel like I don't even watch their stuff enough to be like they're really, really my all-time favorite directors. You feel me? I think I'm gonna start working on that. I think I need to have a favorite or a few favorites, or at least 10 favorite directors. Even some that aren't super, super mainstream, even some that's like freelancing like me, or people on the underground. It's so many film people out here, and it's this website. It's called shortoftheweek.com, and this is a website where it's a million different short films, documentaries, whatever on this website, and it's all from underground people, and people from here, they get discovered to go to Sundance, the film festivals and all that. This is how people get known. So I think I want to get my stuff on there eventually for sure. But yeah, that's my take on favorite directors. But let's get into the shows. So the first show I want to talk about is The Marked Heart. It's a show based in Colombia. It's in Spanish, but I watched it in English with the subtitles. Once you get through past episode 1, 2, you kind of get used to the voices. And my Spanish is not that good yet to be listening fully, to embrace the language, so I just can't. This show is based around the dangerous business of human trafficking for organs. And I never watched nothing on this before, so when I first turned it on, I read the little description, and the first episode, it got popping. I'm like, okay, I'm locked in. And as I keep watching it, the cliffhangers in this show will keep you locked in. A+ on the cliffhangers, because one night when I first started watching this show, it was like I started at 9 p.m., right? I stopped watching the show at 6 a.m. I watched the show all those hours. Like I was locked in. And I think it's like 15 episodes the first season, and they're gonna come out with a second season. So yeah, like I was glued. It has some thriller elements into it. The main girl, she's a photographer, and I can relate to that too. Like it's beautiful, you know what I'm saying? But I don't want to spoil anything, but it could be some spoilers in here, just a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But another show I want to talk about is called The Bear on Hulu. I finished it in like 2 days, I think, 2 or 3 days, and I love how authentic it is and the realistic layers it has within the cast, the dialogue. Everyone to me looks regular, you know what I'm saying? And lately about my favorite shows, or my favorite thing to watch about shows, is the dialogue and the character development. And the episodes are only 25 to 28 minutes, so you can run through them. And you really can't beat shows that get it done in 30 minutes. I think those are my favorite. As far as like with Working Moms, you could really run through Working Moms. That got a lot of seasons. All the episodes is under 30 minutes. Love 30-minute shows. Shout out to Netflix for that. Basically about the show Bear, it's about a chef. His name's Carmen, but they call him Bear. And he suddenly has to work at his family's sandwich spot. I'm not going to tell y'all why, because that's a crazy spoiler to reveal, and I'm not going to do that. So basically, he was a top chef. He was in magazines, top restaurants. He went to the best schools. So he know what he doing, and he's fancy with it. And there was one part of this show that I really, really love. It was intense, and his instructor was in his ear like this.
17 chefs. Why do you hire for ingredients? Do you like working with companies? Say yes, chef. Yes, chef. Can you handle this? Is it too much for you? Answer me like an I can handle it, chef.
Handle it, chef.
12, 10, 36. Don't fuck with my count.
Sorry, chef.
52,
13,
14.
29, chef.
Why are you serving broken sauces? Why? I get it. You have a short man's complex. You can barely reach over this fucking table, right? This is why you have the tattoos and your cool little scars and you go out and you take your smoke breaks. It's fun, isn't it? But here's the thing. You're terrible at this. You're no good at it. Go faster, motherfucker. Keep going faster. Why are you so slow? Why are you so fucking slow? Why? You think you're so tough? Yeah. Why don't you say this? Say yes, chef. I'm so tough.
Yes, chef, I'm so tough.
Say fucking yes, chef. I'm so tough.
Yes, chef, I'm so tough.
You are not tough. You are bullshit. You are talentless. Say fucking hands.
Hands?
You should be dead.
And hearing that, listening to his instructor do that, I would have been like, yo, I probably would have got mad, but that's something I need to work on. It's not let words bother me so much. But I had a thought with watching this. Do all words matter? Think about it. Do all words matter? Even the not so great ones, the ones that make us feel like shit. Maybe we need things to tell us that we ain't shit so we can work towards not being ain't shit. I don't know. That's a thought. But watching this, it kind of made Bear into the great chef that he is. It kind of was like, nah, I need to counter what you're saying to me. And it kind of like, watching this, I feel like the instructor, or I should say chef, wanted to rattle him a bit. Like, can you really handle this? Your chefs are messing up. Can you handle a kitchen? That part was very pivotal to me. It ties into his strength in a bit. Like, am I the one that can handle my family's restaurant? A character, like one of the supporting cast in the characters, a black girl in the show. Her name's Sydney. And she one of my favorite characters throughout the show. I probably only got like 2 favorite characters so far. And the reason why I love her, because she's young, she made her position known and she didn't back down. And I love the representation it has in that for her to play that role, because you young, you come into a kitchen with a bunch of old heads, they gonna look at you like you don't know what you doing. Like, I've been cooking longer than you have been alive. They gonna say stuff like that to you. So she held her own in the show and she made the kitchen better. And I love that, you know what I'm saying? And as far as like how it was shot, it was filmed so intimately, like a lot of close shots, a lot of eyes, very, very close on the food. And it reminded me of when I shot a couple chef tables, like probably like 7 to 8 years ago. I shot a couple chef tables. I was in the chef with my camera, so as I'm watching this, it kind of put me in that mind frame that, yo, like, I did something like this before. And I could put those in the descriptions too. They're kind of old, so this is how I was at that time. So don't judge too harshly. And hold on, let me tell y'all this. It's intense. The show is intense. That's all I'm going to say. It's intense. Just think about it. You in the kitchen. Chefs everywhere, knives, everybody got a position, it's loud, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to set the mood on how intense it's gonna be. But yeah, let me know if y'all watch it. Anybody check it out, drop comments below. You can hit me whenever, you know what I'm saying? It's all that. Last show I want to talk about. I was not trying to talk about this show, but I feel like I want to talk about it because a couple years ago I seen the show My Friend Dahmer. And I'm not talking about this show to put y'all on to watch it because I think everybody done seen it now. But I saw the movie My Friend Dahmer a couple years ago. It was weird, you know what I'm saying? They kind of like covered the basics, but Netflix did a deep dive. And that's why I watched it, because I wanted to see how Netflix was going to do it. And boy, did they do it. Like, the dude, what's his name? Evan Peters or Evan? He did his thing. He played the weirdo, but he got into character. And I hope him being this character doesn't damage him. But anyway, what I want to talk about when it comes to this show, it just shows like how a white man can just get away with anything. And I hate that about America. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how... For one, I want to talk about the judge. How you look at this man who was arrested for molestation of a minor, drugged them, Y'all knew all this. You look at him and say, look like you need to get another chance because you remind me of my grandson. It's like me watching this, it made me so mad. Like, it made me mad to watch this because he kept getting away and I just wanted him to get caught before he done kill everybody. And it's like, I already knew it was going to happen. I already seen it, already read about him years ago, already knew how it was going to end. But these series, they wrap you in. They gonna let you go through everything, you know what I'm saying? But those cops that also gave Dahmer the little kid, like, you could look at him and see that he at least 16. You know what I mean? If you don't got the young people eyes, you don't think. I just feel like the real Glenda should have just pulled that kid into her apartment, knowing that he came out of Dahmer's, but thinking the police is gonna help you. They don't help. They was terrible back then. Let's just say that. They're terrible now. Last thing I want to talk about this show, because I want to wrap it up with this show. Shout out to Niecy Nash. She did her thing in the series. And I love the way that they film the fear in her. Like, you can tell that she had to really, really get into character. And for one, like, I could not imagine living in an apartment next door to a killer and he was doing this shit like every other day. Like, I just was like, yo, when I was watching this, I'm like, yo, she needed to go get a gun and knock on his door and do something. But it's like, she was a 53-year-old woman in the 90s. She ain't doing that. But these days, those killings probably would get disruptive. You know what I'm saying? And the last film I want to talk about, oh, this is a long episode. I'm banging out these long episodes. So I want y'all to, let me know y'all enjoying them or whatever. And feedback is very important. I love the feedback. Rate and subscribe. You already know. Leave a review. The last thing I want to discuss is a movie. It's called The Help. And I never seen this until recently. And it frustrated me so bad. It made me feel like, damn, like, it made me think about, like, all of these black lives back then. They wasted their abilities on cleaning someone's house that don't even respect them. You know what I'm saying? Like, what could these black people be if that wasn't happening? If we could really venture out and had the resources and the love for being a human and just using that. But it don't even matter. We still prevail regardless. But back to the movie. They was cleaning houses for 97 cents an hour. Not even a full $1. Like, man, this shit be getting me tight. But anyway, the part that messed me up in this movie was when the white woman didn't want the black women to use their bathrooms. It's like, the black woman cleaned this bathroom, she take care of your kids, if she can't use it. And also, like, the authority figure that that white people had back then, like, when it's really mind-boggling and evil, because it's like, this is one scene I remember in the movie, right? Viola Davis and Olivia Spencer's in the movie, right? This is the part with them two. They in the kitchen. They was cracking jokes and busting jokes or whatever. And they was just like being themselves, real calm and relaxed. And I just noticed when I'm watching, I noticed their shoulders and everything and how relaxed they look around each other and just trying to have a good time and just use comedy to deal with what they got going on. As soon as they walk into a room with white people, they get super, super tense and, they gotta like change themselves. And I hate that even happened and that happened. And I feel like black people are starting to not really do that anymore because we're becoming business owners and we don't really gotta we came a long way, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's kind of like what I noticed about this, because it was definitely a movie from back in them times or whatever. And I don't know, I just feel grateful that it's not like that now, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about in this episode. I hope y'all enjoyed the episode. I enjoyed breaking down these shows, and I hope y'all find a favorite show in one of these, except for the Jeffrey Dahmer shit. Rate, subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, hit that 5-star, move me up, you know what I mean? I'm really trying to stay consistent again. I love y'all. Tell a friend. Please tell a friend about me. If they like listening to just one voice podcast, you can listen to me in the gym, anywhere, you know what I mean? Just chilling. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the listeners, especially the listeners that's like in countries that I never been. Like I have a few listeners in Canada. Shout out to that. I also see Germany on the in the stats, Spain, and I'm like, this is beautiful. Like the power of the internet is incredible. Shout out to all the places, man, that's listening to me from little old Delaware. But I'm gonna get out of here. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. I know you in there. I'm on your door like a Jehovah's Witness. Come outside real quick. So, do you want the good news or the bad news? The bad news is it's been a rough year for some of us. We went through some changes. You went through some changes. Your money went up and down. This inflation is beating our ass. Some of us even went from being able to pay our bills a month or two in advance to living month to month, or even week to week. Or even when the first hit, we got to come up with $400 by the 5th. Because, you know, I'm only paying my rent on the 5th. That's when they gonna get it. But you may have lost your job. You probably ain't even got the motivation that you used to have. And the things you used to do no longer fulfills you. You even could have lost someone that means a lot to you. Or you had to take a well-needed break from a person or two. We all needed a little isolation. I know that because I feel like I've been isolated all year. Your emotions and direction of your life could be all over the place. I just want to say that, like, it's all okay. I'm learning that experience and pain is all inevitable. But look at you. You still here. You are still here. And you see how I said all those things that could have went wrong? It's also some good news. It's a great amount of things that went right. Let me break it down for you real quick. Just breathe. I got you. You learned and you got pushed around a bit. In that fight, you found a new strength and determination that you didn't have before going through this, you know what I'm saying? And you found new ways to manage your money. Even if you're just holding on, you still making ends meet. The universe is teaching us to be more frugal. You probably started a new job and you love it, and now you're adjusting. And you found new ways to love yourself. That's most important. And now when you self-reflect, you're more gentle. You finally got that apology from a person you always wanted to hear. And new things bring you peace now. I went to church a couple months ago randomly, and what stood out to me, it was in the song. It was like, I will be content in every circumstance. Christ be magnified in me. I got some scars, but that's how you learn. Being a human is crazy sometimes. It's like we really got to do this every day until we can't no more, no matter how we feel. If we feel like shit, we still got to get up and do something about it. But now I try to find something to proliferate in every single day. And that word proliferate has the word life in it. And all of this that I said is a part of our life. You know what I mean? We got to just practice more gratitude and pray more. You know what I mean? Even when things are fine. And pray more when things are going not the way that we want them to. You know what I'm saying? That's when we call on that guidance. You know what I mean? I try to pray like at least 10 minutes a day, especially when I'm in the car. Every morning I say thank you, God, for waking me up. That's mainly the reason why I started Today Will Be Amazing. I've been saying it for years, and even when it isn't amazing, each day comes to an end, and we can start over if we are granted the opportunity. But that's all I got for now. Take care of yourself. And when you see me at this door again, don't be looking outside the window treating me like a Jehovah's Witness, alright? But I'm out. I love you. And remember, the universe works mentally. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Hello to my friends, my family, my supporters, the new listeners. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. This might be your very first episode that you listen to, and it's the very first episode of the year. I'm happy to be here talking to y'all. I feel good. My New Year's Eve was great. I learned the little bit of the ins and outs of blackjack, playing with them chips and all that. My boy Josh, he was a dealer all night. It felt good. I was playing with my brother. Shout out to my brother. And a couple of my friends came over and I cooked and it was great. It was everything I wanted it to be. Because I feel like the vibe of ending this year, everybody just wanted to just chill. And I was like, I asked a few people because honestly, nobody comes to my crib, you feel me? And it was the perfect amount of people, you know what I mean? And it was perfect. I really enjoyed my New Year's Eve. Nice and safe. So if everybody listening, I hope you brought it in safe and with people that love you. We gonna get right into it. I'm gonna name this episode Be Porous to the Unfamiliar. I was looking on an app that said this one day. It was on the CoStar app. And I was like, let me look this up because like, what does this really mean? And it really means porous. Having minute spaces or holes through which liquid or air may pass. And automatically, I see a sponge. Like automatically. So to me, be porous to the unfamiliar. It's like, absorb what's going on right now. Don't shove nothing down. Don't like dismiss it. Don't try to not let it affect you. So really I had to just sit still, and even though I'm in an unfamiliar spot, I'm gonna be okay if I just absorb what's going on around me. So that's kind of like what it meant. I needed to hear that. It was like a perfect moment, and it's been on my whiteboard for like 3 months. And it's like when you feel empty or you feel like your cup is damn near gone, be porous, you're letting things come into you. So it's like, okay, I started slowly filling up my cup again. You know what I mean? I started nurturing other parts of my life. I wanted to learn more and expand my mind in different ways. And you know what I mean? So I feel like that's what I've been doing. And it's kind of been working out for me. One amazing day at a time. It's my grandmom's birthday. So happy birthday to her and the New Year's babies. My mom's birthday is tomorrow. My grandma was like, when I was having your mom, I was trying to have her on the first, but she ended up coming out on the second. And which is good, you know what I mean? Y'all right next to each other. Y'all both get your own day. You know what I mean? Shout out to both of them and shout out to all the New Year's babies and New Year's Eve babies. So the last 3 months, I don't want to talk too heavy about last year, because y'all already know how I went. All those episodes before that was like summarizations of days I wanted to talk and lessons that I learned throughout the year. So dip back into them if this is your first episode that you listen to, and check me out, you know what I mean? So lately, I have been watching the process of screen printing. I had on my whiteboard for like the last 3 months to learn screen printing, but after seeing the ins and outs of it, it's so much. I thought I was about to hop into the screen printing business, not knowing how much resources I needed. So it's like, it goes back to an interview that I did with Sap. I asked him, what are your thoughts on being a business owner, right? And he was like, you know, he like everybody wanting to be a business owner, but also go into something, know what you're about to do before you hop into something. And I definitely did not know how much was into this. I used to watch like a couple YouTube videos and stuff, but nah. So now, which is what I want to say, I learned screen printing on my whiteboard. I didn't know that I was going to be filming the process of it. So it's kind of like I kind of manifested it in a little bit. And I love when stuff like that happens. Shout out to my boy Lonnie out of Risk Takers and the Commission Press. I got a collection dropping soon. I'm super, super excited about it. I'm itching to show a little preview to the world, but I'm not even going to do that. I just want to let the wave hit. And Which brings me to a couple of my thoughts last week. Like, are we obsessed with results? You know what I'm saying? Once we have a product or something that's finished, we want to just give it to the world right away. But what I realize is beauty in the preparation of giving what you want to give to the world. And I've been kind of just sitting and building and just preparing and not wanting to hop into something so quickly or okay, I got this done, I need to just put it out. It's like, no, I'm going to sit with it for a little while and keep building. So I feel like it's beauty in the preparation. And I love that. I didn't really have much to say this episode. I just wanted to let y'all know that I'm here. I wanted to say Happy New Year to y'all. I hope y'all brought it in good. I hope that you are feeling good about this year, because 2020 for me, it was rough. It was inspiring. I had to dig in. I had to pray to God for the strength. You know what I mean? I was like, yo, I want to feel good. Get me out of this. Get me out of what I'm in right now. Please. You know what I'm saying? And I feel fine. You know what I mean? I feel fine. I feel excited. And that's where I wanted to be starting the new year. So I appreciate everyone that was with me, I appreciate God steering me in the direction that got me to this point. And if you feel like last year ain't go to where you wanted to, just be happy about making it out. You know what I'm saying? Making it out. And a little thing that I also wrote on my whiteboard, I've been learning Creole. And I would say I know a little bit of Spanish. Well, more than a little bit, right? But learning Creole was kind of like opening doors. I feel like if you know 2 languages, the third one will be easy too. So I could say that I'm working on being super, super trilingual. That's a real goal of mine. And I'm like 54 days straight on Duolingo app, learning Creole and sharpening my skills in Spanish. I would say what it's done for me, I think it really improved my memory and just made me take time with stuff. You know what I'm saying? It kind of like I'm preparing myself. I'm going to put my YouTube channel in here. I've been dropping a lot of interviews. I really feel like I'm going in a great direction when it comes to my style of journalism. And I appreciate everyone's support. Everyone hit me up. They say that they love these. They can't wait for more to drop. And they only be like 1 to 4 minutes, so it's like building, you know what I mean? You could easily binge watch them, John. So they're on my Instagram. I post them to my Instagram first, and then a couple days later I post them to my YouTube. My YouTube channel is ITZMIS TV. It's Mies TV. So subscribe, put your notifications on, leave some comments, all of that, you know? Just really put your thoughts on these, because it's going pop. I'm trying to tell y'all, it's going pop. I hope today's amazing for you while you listen to this. I hope you have an amazing week, an amazing month. Follow me on Instagram, Twitter at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. Thanks for turning this on. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm always happy to be here and turn on this mic and talk to y'all. Thank you for turning this on. We are towards the ending of January. I know, already. Yes, life is moving at a fast rate. I don't know why it's doing this. I feel like, I don't know. I don't even have a thought on that. But I hope y'all having a good day when y'all turn this on. I'm going to talk about a couple things on this episode. I'm going to name this episode, It Absolutely Can Change You. And what I mean by that, not too long ago, I stumbled across a question. It said, can true love change you? And I guess love could change you, like platonic love a little bit, but true love, that's that, I don't know, like it's levels to the love, right? So I think when it says true love, to me, it reads the deep love, like the soulmate type, the love where if you ain't had this no more, you will be in total distraught. You'll be stressed out. You'll be sick to your stomach. That's the type of love I'm talking about. So, I want to talk about it a little bit or a lot. I don't matter. I don't know how far I can go because I feel like I've absolutely felt true love before. And I lost true love before. But I don't really think that I lost it, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like when someone give you love, it's yours to have. It's with you forever. So did you really lose it? You know what I'm saying? You may have lost the ability to talk to this person or have that closeness with them. But the love that they gave you is still there, especially if it was healthy. So let me go into it about why I feel it could change you. So you are attached to this person. They're filling your cup up, you're filling their cup up, vice versa, you know, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally. Y'all have became one. At this point, they are a part of you, you know, they are a part of your everyday. Your nervous system and your emotional systems are connected, right? So when you're in love, all of this plays a factor. Like if they do something that upsets you, you're going to really feel that, you know what I'm saying? No matter if y'all miles away, your decisions, your future, what you eat, everything for that moment that y'all are together, or it could be years, you know what I'm saying? And you really, really get used to them being there, you know what I mean? They're the reasons that you laugh, picking up your lingo, learning behaviors. That's a key one, learning behaviors, whether they're good or bad. Whoever you're with, you're taking their qualities onto you. No matter what, even if you don't want to. So that's why I always like, love is really serious to me because I need to know who is being attached to me and I'm being attached to them, you know what I'm saying? And it's on a daily basis. It's like non-stop, constant. And I'm going to say this, it's really rewarding when you find a relationship like this, when you find true love, when it hits you like this, because it's like, I'm so happy that you alive. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of things I would say. Like, I'm so happy that you alive. I'm happy that your parents made you. I'm happy that I got to meet you and share this with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, but, then it ends. Now, you walking around and it just feels like this music in the background. Like, you go out with your friends. You ain't that happy as you used to be. You feel like a part of you is gone. Some people look to alcohol. Some people smoke a little weed. Some people turn to the vices to deal with this type of pain. They're trying to numb the pain. But it's going to be still there when you sober up. When I was in this predicament, I personally didn't do nothing. Most of my days was sober so I can really deal with it because alcohol is a depressant. So why would I go to that? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, just get a little... I don't even know why I put this music behind y'all, but this is how it really felt. Like, that shit crazy. I'm literally a little bit sweating thinking about it. Cut the music. But on a serious note, your whole world implodes. Literally. Boom. It's like a whole bomb. It's a whole funeral inside your body, like inside your mind, inside your heart. You're going through all these emotions. You're going through, it's a lot. Like, I've been through it, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot. And then you start from scratch. You feel like, I ain't trying to date nobody. Like, I don't even want to deal with nobody in that capacity. And society tells us to get over somebody, you got to get underneath someone else. And I'm here to say, stop that. Just stop that shit. It's not healthy. You got so much baggage from your old relationship. You got so much feelings. You won't even see this new person for who they truly are unless you get over what you got to get over. And I'm here to say that is the most healthy way to go. But I ain't here to tell y'all what to do. That's just what I would do. And now you gotta relearn yourself without that person there, you know what I'm saying? Without that support, especially if y'all was like really, really best friends and y'all really enjoyed each other. Like if y'all really liked each other, I feel like true love is 100% liking that person and 100% loving that person. They're like equal, you know what I'm saying? It's like a perfect balance, no matter what, you know what I'm saying? And it's the most painful thing to deal with. But, you know, after you get through all of that, I think the best part is having that love that they gave you. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if they adored you and it just made you love yourself even more. Like, I love who I am with this person love. You know what I'm saying? So it's like what it did to me personally when I really got that true love and I had it, you know what I'm saying? And it was deeper than the first time I ever fell in love, you know what I'm saying? It was way deeper than that. And I think that was true love, you know what I'm saying? When someone on your mind constantly, it's a lot. I hope I ain't stirring up nothing in y'all, but I'm just speaking for how it affected me. And you move different, you feel different, you love different. What it did for me was it opened up a sense of feeling inside of me, like the sensitivity. It's like butterflies in a way, or when your heart valves move and you feel it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it felt like for me. And that's how I knew, oh, this something different. This something different for real, for real. And to me, like as far as the new school, what feels like love to me is Summer Walker's CPR. And just listen to that. Like that's really what it feel like when it's like that true love. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna go with. Shout out to all the people in love and the people that lost love. It's okay. We gonna be alright. Put yourself back together. Just hold on and be patient and stay busy. That's the only way we gonna get out this shit. But I'm good though. You know what I mean? That was last year. This is a whole new year. And I am in a much happier place. And thank y'all for listening. And I'm going to just leave it at that. Follow me on Twitter and IG at Jamisa, Jamisaa. Thank you for allowing me to be transparent with y'all in some degree. I like to keep a lot of my life private, but sometimes y'all gonna get the raw for sure. And I'm gonna keep it that way. Thanks for listening. Leave a review. Tell somebody new. And remember, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. Moment of silence for me. Moment of silence for y'all. I know y'all probably happy that I'm back recording, and I'm happy that I'm back recording. I took like a whole season off to just focus on other things. Like, I feel like these days I don't ever want to overwhelm myself or even force to talk to y'all. You know what I mean? I think to be a good, like, I guess, podcaster or a good public speaker is to really talk when that motivation hits, you know what I'm saying? Just to keep the momentum going in a way that you want it to go. Like, I never want to get on here and just be rambling or anything like that. I really want to talk to y'all and have like purpose when I talk to y'all. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I've been gone for a while, but it's okay. I hope y'all good out there, and I hope y'all spring is going well. It's been good. My year has been great. I can't complain in no aspects whatsoever. Finally have some merch dropping for my podcast for Today Will Be Amazing, my brand. And it's people that got it, you know. It's in motion for sure. And I want to thank everyone who purchased the hoodie, who wear it, who tweet about it, who tag me in your story when you wearing it. I really, really appreciate that, because I feel like it's a great message to really put gratitude into our days, to really foresee that our days will be amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if it's just a simple day, like really, that's all we have is today. We don't have yesterday no more. We don't have tomorrow. We just got today. So I feel like it's a good message, and I love it. I love that y'all love it. You know what I'm saying? Because when I saw these, when I was creating these hoodies, I'm like, these Jones is fire. I always like, I don't think I second guess myself, but I press myself, you know. I be like, well, everyone else think these Jones is fire? But it's like, you won't know until you just drop it. So I was like, how am I going to do this in a way where it's very exclusive? I'm more so working on my marketing and my exclusiveness. So I'm like, I'm going to put the people who really purchase like Plumps Radio, the ones, people who hit me up all the time, into this little group, and I'm going to just drop it with them and see what happens. And I want to say special shout out to the people that be like, whatever I got to do, I need one of these hoodies. That shit warms my heart. Damn, like, people really want to support me. People really want to rock these Jones, and I love that. And it's a hoodie. It's good in all seasons. All seasons. You know, them chilly summer nights when it hit like 60, 70, you just throw on that hoodie and you good. You know what I'm saying? But I was in New York yesterday. I had went up there with my boy Lonnie and Moon and Drew, and we was just, you know, took some photos for them. I'm like their main media person, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that. And we just took photos, walked around. I probably walked about 7 miles yesterday, and I had a hoodie and jeans on. It was in New York City. It was like 75 to like 81 degrees, camera on my neck. Like, my camera weighed about 15, 17 pounds. So it was like, it got a little hefty, and it just reminded me that get your butt back in the gym. You shouldn't be tired. I mean, I'm not tired. My body not too sore. I done slept it off, and it just proved that I'm eating all right, and I'm getting my vitamins and my smoothies in, but staying active is really the key. Or it's like, I should say, half the battle. But anyway, everything that I filmed in New York will be on their YouTube page. The YouTube is Creatives Only, and I'm going to put it in the description for this episode. We also went to this pizza spot, Black owned. It's called Cuts and Slices NYC on Instagram. And I mean, their pizza was pretty good. The line was pretty long. So that's how you know they buzzing, they popping. And I love that. I cannot wait to see them expand. But I was watching this show on Hulu like a few months ago. It's called In Prison or Unprison. I think it's called Unprison, and Kerry Washington's in it. It's a really good show. It's a feel-good show. And her dad, he's finally getting out of prison, and, you know, he's getting acclimated back into normal society and stuff like that. And it's a really good show. I enjoyed it, you know. And it's one thing that stood out to me. And he's in this show, he's a grandpa because she has a son in the show. And he said, he was like, would you rather be right or free? And that stood out to me. And at the time when I was like writing this episode out or just preparing to talk about this part of the show, I didn't have a way to break it down, but I think I could break it down now. Like, as humans, we spend so much time trying to prove ourselves, if someone says that we're wrong, we try to find all the reasons to be right. And at the same time, we are spending a lot of time like explaining ourselves. And then it's like, would you rather be right or free? Because sometimes you got to know that you're right, but you don't even have to prove it. So I think that's where it comes into play, like that freedom. Like, yeah, I know I'm right, but I don't even care to prove it to you. I'm free at that point. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, even sometimes with information, people need to find that information on their own. You could be right all you want, or you could feel like you trying to put somebody on all you want. But if they're not in a position to receive that information, they're gonna call you wrong. So I feel like these days I'd rather just be free. I don't even have to prove that I'm right, because I'm also a person I'm also a person that like loves information. So when I know that I'm right, I'll be like ready to prove that I'm right. So I feel like in that time of me stumble upon this gem, I feel like, yeah, I'm gonna just be free. Like, you got it, you know. We having a debate or whatever, and we have to be right or wrong in the situation, cool. But other than that, people, you just got it. That's really how I feel. And that's all I really have to say. I want to say shout out to everybody who been wanting to be interviewed by me. I'm gonna start dropping them more. My YouTube is kind of buzzing a little bit. I actually had one interview by my boy Warren. I had asked him this question about black people suffering in America, and he killed it. That joint got over like 490 views, and I'm like, damn, this feel like when I used to shoot music videos. And honestly, that's not a lot of views, you know. I got stuff on my YouTube that has like 19,000 views, 11,000 views, 7,000, 5,000, and it's just like, I cannot wait until my interviews and people are being heard in that capacity. But I'll get there, you know. You just gotta keep dropping stuff to get there. You have to stay in the algorithms these days, you know what I mean? But that's all I really gotta say. I'm gonna be back shortly to talk about everything I have to talk about. I love y'all. My hoodies will be dropping this month to the public, because I've been keeping it real low key. So shout out to all the people that have been supporting me, because y'all held me down in April. I ain't even gonna talk about what I was going through, but y'all held me down. Shout out to my boy Lonnie for screen printing my hoodies. Shout out to Moon for helping them. Shout out to the team. And I feel like as people, we gotta appreciate the people that are there for us, the ones that don't leave us, you know what I mean? I'm gonna name this episode, Would You Rather Be Right or Free? And that's all I gotta say, really. I love y'all. Subscribe to my YouTube, ITZMIS TV. It's Mies TV. Subscribe to my YouTube. Follow me on Instagram at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. Shout out to my boy Josh for doing the font for my hoodies, because those are all pure fonts that we made, you know what I mean? And yeah, shout out to all the May babies. Shout out to me. I started Geminis. I love y'all, and remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm back again very quickly for y'all, so y'all know I'm not playing. I woke up today really happy to be black. Like, I took a long walk, right? I'm gonna tell y'all where I got this and why do I feel this way. And I was listening to Solange's first album. Damn, what is it called? Hold up, let me look this up real quick. It was called, Seat at the Table, duh. When this first came out, I did not listen to it. I heard the Cranes in the Sky song. Very, very beautiful song. It's actually perfect, if you ask me. I always heard that song. So I always said to myself, I'm going to listen to that album, just not now. You know what I mean? Sometimes with certain albums, I got to wait until it hits me to listen to it. It's like I got it in my queue, but I'm going to wait a little bit down the line. And she dropped an amazing album. And I felt proud to be black while listening to this album. And I love when music does that for me. And it's like her skits were perfect. She had Master P on there. She had her mom on there. She had a few other like really good words on there to just give you that warmth. It's like her album to me was like an audio hug, for real. So shout out to her for making this album. It made me like love like this added, like, I love the skin that I am in, right? But it also be like, if you see other people that look like you loving themselves, you're only gonna feel that energy, because everything is vibrations. Everyone is vibrations. Your words are vibrations. What you say to people, you know what I mean? Like, it's so important. Yeah, if you haven't heard the album, I'm pretty sure you heard the album. You probably ain't lit like me, but go listen to it. I'm gonna name this episode Very Black. This is one thing that happened like a couple months. It might have been last month in April sometime. It might have been in March. March Madness, college basketball. It was the girls basketball. Girls basketball was popping this year. I don't even remember what happened last year, but this year it was popping. Angel Reese, and you had Caitlin. I forgot her last name. But it was Iowa versus LSU for the championship. I caught like 65% of the game. I went to DNH. I was watching with my brother, King Dave, and a couple other people, right? And you know, we watching the game. LSU was on them. Like, everybody was hitting their shots. They was playing good defense. They got ahead a little bit, like 12 points by the halftime. So it's like, it kind of looked like it was in the bag. And it looked like it was like a white versus black thing. But I will say this, between the players, they didn't make it a white versus black thing. Like, towards the end of the game, Angel Reese kind of did. She kind of was all in the Joan face a little bit, like, yo, yeah, we got this ring. Like, just talking heavy, because that's what you do in basketball. Basketball is probably the sport where you talk the most smack, you know what I'm saying? If you're not nice, get off the court. That's just really how it is. And that's how it was when I played. So I feel like I ain't really played college ball, but I played a lot of high school ball and I played a lot of basketball in my life period. And pickup games, you gonna talk smack. High school, no matter the level. Even the little kids is talking smack. Especially nowadays, they like putting their hands up. They leaving the form up when they shoot the shot. They telling kids they too small. Like... It gets real in basketball. But back to what I was saying. It was a good game, I would say that. And the energy behind this, they were trying to make it a white and black thing. They was trying to call her classless, calling her that was unsportsmanlike, you know, all those names. And the thing is, Caitlyn did that a week ago. And to another team, you know what I'm saying? She put the hand up, waved it, talking about, you ain't getting this ring because I just knocked you out. And white America did not have the same energy as what they had for Angel Reese. So that be my thing. If y'all gonna call somebody classless for doing the same thing that someone else did and they turn around and did it back to them, that's Caitlyn's karma. I feel like they gotta keep the same energy. That's the only way it's gonna be fair. Like, okay, white America always want to dictate how black people should act. And I feel like it's such a disservice to America because it's like, we are two different people. We always would be two different people. You can't try to tell me how to act. I be feeling like white America be trying to still police black people.
To this day!
On how they should act or how they should react. Y'all will never know what it's like to be black. Y'all will never know what it's like to overcome. And it's just what it is. So you can't expect us to act like you. I really love how mad Angel Reese made America at that point, like white America. That shit just made me laugh. It made me feel something. Like, yeah, very black. The championship was very black. You feel me? I just want to say that I'm proud to be black and I love the possibilities that we are creating for ourselves in this racist ass country. You know what I'm saying? And it's always something that happens that's like this huge thing. And it just reminds me while I'm watching this thing, we still here. This shit still gonna go on. It will never be equal. And that's just on some real shit. I just don't see it happening. But yeah, shout out to the ancestors. Shout out to everybody that's proud to be who they are. You know what I mean? That's just no color involved. That's all I really got to say. This is 2 episodes quickly back to back. I hope y'all enjoy these. You listening on the plane, you on your walks. I encourage more people to take walks. For real. Like, it has got me motivated. For real. Honestly, I feel like me taking those walks has made me want to record again. I don't know. It gotta be some correlation to some degree. I'm gonna end it here. I love y'all. Thank you for listening. Thank you for turning this on. Tell somebody new. Shout out to everybody with a Today Would Be Amazing hoodies. And if you would like one, I don't have a website. I'm gonna get one in the near future. But we're doing this right off the muscle. So just hit me on Twitter or IG at Jamisa, JAMISAAA, and I'm going to get it right to you. If you enjoyed this episode or any other episodes, leave a review. I greatly appreciate the reviews. It makes people, if they stumble upon it and they read a review, they might check it out. You never know. But I appreciate all of y'all. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm really happy to be here recording. I hope everyone listening is having an amazing day. Whether you're listening in the morning or at night before bed, whenever you're listening, I hope the vibes hit you and it's like, okay, this will be a good day, or it has been a good day. You know what I'm saying? I feel great. I'm fresh off of 8 hours of sleep almost. These days I kind of been focused on getting my sleep, just for the simple fact that I'm working out a lot and I want my body to have the proper rest to restore and recover from working out. You know what I'm saying? I've been up to a lot. It's been a month since I recorded. Life just gets really busy and I just don't be feeling like recording. But when I do record, I'm in good spirits and I have a lot to say. Okay, so those that are new here or been here, you already know what it is with me. First things first, shout out to everyone who have the first collection of my hoodies. Today will be amazing hoodies. This is like going to be a classic years down the line. People going to be like, yo, I still have that hoodie. I love this hoodie. It's still my favorite. Like down the line, y'all going to be like, yo, Misa did it with these hoodies. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate everyone who got one and everyone who want one in the future. I want to keep them coming. I got a few more colorways I'm going to do. I probably only do like 5 different colors of this hoodie and that's it. I don't want a lot of different colors out there, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's how it's going to be. So last week I did a fast. I did a fruit fast. I did about 48 hours of just fruit and water. Mostly I had it in smoothie form because I feel like that's my favorite way to eat fruit when I'm at home. I would say I felt amazing, you know what I'm saying? I didn't feel heavy. I felt light. I slept good. I sleep with my watch on and my heart rate was lower than what it was when I ate meat before, as dinner or something with meat, you know, like rice, vegetables. My resting heart rate will be a little bit higher than what it is when I eat it on fruit. So that's something that I noticed. I want to eat, not all my days, but a lot of my days I want to just eat fruit for dinner just to see how I feel and everything. But I would say the experience was great. It got rid of my cravings for stuff. Even when I went back to eating something regular like pizza, or I had Chick-fil-A right after my fast, which was a bad idea. I don't know why I even had Chick-fil-A after my fast, because I took 3 bites of the sandwich and it was disgusting. Like, it was greasy, it was fatty. My body did not like it. My body felt weird right after I had that Chick-fil-A. I ate the fries though, but it felt weird. So I noticed that about myself, like, damn, so if you have a fast, you just got to keep it healthy. You can't just go straight into greasy type foods. You can't just hop back in the game like that because you're going to feel weird. And I'm like, okay. And one night I had just a banana for dinner. I felt great when I woke up in the morning. I'm like, wow. Like, so you know how I follow like all these pages on Instagram, like the holistic people that are always preach heavy on fruit and eating real food. They really know their stuff, and I appreciate the information that they are providing. I have not been this deep into fruit ever. Before, I used to only eat plums, and I was always having a smoothie as far as like banana and blueberries. But that's it, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm like expanding. I need to eat all types of fruit because they all have different benefits. But yeah, that's about my fruit fast, and I think I'm gonna have about maybe 2 to 5 days per month with just eating fruit in those days, and just to see how I feel. I want to tell y'all about this customer I had one day. He asked me a lot of questions, and I felt like he was a little bit off a little bit. It was something was different about him. He asked me a lot of questions. He insists I turn down my music completely. After that, I was just like, hold on. In my mind, I was like, all right, this guy about to talk my head off. Let me get ready for this. So I turned it down. One time he was like, hey, we're going to need to turn down the music for this. And I'm like, all right, cool. Turned it down a little bit. He like, off, turn it off. I'm like, oh, all right, I got you. I'm going to turn it off. So I turned it all the way down. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to just roll with it, whatever. Let me just tell you, he was wild. He was funny. And at some points, I was wondering if I should pull over and tell him to get another driver. But I mean, I waited it out. I'm not scared of nobody. He didn't really give me any bad vibes. I didn't really get any gut in my stomach feeling. It was just like, bro, like, you gonna talk this whole ride? Like, the whole ride. It was like non-stop questions, back to back, back to back. Questions that I never even been asked before. He asked me, Have I been arrested? He asked me. Did I ever been cuffed by the police? Did I know what a baby boomer is? Do I know the origin of french fries? He tried to guess my age. And it was like 30 questions back to back in the span of 20 minutes. But all in all, it was definitely one of my most interesting rides. But anyway, the last question that really stood out to me, he asked me, he was like, do I know the difference between a scheme and a plan? And I was like, yeah, I know the difference. And he was like, all right, let me hear it. I'm like, all right, I got you. So right away, a scheme to me sounds like a shortcut. It's like the back roads without going through all the lights and going through all of the ways to get around to where you trying to go. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like to me. And a plan to me is something that's thought out top to bottom, very, very detailed, planned out like months or days or weeks in advance. Like, this is a plan. That was like his best question that he asked me that I can remember off the top of my mind. And as I think about this, I plan a lot when it comes to creative endeavors. When it comes to like life and stuff, I'm working on it. I'm getting better. But anyway, I want to talk about this one day. So as I've been working out, I have been playing a lot of basketball lately. You know what I mean? Just to clear my head, just to get back active, get to moving my whole body again. Not just lifting, not just walking, but that full out body cardio that I used to do when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get the real stamina that I once had. So this one day I pulled up to the court. It was like 6:45 p.m. You know, I pulled up. This is around a time where courts be crowded if you go to a court that's popping. And I'm usually at this court like 11, 12, you know what I mean, just shoot around before it got too hot. Now it's too hot to do that, but before it would usually be like around 70 degrees, 75. I'm like, all right, it's a cool hour to play. But anyway, I pull up. It's a lot of people. Like, it's people waiting on the side. It's 2 full courts going, so you already know that's 20 people. It wasn't even no parking spots. That's how crowded it was. My initial thought was, all right, I'm going to just go to another court. It's too many people. I'm not going to be able to shoot around. I'm not going to be able to get my workout in, right? And I had that little thought like, was you scared? You scared to go to a court that got a lot of people? Was you scared to be seen? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I parked the car, grabbed my little pink ball, and I just went to the course. So as I was doing this, I just was like taking shots in between. Like if they're playing ball at the other end of the court, I'm going to take my shots and I'm going to take a couple shots and I'm going to run back and get out their way. So I done did this for like 2 hours, right? Mind you, it's a good little workout. I was making sure I make the shots so I know where the ball is going to land, grab the ball right out the net and just run and get out the way. You know what I mean? Everybody who played basketball, they done this as a kid, or you've seen a little kid do this as you're playing. So yeah, a few people was talking to me on the sideline, like as people was missing shots and just talking cash shit. That's what they do at basketball. So I'm like, all right, cool, you know? And I was making a couple shots. People was like, yo, nice shot. And you know, I forgot what it's like to go to a basketball court and random people just talk to you and stuff like that. Like, I've been out of touch for a little bit, but I'm back. All right, so towards the end of the day, it's about 8:30ish, almost 9 around this time. And I've been working out for 2 hours, mind you. My heart rate and everything was up. So I was working out, I was running, dribbling, doing all that. Like a real workout, even though I was trying to get out their way and stuff. So they're done playing at this time. So this white boy was like, yo, you want to play 2-on-2 with my guys down there? And it was like, I'm going to name this episode, Let's Play Right Now. He was like, you want to play with me and my guys down there? I'm like, I'm kind of tired. I don't know. Let's just play tomorrow. And he was like, let's play right now. Like, let's play right now. And I'm shooting around with him. He catching my rebound, I'm catching his rebound. I'm making shots still, you know. And I'm feeling a little drained a little bit. And he was kind of energized. I think he was probably a little bit younger than me, but he was very energized. I'm like, all right, let's just play. So, long story short, we won the game to 7. They wanted to go to 16, but I was not playing that long. That's a lot. We cooked them. It was like 7-0. I had a jump shot and a layup, and he had all the points. He had all the energy in the world. So I'm like, all right, cool. But I'm gonna say that was the longest I was at a basketball court for, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Like, I didn't think about nothing. My phone was in the car. I was just out there like a kid, just chilling. And I feel like the lesson in this is always keep a part of you what you were when you were a kid, because at the end of the day, yeah, we are getting older. Yeah, we are full out adults. We got responsibilities, we got bills, we got this and that. We are still living this life, and we still need joy, and we still need to have fun and be out of touch with our regular schedule, and the schedule that brings us a lot of stress, you know what I'm saying? So I would feel like this day was very stress free. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say this episode. I got another topic that I want to go in on, but I'm gonna just leave it for the next episode. Shout out to everybody that got a hoodie. Shout out to everybody that will get a hoodie. Please leave a review, rate me, subscribe me on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. I'm on all the platforms. Check me out. I'll be back shortly. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Would Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. It's a lovely Sunday. I'm recording this. I'm fresh off a 3-mile walk/run. I don't be running too much when I'm outside with it because it be like 100% humidity, 85 degrees. So I just hit the walk with it, you know what I mean? But I want to make sure that it's something that nature does to our bodies when we're out there. I always feel happy after my walks and just being out in nature in like an hour and a half. What I've been up to? I just been chilling, grinding. Trying to make it in America, y'all. That's it for real. I've been listening to a couple artists. One artist in particular is LaRussell. He's from California. I really love the way that he brands himself. And if you are someone that's a creative or a rapper or anything you're trying to do, we can learn from the way that he brands himself. So I feel like he ties it into real life. It's very organic. Like, he probably the most organic rapper out right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as like not even being flashy. He don't be walking around with a bunch of chains on him. It's just him, his peoples, his concerts in his backyard. And I love it. I love watching what he's doing, and I hope to meet him one day. He truly gives the world that independent grind where you are the captain of this ship and you do things the way that you want to do it. I really love that aspect of it. I want to talk about a show, The Bear, Season 2. Y'all probably been hearing a little bit about it. It's picking up some buzz. I'm starting to see people talk about it, tweet about it. It's great. I don't feel like it's overrated. I don't feel like it's underrated. I feel like it's going to pick up steam organically because that's the vibe that I get from it. Like, it's a cooking show, right? If you haven't seen it, I actually talked about the first season on one of my old episodes, Art in Motion episode. I feel like this season was much better than the first season, and it also makes me want to go back and watch the first season just so I could see the growth and just to see what I missed. I used to be against watching shows over and over or more than once, and like nowadays I feel like it's going to be something that I didn't see the first time just because I've grown as a person. So I feel like now I appreciate that aspect of watching things over. Just like how when we were young, we were watching something and then it was totally different when we were older. I feel like that can happen a year from now. We're never the same person that we was a year ago. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, all right, let me just do that and reappreciate something that I like. But back to season 2. I love the way they dug into the characters more. You know what I'm saying? They added more to the cast. More people got jobs. Robert Townsend from Meteor Man, he was Sydney's dad on this season. I love that. My favorite part of season 2 was the dialogue. The way that they connect words to the audience. I feel like I very much felt touched by this season, you know what I'm saying? Like, I cried a little bit more watching it. It was a little bit more heartfelt moments. And like Carm and Sydney, they were a partnership in this season. And in season 1, she was just getting a job there, interviewing, being a fan of Carmen. What I love most about this season is the way that they apologize to each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way that they apologized was so empathetic and it was so natural. But yeah, if you haven't watched it, it's on Hulu, The Bear. This is free promotion. Check it out. You won't be disappointed. So I want to talk about meditation. And how many of us really out there meditate? Press 1 if you meditate. Tweet me if you meditate. IG me, whatever. Text me. I really love when people text me about them listening to the episodes. But yeah, let me know if y'all meditate. Because I want to tell y'all about a time that I meditated. Very random. I was just laying on my couch. And I might have been in my bed on my couch. I'm not sure when I did this. But I was just laying down, just chilling, right? And I went to my Fitbit app. And it had like a 2-minute exercise called stress reliever. So, okay, I'm like 2 minutes. 2 minutes is easy. I have 2 minutes to spare. I'm literally just laying here, you know? So, cue the music right here. Just breathe. Just breathe. Slow, deep breaths. Deep breaths. In, and out, and out. Focus on a part of your body that has the most pain. Just focus on it. It just kept saying that, right? So I'm laying there and I'm like, I have this lower back pain on my left side that I had for months. I don't know how it's there. I drive a lot. Maybe it's the way I'm sitting in the chair. I'm not sure, but my lower back be hurting. And as I was doing this exercise, 2 minutes was up and that pain in my back went away. And I'm like, wow. I didn't even know the body could do that. I felt like it was magic. Maybe meditation is magic and they should have meditation in schools. I bet you the real like prestigious schools that you got to pay a lot of money to. I wonder if they specialize in meditation and forces the students to do it, because this is something that we should have been doing as kids. You know what I'm saying? Last part of this episode. This is the reason why I'm even named this episode, Life is Like Fog. So this one time I was driving, I had to drive over into Jersey to make a couple moves and then I was heading back home, or back to Delaware rather, right? And it was so foggy, right? And the thought crossed my mind, fog everywhere. Just put yourself in my car, fog everywhere, fog ahead of me, fog behind me. I can only see exactly where I'm at, right? Life is really like this. We can really see, we can't see that far ahead of us. We can't see behind us. We ain't even in the past anymore. We're not even in the future. We're not even ahead up in that fog until we actually get there, right? So it's very clear. We can prepare ourselves for today. We can try to prepare for the future. But the most important thing is where we're at right now. What are we doing to get to the next step? What are we doing to maximize this moment? And that be the reason why I started Today Will Be Amazing, because all we really have is today. I want to be super happy in the future. I want to have a lot of money. I want to live and see my world evolve. And I want to be involved in that. You know what I'm saying? I want to evolve into what I want my world to be, right? But we can only do that with our present moment. And I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I just want to say, like, life is really like fog. And I feel like the key to peace, or the key to anything, is to surrender to our desires. Like, in a way where we're not in prison at this current moment. I want this, I want that, I need this. We ain't going to get all of that in one day. The key is in our everyday steps as we slowly move through this fog. And then we can look back and say, I did it. And that's all I really got to say. In that moment of time when I was driving, it hit me like, yo, life is really like fog. Hope y'all enjoyed this episode. And I'll see y'all again. I love y'all. Rate and leave a review on Apple Podcasts. If you listening on Apple Podcasts, rate and leave a review. I'm going to say it again. Follow me on Twitter and IG at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. I'm going to have some merch dropping this month. It's July. I might open up some pre-orders for it, or I might just let it fly. And if it sell out, it sell out. You know what I'm saying? But until then, I'll be back. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today will be amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. We're going to get right into the episode and I'll tell y'all what I've been up to later on. I'm going to name this episode Push Away Nothing, Cling to Nothing, which is hard to do as a human. And it's easy for some if you don't have like attachment issues or you can easily detach yourself from things, you know. I feel like us as people, we get attached to things that make us feel good, that make us happy, that make us joyous, you know what I mean? Something that makes our bodies do something that's out of our control. For example, I have a playlist that just says instant chills on the playlist, right? And every song on this playlist, I think it's about 15 songs so far. I'm always adding as the years go on. I had started this playlist a long time ago, right? When a song gives me chills, I feel like it's hitting your nervous system. That's something that you can't control. You can't just be like, body, give me chills. It doesn't work like that. So I feel like when things do that to us, we can get attached. And back to this title, Push Away Nothing, Cling to Nothing. It simply means to just be still. And I think I'm going to try this for a little while just to see how I feel. And I'm going to check back in a couple months. But let's talk about my summer. My last episode was in July. I was on the kickball team. I was super active this summer, I will say that. My most active month was definitely in July. August, I fell off a little bit. And you know, I'm going to always be honest with y'all. But September, I'm about to do better than I did in July. That's the mission. But anyway, my homegirl Jazz, shout out to Jazz and the whole kickball squad. I'm in a whole community now as far as like kickball and stuff. And it was fun, you know. We got knocked out in the first game in the playoffs. That was literally our best game. Like, we hold this team that kept beating us every single time we played them because it was only like 4 teams, you feel me? And we held them like 4th inning, 3-1. We was up, right? And this is when I knew that it was about to get crazy. Because when we had 3, I'm going to just tell y'all a little bit about the game. We was holding them. We was playing, like I said, and it was the 4th inning. We went up. We had all our guys there because it's a guys and it's a girls league. And then it's a co-ed league, right? So we had all our guys there. They was all cheering at us. They was like hyping us up. They was like, yeah, y'all got this in the bag, right? Y'all got this. And I'm like, oh shit, we really about to advance to the playoffs. We have to advance through the first round. I think it was like 2 people on base. It's this girl, she got a shortcut, blonde. And she probably like 5'7", kind of thick, but athletic built. And Smalls, she kind of like 5'3", a little stocky, you know what I'm saying? And she was on first base. It's 2 bases in kickball. It's a orange plate and it's a white plate. You run to first base, you hit the orange plate, you gotta stay. If you run to the white base, you gotta keep running no matter what. So Smalls was standing on first base. The joint was running up full force. Just trucked her like it was football. It was like, boom, they bodies collided. And in that moment, I thought of this man.
It just clicked in my mind that if you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't gonna be able to take that over and 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 over again. They just not gonna want that.
Think there's a deeper metaphor there?
Run through a motherfucker face, then you don't have to worry about them no more.
It was crazy, y'all. Everybody was like, oh. I was like, and I'm up here like in the outfield, kind of near second base. I'm looking like, yo, they could do that? It was crazy, y'all. But boom, after that moment, we just collapsed. They done went up like 8 runs, 9 runs. And I'm like, damn, it's over. It's 10-3. It took us a lot to get to that 3, you know what I'm saying? But it was fun, yo. It was really fun. My very first game that I played in, I got on base every single time. I had posted the kicks on my Instagram. I took it off now, but yeah, I might put it back on there. I don't know though. If you seen it, you seen it, you know what I mean? But it was fun though. It was fun. I enjoyed it. What's crazy is my homegirl was asking me all year, like, yo, Mies, play kickball with us, play kickball with us. And I'm just like, man, I'm just not in shape. I'm not in the shape that I want to be in. Like, as I'm getting wiser and older, it takes me a little bit of time to get into the shape because we have so much things to do. Like, I don't have it in me to work out 3 hours a day or play basketball for 4 hours. Like, I'm gonna be completely dead the next day, and then I won't be able to handle my responsibilities as an adult. And I ain't trying to sound like I'm filled with excuses, but I did what I could. You know what I'm saying? I got it shaped the way that I could. And I enjoyed it, and I think I'm gonna play again, and I want to be in even more shape. But I've been spending a lot of time this summer just outside, not even outside the way that everyone intended. You know, a lot of outside energy for everyone else is like going out, drinking with friends, going to the club, going to festivals and stuff like that. But my outside, I really just been going for walks, playing basketball. I just been with myself a lot when I'm on my own little personal journey. So I think that I got so much darker this summer. Like my legs and my arms are like the same complexion now. Like I'm getting there, you know what I mean? I recharge my melanin the way that it need to be recharged. And I want to read some things that I read about being outside and what nature does to you. This is straight from Google. There are studies shown that time in nature, as long as people feel safe, is an antidote for stress. It can lower blood pressure, stress hormones, and reduce nervous system arousal, enhance immune system, increase self-esteem, reduce anxiety, and improve your mood. Research shows that people who are more connected with nature are usually happier in life and more likely to report feeling their lives are worthwhile. Nature can generate many positive emotions such as calmness, joy, and creativity. And I'm going to tell y'all this. When I was walking a lot, it motivated me. So I think I'm a reflection of being outside in nature, actually helping out, helping out with creativity and all that. That's all I really want to say. Push away nothing, cling to nothing. Try to find that middle ground in there and just be well, everyone. I'll be back shortly because when I'm going to record one, another one is coming. Rate and leave a review on Apple Podcast app, Spotify. Leave a review on Spotify, Follow me on Twitter and IG at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. Please leave a review. Cop a hoodie. Shout out to everyone who have the Today Will Be Amazing hoodie. That's literally the first collection. I have 3 hoodies out now. I have the brown one. The brown one has the nice fall touch to it. And when I went with brown because it's literally almost the same complexion as I am. So when you wear that hoodie, it's like me hugging you, you feel me? So I got the other 2 colors, and I might drop one more to end the year with this collection, you know what I mean? Or maybe in October or something. We'll see. That's all I really gotta say. I love y'all. Thanks for listening. Send this to someone new. Go outside in nature. Ground in. Take your socks off. Put your feet in the grass. Pray. All that good stuff. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I want to say shout out to everyone listening. I hope you're feeling amazing. I hope your summer is going good. We have about 3 weeks left. Labor Day weekend, I'm recording this. It's a beautiful Sunday I'm recording this on. It's going to be hot today. It was pretty brisk last week, which gave us a little taste of fall, but summer always gonna come back. It's always gonna reach 90 degrees in September. This summer for me, pretty reinventive, As I told you on the episode before this, I've been working out a lot and I'm starting to see my changes. I could jog a little bit longer than last summer, you know what I mean? I can withstand the hotness more because when I'm outside walking and jogging, I'm wearing a hoodie like I'm in a fat suit, like I'm trying to lose weight. I just feel so comfortable in a hoodie. This has been a real hoodie summer for me, and it's kind of like connected with the universe because I've been pushing hoodies since the spring, so you feel me? So shout out to everybody that got a hoodie also. I wanted to get right into the episode. Like, I don't want to spend too much time on talking about what I've been up to because I gotta catch y'all up on not what I've been up to more, but more so about what I want to talk about in my topics. And because even though I'm not recording, I'm still writing a lot, and I appreciate y'all patience. I got so much episodes that I need to get out to y'all. So, what is Black culture? Is this the culture? To me, Black culture is bold, it's fun, it's facing your fears, it's being confident, it's being cool, calm, and collective, it's being hype, it's being flamboyant, it's being I'm right here, what's up? It's all of that, right? Black culture is original. There aren't no type of people that are like us. We are so ourselves. Our hair reflects nature. If we manipulate our hair and make it straight, if it's wet outside, it will poof up. And when you look at the trees, we look just like that. Our hair waves up like the ocean. It looked just like the ocean. So it's like, to me, Black people are earth. Black culture has pain also. We don't ever give up in Black culture, but it's something that give up. Black culture to me is going against the grain, and I feel like it's embedded in us in this world. We have to be strong. We can't be weak. We only could be weak if we alone by ourselves, but like in the world, we can't be weak or we'll get ridiculed and all that. And I don't know how healthy that is. I'm going to get back to that in another episode. I think that we should be allowed to be weak in public, and it should be someone next to us that want to be like, it's going to be okay. Like, I feel like it needs to be more love in the Black community, and as people, even outside of the community, just as people, like, we should be more welcoming. And I appreciate everyone who do move with love regardless of what someone looks like. I like to be that way. I interact with all types of people every single day, and I think giving love is really just the human way, and we should be more like that. But back to the topic, I want to get into the music, as I've been thinking about lately, all summer for real. Black culture, is it in the music, the mainstream music? Is that Black culture? To me, I feel like the music industry and the machine is driving it away from the essence, because when I listen to the music, mainstream music, I don't see myself anymore. I don't see me. I have to find me or parts of me in people that aren't in the forefront. And I feel like that's whack. Like, we should be able to turn on the radio and listen to music that makes us feel good, that makes us feel like, yo, thank you, that's me right there. Like, I feel like it's getting away from the true essence, and it's not representing every Black American or every Black person in the world. It's not really representing us like that. I feel like it's no balance, and in the mainstream, that's what people most listen to. I feel like it's either being pushed to be very sexualized, or it's extremely in the hood. Like, everyone is aspiring to be a murderer. And I had a feeling that it was heading in this direction, but it exceeded it in great speed. Like, the speed for it was crazy. And I feel like this music, to be a murderer, overly sexualized, that's it. That's the only two topics: sex, drugs, the party. But even though party music these days don't sound like a party, it sounds very evil. It doesn't sound like, yo, let's go out, we about to go dancing. It just sounds like everybody got their guns out. There's literally no balance, and I don't see a lot of Black excellence in mainstream music. I'm going to tell you this, and it's going to reflect back to everything I was saying. This is why I feel like it's like this. I was watching this Ice Cube interview not too long ago. It was just a snippet, and this is what he said.
Same people who own the labels own the prisons.
Literally the same people?
Literally the same people who own the labels own private prisons. So, it seems really kind of suspicious, if you want to say that word, that, the records that come out are really geared to push people towards that prison industry.
So if your theory is that the prison industrial complex, and I agree, that's an abomination. We'll start off with there. Prison I've done editorials on this on my show. Prison is one of those things that should not be in private hands.
With what he said, it gives me the thought that what's being pushed onto the masses isn't really, it's like, to me, the labels and the powers to be are forcing our culture to be this way because this is what sells or this is what they want to sell. So really, since they are pushing this, you know, the pipeline to prison, pipeline to not having a stable home or having families and stuff like that, if they're pushing this, is this really a reflection of Black culture? Because rap music is the biggest influence and it's pushed on to Black kids, white kids, Hispanic kids, all the kids, because Black culture shows what's cool in society, you know what I mean? And I feel like it just doesn't represent us anymore. And it's crazy, I came across this Trippie Redd interview. It was a short interview, and he was saying,
everybody from my era is gone. They all passed away. Everybody that was, coming from the time period I came from, I was the last one. They was kind of before me, but, it's all the same era. It was the sad music. It's kind of like very like upsetting, depressing, disappointing. Like, yeah, it kind of took a big toll on me though, because it was just like those were people I could call and talk to, and they would really relate to me versus anybody else. Just music wise too, I feel like we were all tapped in with each other as far as the music, and we got to learn from each other too, because we were all a part of the same wave. So it's just like, I don't know, it's kind of like weird because now I don't hear any type of music like that other than if I do it.
and it's like they all young. All these young rappers are dying from mostly gun violence or drugs. And when we was coming up, we see a lot of our rappers. We see the Jay-Z's, the Fabulous. We see a lot of them. Only a couple have passed away. Shout out to them. We see our, people that are part of the culture that made an impact in the culture. And we see them as grown-ups, you know what I'm saying? So these kids aren't seeing people they look up to grow up. And I feel like that's a problem. And it goes back to the music. Like, I don't know. I feel like the value of life with what the music is promoting and everything, it's injurious to our culture, to our children, to the people watching. And I feel like nobody's saying anything. I feel like it's whatever. It's just music. But we know how much music can influence. I don't know what's going to happen. I feel like people need to try to gear it to something more positive. But that's just how I feel. I will say this. It is still amazing music being made. I'm always listening to great music. And this kind of makes me want to bring back my radio show and just put people onto good stuff. Like, I feel like I want to get back involved. Let me know if I should. And I'll put it right on this platform. Today will be amazing. I don't know if I'm going to call it Plums. I don't know what I'm going to call it. If I should call it Plums, let me know right now. You listening right now, tell me if I should call this radio show Plums Radio again. And it would just be different because it would just be just me producing it, curating the music, all of that, you know what I mean? Shout out to all the great artists out there that are still creating music that make us feel, that talk about real relatable problems and just stuff that's a human, that's not based around the party life, because that's not what life is all about. Like, life is so much more than that. And I love the layers that artists put into their music. And you could tell when an artist really cares and when they're being completely transparent and talking that pain and putting the individualism into the music that's going to touch the masses and making music for people that's just chilling, you know what I'm saying? It's just like represent us in a way that's not what the media is pushing constantly, you know what I mean? I appreciate that. I want to talk about a movie that I watched. Everybody should have watched it by now. If you ain't watched it by now, I don't know what to tell you. It's definitely going to be spoilers. So definitely, if you ain't watch it, just skip this part and just come back until you watch it. The movie I want to talk about is They Clone Tyrone. And it was a great movie. Like, it's so many things I loved about this film. And it's a few things that kind of made me like, hold on, what they trying to do? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I watched this movie about twice, two or three times, and I watched it one time without sound. It still spoke volumes without the sound and the dialogue and all that, like just by their expressing stuff. And the only reason why I was watching it without sound because I was editing, but I wanted to just have it on. So let's just get into the film. It was a great movie, one of the more cinematic movies that I've seen in a while, as far as the lighting, the real close-up shots, the grain in the film. I've been seeing a lot of films with the grain in it. I don't know. Hey, that's where we going with it? Add the grain to the films? Should I add grain to my films? I don't know. We gonna see. It was perfectly casted, you know what I'm saying? And as I was watching it, I felt like it was very symbolic to life. It had similar patterns to real life in the city or black communities, and it was very symbolic. Like, they hit it. Liquor stores, every corner, every community, a nearby church, a chicken spot. It hit all the stereotypes, and especially the white men being in control and them saying that we're everywhere. And yeah, they are everywhere. They make up, 59% of this country? They were in control. And they knew they were in control. They were rich, wealthy. That's kind of like how it is right now. Testing products, weird experiments, us being dependent on the government and not even realizing the game. Like, they put it all out there in this movie. And this particular part stood out to me as I was watching. I was like, damn, Tyrone didn't have a dad. They didn't even mention a dad. He did not have a dad, y'all. And the mom, we never even seen the mom. She was a voice recorder. Like, so basically they showed us the neglectfulness. Like, they showed us no parents in sight. I don't know what they're trying to say with that, but it kind of shows that that's what they want. But us as society, we just gotta be there for our kids. And I think that it's just a movie at the end of the day. But I like to look at movies and be like, oh shit, is this real life? Is what they trying to say? You know what I mean? The ending of the movie was great. I love how the black community came together. They destroyed this piece of control. The symbolism was there. Like, if we come together, we fight against the machine, we'll be okay. We'll be happy. That realization that they were just underground controlling everything through the main things in the community is pretty alarming. It was pretty alarming. I felt like I was in the movie. In the cloning part of the movie, I feel like that's what they want for every black community. That's basically what they were trying to say. It's one of y'all in every black community doing this same thing that we want y'all to do. We want y'all to eat chicken, drink yourselves to death, have a homeless person outside the liquor store wanting a little bit, scratch offs. No dad in the homes. The mom being there but not really being there. You know what I'm saying? That's what they want. Prostitution, pimps. They want it's that in every community. And that's all they were trying to say. In the beginning of this episode, I'm talking about how the labels are in control. And then it goes to this movie, white men are in control. They want us in jail. They want us drinking heavy. They want us partying heavy. Like, the movie it symbolized a lot. That's all I'm going to say, man. Let me know how y'all feel about the movie They Clone Tyrone. I might be a little late talking about it, but I appreciate anyone who reaches out and tell me what they think of the movie. And I'm gonna end it here. It's a pretty long episode. I hope y'all still here listening. And shout out to everyone that got a hoodie. It's a few people that got the brown hoodie. It's been circulating low key. They are officially dropping in October. A nice little fall type of feel to them. Thanks for the support. I appreciate all of y'all. Leave a review. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all the podcast apps. Check me out. I love y'all. Support somebody new. Give people hugs. Give people grace. If people make mistakes with handling you, and they ain't handle you the way that they wanted to, maybe they going through things, you know what I'm saying? And it's going to be okay. Like, I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today will be amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm feeling really good recording this. It's a hot one. I'm fresh off of working out. I just walked 3 miles in 80 degrees. I don't know why I did that, but hey, we gotta get it. I want to really get used to being outside, and regardless if it's hot, and I just want to make sure that I'm pushing myself to not give up even when it gets hard. But I hope everyone's having a good day and listening to this, and y'all happy that I'm recording, and y'all happy that I'm dropping more episodes. And I just want to talk to y'all more this fall and this winter and just pick it up. I just got to pick it up. I have to, you know what I mean? I want to tell y'all something. I have submitted my first audition to be a voice actor, a narrator for this woman's book. I don't know, I'm not gonna say the title or nothing like that. I want her to pick me first. But yeah, I sent my audition for it, and I think I did pretty good on it, and I just hope that she picked me. It's a self-help book for Black women. And yeah, I felt really good submitting it, because I was like, my boy Nerd, his mom sent me this website. Mind you, I knew about this website for a long time, and I just was like, just putting it off, like, yeah, I'm gonna get to it. And what I'm learning is procrastination is really an emotion. It's not really, it's what you feel inside. It's all about, do I feel like doing this? Am I in the mood to do this? And at the end of the day, you just got to do it. Like, just hurry up and do it, because it takes way longer to procrastinate than it is to just do something. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's where I'm at with it. I'm glad that I just submitted that, John. Like, here you go. Just submit it, get it out the way. Because once you submit one thing, you just want to keep doing it. I think I'm going to submit to like maybe 5 books a week or 3 books a week. I'm such a numbers person. I'm going to just give myself 3 books a week to submit an audition to. And we're going to see how it goes, because I really want to get into voiceover and being a narrator and really getting paid for my voice. Like, I love that y'all support me with my merch and everything, and that's really helping me a lot. I want to get into that lane where I want to do cartoon voices, like animation. I know that I could do it, and I just got to put myself out there. That's all I want to say. I'm going to say shout out to everyone that's being consistent with their health, eating healthy, going to the gym. I see a lot of folks going to the gym. I just want to say shout out to you, and shout out to the people that are taking their time to themselves to really get themselves together so they can be better people and better lovers and better friends and better daughters and brothers and everything, all of that, you know what I mean? And just striving to be better. I want to say, like, I played ball the other day for the first time, playing with all girls in like 18 years. Wait, hold on. Is it 18 years? Nah, it's not that much. It's like, hold on. I'm about to do the math real quick. About 14 years. Whew, I was almost close. About 14 years of me playing with all girls. I played okay. I was tired as hell. And it's crazy because I've been working out all summer, but I've been slowly increasing. And basketball, to be in shape for basketball is so different. Like, I was kind of in shape for kickball, but being in shape for basketball is so, I didn't realize how much it was. And I know that I walked/ran 3 miles a day. To be in basketball shape, I really gotta be on some cross country. I gotta be able to run 7 miles and be cool, not even breaking a sweat. That's how much I had to be in shape. But back to the basketball game, I think I did okay. I ain't scored no points. I got fouled one time, slid across the floor, mad far, and I'm thinking, okay, last time I played basketball, I was like 105 pounds. Now I'm like 140. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe I could get fouled and not fall still. Nope, still falling. So the body, like, I just have to get stronger. It's this one team, they just kept winning because it was a quick game to 7, full court. They had their whole squad. You know, people, if you got chemistry is so important in basketball. If you got chemistry, you're going to be good. But I think I'm going to go again. I have to, just to see. I feel like I have to redeem myself. I got to at least hit a layup, 2 threes, something. I got to do something. You know what I mean? Because I'm super, super competitive. And not being in shape hurt my competitiveness. They probably like, who this old John, like... And nobody can really guess my age anyway, so I gotta be in young girl shape. But I'm gonna work out a little bit more. I'm gonna push myself in the gym a little bit more, stay on that treadmill a little bit longer, do like 10 miles on a bike. I don't know. I have to do something to get more in shape. But anyway, this is a nice quote that I got from my boy Alan Patron. He said, "Consistency only matters if you are consistently getting better." With that being said, I'm gonna name this episode Hone Thy Gifts. And I really think it's an amazing time to be a creative, and no matter what you do, you're a painter, you are a caregiver, you're a nurse, anything you could do, you could put it out there. People can see and they can relate to you. There's so many platforms. Like, the internet has changed a lot. And you don't have to go to a museum to see artwork anymore. You know what I mean? We don't have to be in the kitchen to watch a chef cook their favorite meals. We can easily learn from each other by just watching things on our phone, right? It's still the best seeing someone art in person, no matter what you do. Like going to a concert, art exhibit, knowing someone build a house, like go see that house in person, even though we can see the photos and everything, but it's nothing like being in that artist's presence. But even though we have these phones, we could get a nice glimpse of it, you know? I think the real beauty in it is that if you want to see someone creating, you could easily go see it. And I want to say this, like, when I used to do music videos and people would watch them before I drop it, I used to leave the room because I didn't want to see those reactions to something that I watched a million times. I was so shy of their reactions. I was like, damn, will they like it? Will they scrunch up a face? Will I see a reaction that would hurt my feelings, you know? But in hindsight, I should have seen those reactions because I didn't really know how great I was. And I was just starting out. When I started shooting music videos, that's literally the first thing I did when it came to motion picture. So it's like those reactions would have helped me more. So I'll come back in the room and they'll be like, yo, that was good, you know? And I'm just hearing their words, but I'm not really seeing their reactions in real time. I feel like I needed that just for my growth and just to know that, like, I'm doing good as I'm starting off and people will respond to what I'm doing and I'm headed in the right direction. And that shows that I have taste that will resonate with others. But I will say this, it all worked out as 12 years later, I'm still doing the same thing, but I'm like not doing music videos anymore. I am on to better things, my creativity. It's like I stuck with it even though I felt like I wasn't embracing the applause of my work. Nowadays, I want to see how people react to things instead of just their words. And it kind of reminds me of when I used to play basketball in high school. Like, you will want people to watch you drop all these types of points on people instead of someone looking in the paper was like, and they walk up to you like, yeah, you snapped last night. You had about 4 threes and da-da-da-da, and you did all that. It's nothing like people really seeing you do your thing out loud. It felt good when I hit a shot and everybody cheered. So I feel like I want that for my career now, for me being a director. I want those cheers and I want those smiles. That's how I'm feeling. Never be afraid of people seeing your hard work. I don't know if anyone else goes through this, but I have, and I just want to say whoever's out there creating, it's okay for people to see the beginning stages or people to see you just starting out. It's all okay, you know. Let's talk about the benefits of creativity. Creativity allows us to view and solve problems more openly and with innovation. Creativity opens the mind. A society that has lost touch with its creative side is an imprisoned society, and that generation of people may be closed-minded. It broadens our perspectives and can help us overcome prejudice. I got a whole pros and cons list of being a creative, the feeling of discouragement, how I overcome it. So we're about to go through all of that. So if you're still here, thank you for being here. We got another long episode, but I promise, it's going to be some gems in here, something to take with you. And I appreciate y'all embracing me and welcoming me back to the podcast world because I'm ready to go hard, like I told y'all at the beginning of this episode. The pros of being a creative, to me, is seeing something that starts in your mind come alive. It really feels like magic because I really feel inspired by life, like driving, just watching Netflix, I feel inspired. I feel inspired by conversations sometimes. A lot in my mind inspires me, but the pros of it, I feel like people see me different. I don't know how they see other people, but I feel a different aura when people look at me, when people see me, and they be like, keep doing your thing, Mies. I'm liking what you're doing. I watch everything you put out. I want to be on there. They want to be a part of it. Like, that feels good. That feels so good. And I be like, damn, like, people care about what I'm doing. That's a pro. And I feel like I would not receive that type of applause or admiration if I wasn't sharing my gifts, if I wasn't speaking my mind freely, if I wasn't a photographer, a director, or someone that can curate motion pictures. I don't think that I would receive that if I wasn't giving that, you know what I mean? I feel like you can hide behind your gifts. It's like a beautiful mask. It's beautiful when you are a beautiful person behind your gifts. I feel like it's easy to talk to people, in my experience, when they can see that you're interested in something. When people can feel you are passionate about something, they just look at you with a glow in their eyes, because I know that that's hitting them to maybe I should be passionate about something too. You know what I mean? Another pro is the feeling of expression. I think it's a little easier for us to express ourselves because we do it so much through art. I feel like me being a creative, me being I guess you could say podcaster, it has made me more open to expressing to the world. Because before, I was just a quiet person. I was not even talking on the mic. Damn sure wasn't talking on the mic by myself, you know. So it has made me reach areas that I didn't think that I would. And honestly, it has helped me be a better public speaker, because back in college, 2010, 2011, let me tell y'all, when I went to the Art Institute of Philadelphia, I went there for a year. So I had this class, this public speaking class, and honestly, I got up there and I just rushed through the whole thing completely. Like, I was not a good public speaker. I was on some Eminem, pound sweaty, mount spaghetti. That's what I was. Like, the anxiety was through the roof. I used to always be like, damn, I hate this class. I do not want to talk in front of these people. I don't want to present this project. I rushed through it. I did not take my time. I was not prepared. But that's how much it bothered me. And I feel like now, through all these years of expressing and sharing with the world, or just my little world, it has made me better, you know? And I could easily express myself, and not even express myself in a way where I'm saying too many words. Like, it has expressed myself in a time where I could say a little words and people can understand me. So it has made me be able to filter my expression. The cons of it is really a lot. Con number one, I think it's the pressure of staying good at something. A lot of people expect something from you. They expect quality from you. And that also puts pressure on myself to not expect nothing less than great or wonderful, you know what I mean? So I think the pressure of staying good at something, it also sharpens us, but it's also like, I can't make no art that ain't all that, you know what I mean? And it kind of puts me in a space where maybe I'm creating for others, and this has always been something for me. So at the end of the day, it's a con, but it's a con that helps me. I think another con, it's not easy trying to be better than yourself all the time. I think us as people, we have to add grace to ourselves when we are creatives, and take breaks, and just we could be better than ourselves, but don't be against ourselves, you know? Don't be against what we did in the past. Like, oh my God, that was so good at the time. I have to be better than that. Or that was not good at all at the time. At the end of the day, that was our best at this time. And we were going through something totally different at that time. So we should not compare our art in that time versus our art now. So when I do art, I try not to compare myself, because even when I look at old stuff, old music videos and stuff that I did, I look at that stuff and I'm like, how did I even do that? I don't remember doing that. I can't sit down and do that again now. So it's like, it is what it is. At that time, that's where I was at. And at this time, this is where I'm at. And I think we just have to embrace that. But that's definitely a con, trying to be better than yourself. Another con, I feel like people don't really treat you like you're human all the time. They expect you to be in a creative mood all the time. And they expect you to be a machine. They want you to deliver. And this is when it comes to for me, it comes to money and passion and it being a beautiful hobby just for yourself. But also when you're good at things, people want you to do things for them too. So I feel like it's that pressure that's a con when money mixes with your artwork. But at the end of the day, you want to be paid for things. You have to be paid for things. You got bills. We all got bills. So I think that people who want services and stuff like that just know that that creative has other things going on with their lives. Like they may not be the happiest at the time. They may be going through a love situation. They may be going through family crisis. They health might not be all that, you know. They might not be feeling well, you know. So I feel like that's definitely a con, not being treated like a human, because it was times where when I was shooting music videos, I always go back to when I was shooting music videos because this was such a stressful time in my life, but it was such a pivotal time in my life as a creative. Like I feel like I was definitely making some of my best art at the time. I was producing heavy. I was shooting a music video every week. Clients needed their music videos to drop at this time, and I was going through that. And being a woman, having your period, those 5 days, or some women have periods for 2 weeks, that'd be a time when you don't really feel like doing shit. And I have those. I have those, and there's times where I can't create. I don't want to sit down in front of a computer and edit. I feel like just, we have emotions and we want to do regular things too. And around that time when I was doing a lot of music videos and stuff, I was not an active person at all. I was honestly, I was not treating myself well around that time of my life. I was still cooking a little bit, but I would edit. I would order a whole pizza so I wouldn't have to cook. I wouldn't have to move. And I would sit in front of this computer for like 8 hours. And I'll wake up and do it again the next day. Order a pizza. You know what I'm saying? Like I was not doing nothing but that. So it's like I was definitely a machine at the time. And I'm not proud of those moments at all, even though people will look at the work and be like, yo, you was in your bag, but really I wasn't taking care of myself. So yeah, that's all the cons I have so far. I want to talk about, this is a long episode. I hope y'all still here. Y'all locked in with me. Shout out to everybody still listening. Make sure you rate, subscribe, all of that. I need some more reviews on Apple Podcasts. You listening, you new, and you enjoy this podcast, let the people know, because people be stumbling across podcasts and they want to see that it's being up to date, like it's more listeners, because you can only rate and review one time. So if you're new here or you never left a review, leave a review. Show the people how much you like it, And if you got any disagreements or anything, keep it to yourself. I got a few more topics and I'm going to close it out, y'all. Discouraged. The basic definition of discouraged: to be deprived of confidence. And in my moments of being discouraged, I just take a step back and I watch something that would inspire me, whether it's art related or just someone overcoming something. I feel like when someone overcomes something, that puts a battery in my back, because us as humans, we need each other and we need to see people overcome their difficulties in life. And that always inspires me. And that makes me want to, let's go. I can get up and do this. You know what I'm saying? I think being discouraged outside of art is very human. And once we are in moments of being discouraged, know that we're going to be all right. And we have to pull ourselves out of that for sure. I want to talk about mistakes. I didn't think this before, but making mistakes as an artist is very beneficial. And before, I used to want everything super, super perfect. Like I was such a perfectionist and I wanted to maximize my potential every single time that I did something. And I mean, it kind of made it kind of made my clients mad because they were like, damn, you still want that music video? We shot that in September. It's November now. It's December now. What you doing? Like, is you playing with me? And I used to be like, it's coming. Because sometimes it will take a little bit for me to get in the groove with stuff. Plus, I got other stuff. And like I said before, real life situations, sometimes you just don't feel like it. And that was a mistake in itself. Looking back, I should have been more vocal of when I could deliver things and when a project will take me a little bit longer than usual. My mistakes has forced me to use what I got. If it ain't perfect, it's what you got and you gonna make it work, you know? But nowadays, when I look at my old footage and stuff like that, I'm just taking notes. I'm just taking notes of how this can be better. Just knowing what I have is gonna work regardless, because this is what I have. It's a new concept that I stumbled across. Don't practice just to do it. Practice perfection. Every time you do something, practice it being perfect. I know people be listening like, yo, perfect ain't real, perfect don't exist. I actually had a conversation with my boy Lonnie about this. I was like, yo, perfect exists in my world because I've been like this forever. Like, I need things to be perfect because I know that it's perfect at this time. When I look at it later on, it might not be perfect, but I know that I gave it my all. I feel like perfect is giving my all, even though it might not be perfect to someone else. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's all I wanted to say, though. It was a long episode. I hope y'all still here. Hone our gifts, whatever you want to do, sharpen it. Take what you need, you know? Leave a review. I love y'all. Follow me on Twitter, IG at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. Shoot me a message. Anything. Just let me know. If you need a hoodie, DM me. IG is where you can reach me. I'm going to be back shortly because I got a lot of things to talk about. And just a little disclaimer, I had recorded this before it turned fall. Just so y'all know, like, it's 80 degrees. Now, I had recorded this before it was fall. But anyway, I'm out of here. Y'all done had a long episode. It's probably been my longest episode. And I hope y'all take what y'all need out of this. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today will be amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm really happy to be here talking to y'all. I hope y'all having an amazing day when y'all turn this on. I hope y'all feel great and everything's going good for y'all. I'm feeling great about the fall. I'm loving this brisk air in the morning. I'm loving having to put my heat on in the car. I can use my seat warmers again. Seat warmers with the cloth, underrated. The leather seats with the heat, but it's the cloth with the heat because as soon as you sit down, it's not really cold. The leather seats, it'd be cold as a mug, but yeah. So I went to Puerto Rico. I had to talk about this trip on a mic because I realized a lot of things on this trip about myself, about just being somewhere new and not knowing a soul, you know what I'm saying? And just how I look at vacations now. So let's get into it. Leading up to the trip. So I haven't gone anywhere the whole summer. And I'm like, so this summer I've been going to the beach. Like, you know, a little beach day. Spend like 3 hours at the beach and then go back home. And the beach is like 2 hours, 2.5 hours from me. So it's really a lot of driving to get to the beach. 5 hours total that you got to do for the beach day out here in Delaware. Because I live at the top of Delaware. The beaches is at the bottom of Delaware. For those that don't know. So leading up to the trip, I really wanted to just wake up and be able to just go to the beach really quickly. Like, just live that beach life. Live like a beach person. That's all I wanted to do. That was the main reason I'm like, I'm going to go to Puerto Rico and I'm going to do this. I don't got to know a soul. I don't even got to know the language for real. I just want to be out there and I just want to do what I came to do. So I told my mom I'm going to Puerto Rico by myself. She was like, "You going to Puerto Rico? No, you're not. No, you're not." A lot of people, the few people that I told that I was going, they were just like, they just couldn't believe that I wanted to go to another country by myself. Like, they called it crazy. I don't know. Like, I think when I was doing a lot of the soccer documentaries, it kind of prepared me for traveling alone, being the only one that I know, going somewhere new. It kind of prepared me for moments like this. So I think that going different places by myself is cool for me. Like, you may feel a little bit of loneliness. It may pass or it may hit you at any time, but it's all okay. Like, if you're not a boring person, you can enjoy anywhere you are. I could be at my house here in Delaware and not see nobody I know for days. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go to Puerto Rico and it's going to feel exactly like how I am at home if I don't chill with none of my friends or see my brother or anybody that I know. So I treated it like that. And I'm like, hey, y'all, I'm going to just treat it like I'm at home. Y'all don't see me every day anyway. If you feel a type of way, just call me and I'm going to pick up. That's all. So the whole month and a half, I kind of was deleting my Twitter app and the IG app. I kind of just wanted to just focus on just me and just grind so I could get my bread right and I can learn more Spanish before I get to it. It was like a little challenge for myself, like how much Spanish can I add on to me, basically, because I took Spanish in school. I've been on Spanish in the Duolingo app, and yeah, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go over there by myself. I need to know more than the usual. I don't want to say to people that I know un poquito, like un poco, like I know a little bit of Spanish. I don't even want to say that to people, even though I got out there and I was saying it to people. But I wanted to feel a little bit more comfortable and not get lost in the conversation if I have a conversation with someone that's majority of their language is Spanish. So, boom. I left early in the morning. I'm gonna go down with it. Like, I want to get to what I learned about vacations before I get into the actual trip. What I learned about vacations is it's like a time thing in my mind. I felt the entire time my mind, the timekeeper John, you just flip over and now the clock is ticking or the sand is ticking or going down to the bottom or whatever. Well, that's what I felt on this trip. And it's like, yo, like, all right, mind you, I was out there for 3 days, 3 nights, 4 days, 3 nights, pretty much, right? So it's just, to me, it's like a time thing, and I didn't want to waste any time at all. So I couldn't really fully relax on this trip, and I don't know why. So the next time that I do a vacation by myself, solo trip, I'm going to try to keep my mind off the time. But anyway, day 1, I land like noon, had to pick up the rental. I went to the grocery store, a little local grocery store, grab a bottle of water, got some crab seafood dip and some chips. So I just chilling because like I got to the Airbnb like around 1:45. Mind you, the Airbnb was in the middle of a rainforest. It was beautiful, like so many hills. I'm so happy that I rented a car. So many hills, trees, birds, a lot of perros and gatos, that's cats and dogs for the people that don't know Spanish, everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Like, just stray dogs everywhere and cats. I'm like, all right, this is something different. Luckily, the cats ain't bothering me because I'm not really too fond of cats. I got attacked when I was a kid, when I had my own cat, so it kind of left a life scar on me. But I'm going to talk about that another day. So I'm a real patient person. Like, I'm not the type of person that's like, oh, the joint ain't ready, I'm about to complain. I ain't doing none of that. Oh, yeah. I ain't even tell you the name of this episode. I'm going to name this episode Dias en Loquilo. That's exactly where I stayed in Puerto Rico. So, back to the grocery store trip. I picked up those 3 things and a bottle of wine. I'm like, all right, I'm on vacation. Like, so I just park up at the grocery store. First of all, going to the grocery store everything's in Spanish majority, and I could tell as I'm walking around, people just looking at me like, who's this black girl? Like, she is not from around here. I had on a hoodie, I had on little biker shorts, I had some New Balances on, and that's it. And I had my little wallet, my little bag, just walking around. I'm like, all right, whatever. I picked up those 3 things, came up to like $35. Boom. I'm like, damn, it's kind of a little expensive out here real quick because of water, wine, chips, dip, whatever. Boom. So I'm sitting in the car for like 45 minutes to an hour. I'm just chilling, eating the chips. I was tearing that dip up. And then I go back to the Airbnb like around 2:45. And then I'm waiting for some more. I'm about to fast forward this part because I ain't getting to the Airbnb till 3:30. Boom. I go into the Airbnb and I'm realizing I'm really in a rainforest because it's so humid outside. Like, it was crazy. It was like 90 degrees all week that I was there. It didn't rain one time, even though it's hurricane season, right? So I go into the Airbnb. It's super hot. And I'm like, all right, I could deal with this, whatever. I'm used to hot. Like, I'm used to it. And I kind of strive in hot air because I'm kind of anemic, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, whatever. Throw the fan on, boom. Keep the fan running. Long as the air is not just still, I can survive. AC in the background. So I'm like, all right. I'm here. I'm finally getting settled. I ain't get settled till like 4:15. Took a quick shower. All right, I'm like, all right, first thing to do, I'm going to go to the beach. Went to the beach, chilled, got in the water. The water felt amazing. It ain't like Ocean City or New Jersey water where you touch the water and it's a little bit chilly. Nah, it was perfect. Like your bath water, like your shower water type. So I'm like, all right, I got this bottle of wine. I'm about to drink some. I'm about to really turn off meats at home and turn on vacation meats. So I'm like, all right, let me just get a little buzz. So I just started drinking the wine. And after I'm chilling on the beach for like an hour or something, I'm like, all right, I'm going to drive around, find some food, and then maybe find some people to talk to. I don't know. So boom, I started driving around, put my clothes on, had this long tie-dye t-shirt on, a little bit of shorts. I'm driving around. I look up this spot, the Mojito Lab. It's like a strip. I looked it up. I'm like, whoa, this strip looked familiar because for one, I've been to Puerto Rico back in 2 years ago, 2021, February. That's when I went there. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is looking familiar. So boom, got a little empanada, was chilling at the bar. Went to the little gift shop next door, picked up a couple things, and I started talking to this lady, and she just sitting there. She got a beer, and she older. She probably in her 60s, 50s, 60s, something like that. Somebody grandma, but she looked good, you know. Teeth was white. She looked good, you know what I'm saying? She had a little low cut, and she just started talking to me. And she started talking to me in majority Spanish, and I'm like, I kind of know what she's saying. Un poquito. Look, I had to bring it back out. Un poquito español. And we just talking. So she talking in broken English sometimes. She kind of know what I'm saying a little bit. And in Spanish, I kind of know what she's saying a little bit. I'm like, you got to talk slow in Spanish for me to know what's going on. So we talking for like an hour. And she like, I like you. You got good energy. You got good energy. She asked me how old I was and stuff like that. She's like, you out here by yourself? I'm like, yeah, I'm just chilling. I was talking to the bartender. The bartender knew English. And it was a good little vibe. And this is around like 5, 6. After that, I'm feeling a nice little buzz. I'm like, all right, I'm about to go get some food. Actually, I went to the beach. I went to the beach again. This is the whole reason why I went to Puerto Rico. I wanted to just be able to just walk to the beach. And I just sit down in the water, sit down on the sand. And I'm just chilling. I'm just sitting there and the sun's going down, you know. It's like around 7 or 8. And these two ladies come up to me. It was a woman and her mom, you know what I'm saying? And they were from Texas, but her mom was no more Spanish than English. So obviously this is probably their native land. And the girl was like, oh my God, you look so nice. Can I take a picture of you? Because I was just sitting in the sand on, I guess the sunset was going down and it just looked like nice. Looked like a whole little silhouette. And I was like, sure. She took a picture of me. She sent it to me. We exchanged numbers because that's how we were sending pictures. And I took a picture of her and her mom, hit them up, mad angles, boop, 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 boop. And she like, all right, cool, thank you. And then I was like, she's like, what's your name? And I told her my name. She was like, what's your Instagram? You know how people just, that's it. They got your Instagram, they gonna follow your Instagram. Boom, we exchanged Instagrams. She followed me on Instagram. And then we talking a little bit. And after that was it, you know? So I done ran into like 4 people so far, including the bartender, right? And then I go to this restaurant. For one, after I leave the beach, I see these group of people and they in a restaurant playing cards. And I'm thinking like, are they playing spades or are they playing something else? I ain't know. But I was like, I'm going to go back to this restaurant because this is the restaurant that I ate at 2 years ago. So I knew that I wanted to come back here because I knew the food was good as I can remember, you know what I'm saying? So I went into the restaurant, got the menu, ordered another mojito, and I'm chilling. And then these 2 guys came in. black guys from Chicago. We was talking back and forth because they was sitting in the table right across from me. We was talking, they like, yo, where you from? Da-da-da. I'm like, I'm from Philly. I live in Delaware. Da-da-da-da. We just going back and forth. They're like, yeah, I'm from Chicago. He was like, we like to come here every year. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. So chopped it up, the little small talk with them. And I had to go to the bathroom. I go to the bathroom. It's only a one stall type of bathroom, and I forgot to lock the bathroom door. I don't know why I forgot to lock it, but I just wanted to go in there, use it real quick, check my hair, and then we out. Then the girl from the table that they were playing cards at was about to open the door. She was like, oh, my fault. I'm like, oh, it's all good. I just was done anyway, like basically washing my hands and leaving. Then I asked her, I was like, what y'all playing over there? Y'all playing like spades or something? She's like, nah, we was playing Go Fish. And I'm like, all right. I was like, can I play with y'all? Not, she was like, yeah, come over there whenever you're ready. If you want to, just come kick it with us. And I was like, all right. So I went back to my table, and then I walked up there. I had to walk up a couple steps, and I was like, hey, y'all, what's up? How y'all doing? Then we just started talking. It was 3 black girls and a white boy, and they all knew English for sure. They was there visiting. They been there all week. Mind you, I got there on a Monday. Well, they been there all weekend, and I'm chilling with them for a bit. We take a shot together. We talking about life a little bit, and then we just started walking around the strip. And then after that, it was like 9 something. I'm like, all right, after I hang out with them for a bit, I'm about to go back home. Like, I don't know these streets like that. I'm not trying to be out here all late. That ain't even my bag. After I go to them, we go to another bar. And then after that bar, we was there for like another little 30 minutes or something. Then I went home. So the first day is the day that I really was like mingling with people and stuff like that. After that, I ain't really do too much. So let's go into day 2. I felt a little hungover. And I felt like, damn, like I feel weird because like I told y'all, I don't really drink. So when I do drink, not that I'll be drunk or nothing like that, but I can get sick really easily. So I felt a little hungover, and I ain't really had no food at the Airbnb, and that was what I was supposed to do. I already messed up my whole plan of what I was supposed to do, because what I was supposed to do was go to the grocery store, get some groceries, come back, be cooking at the crib and just be chilling like I live there. But I really just flipped the script on myself as soon as I got there. But whatever. Wake up, kind of just chill, watch Netflix, went back to the beach. I just went to the beach every day. Day 3 was the last day there. So boom, after my little sluggish day 2, all I did was take some pictures, went to the beach, stuff like that, ate out, little stuff like that. Day 3, this is when I'm like, okay, I got a full day. I want to get up early. I want to use this day to the fullest because the timekeeper is running out. So I woke up early, like around 8, 9, took a shower. I'm like, all right, I want to go to this hike that was in the Airbnb itinerary. If you want to do this, do that. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go to this hike. It was like 27-minute drive. I'm going through it was nothing but a road and trees and hills. So I'm just going through it. And it felt like it took forever, right? And I'm wondering, why does it take forever to get to a place that you've never been? And I'm like, what's the psychology behind that? So, I looked it up, and it says, according to studies, the return trip effect is likely due to a violation of expectations. Participants felt that the initial trip took longer than they had expected. In response, they likely lengthened their expectations for the return trip. In comparison with this longer expected duration, the return trip felt shorter. So how this interprets in my brain is, when you are somewhere unfamiliar, you're taking your time to get there. It feels like you're like digging through a hole to get where you're going. And on the way back, the hole is already clear. So on your way back, you already been there, so you know where to go. And on the way there is new territory. So it's like you put more pressure on yourself to get there. And yeah, that's how it feels. I got to the hike. It's called Angelitos. I think that's what it's called. I went there for a hike, took a couple pictures of just the nature. I was just out in nature. And I went to the beach again. I just was at the beach every day because what I feel very relaxed around the beach. And it's a theory around this as I was looking it up, because I'm always researching stuff just to be more informed of why we are the way we are. Why do we respond to this? Why do we feel more relaxed around this? And I found this out. It was to be around water it's called the blue mind theory. So the blue mind theory is a mildly meditative state people fall into when they are near, in, under, or on water. Water positively affects the mind and body. The blue mind theory provides ways people can use water to improve their well-being. Blue mind is the term used to describe the state of water-associated peace. And the scientist, author who came up with this, Wallace J. Nicholas, argues that those who experience blue mind are at a homeness in the ocean, should share their experiences for the good of humankind and the planet. And I'm learning that I always feel peaceful around the ocean. I always feel peaceful when I take a shower. I have to take like 2 showers a day, in the morning after the workout, before I go to bed. Like, I feel so good in water and around water. It's really my jam, especially since I cut my hair. I ain't got to worry about none of that, you know what I'm saying? But I want to talk about driving around Puerto Rico. I was really learning these streets, and a lot of these streets was called Calle A, Calle 1 or 2 or 3. A lot of things out there was like, I would say 88% in Spanish. So I really was just out there for real. But it felt good. Overall, I say my Puerto Rico trip was great. I went to a couple restaurants and they didn't really know Spanish. I was really in a place, this part of Puerto Rico, that mostly Puerto Ricans are, and mostly the native tongue is Spanish. Like, I wasn't really in a touristy spot. And I kind of wanted to experience that. I just wanted to just blend in with the community. And I feel like I achieved that. I would definitely go again. I would definitely I think the next time I go, I want to go into the more touristy spot and just explore around there. Just to not to be on the outskirts, because it's like, okay, this was the outskirts trip. Now I want to go and be in the mix, kind of, you know what I'm saying? I will say this one time I had this one little weird interaction where it was like, okay, Miss, you are not at home. Get inside somewhere. go where people at. I felt I probably was looking like a tourist. I had my camera around my neck, new brown face, and I was walking. I had parked on this little block. I was walking, and this guy, he kind of looked at me. And I looked at him, and I was like, all right, that was kind of weird. So, like, I'ma always stay on my P's and Q's when I'm in a new place, when I'm in a place that I'm not known at. So I'm always aware, but it's also it's like, yo, you out here by yourself, nobody can help you. You know what I'm saying? So I was definitely on my P's and Q's on the outskirts, and I don't know, I felt really good to hold my own. You know what I mean? I felt good. I felt rejuvenated after being out there. So yeah, that was my Puerto Rico trip. Like, what I learned is some type of pressure of not wasting your days at a place, or your money don't go to waste. So I feel like now, after being there, I feel like my home is my vacation. I can 100% relax at home, and I can let my guard down. I think in Puerto Rico, I had a lot of anxiety even though I was on vacation. I realized that about myself. And it was just like, I love my house. I love my home. And it kind of made me appreciate my home more. So I think we should make vacation our home. However we want our house to be, it should feel like a vacation too. And that's all I want to say. Like, thanks for listening. Another long episode for y'all. Hope y'all took something out of it. I love y'all. I'll be back shortly. It's October, y'all. Enjoy your life. Make your home your vacation. Keep your mind clear. And stay ready. And remember, the universe works mentally. All right, peace.
My opinion of my granddaughter, she's a wonderful person. Really, really wonderful person. She has her own mind, her own way of doing things. She's bright, she's intelligent, and she's gonna go places. And she's not with a whole lot of crap, bullshit. I hate to say it like that. But she really is a person that looks deep and think deep. And she's fair to everybody. And she's just. Just remember that. But what I'm saying is Misa is like the new generation.
What do you think her impact on the world would be?
Honesty, integrity, whole bunch of love. That's Misa.
Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today will be amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm happy to be here. I went to visit my grandma like last week sometime, and it's been a minute since I seen her. Last time had to be like August, and I honestly wanted her honest opinion of me as we're talking and as she see me blossom into a grown woman now. I just wanted to know what she thought of me, and that's what she had to say. Shout out to her. I have a very, very interesting episode to give to y'all. I learned a lot through this, and I'm going to apply it to my life. And y'all, I want to say this for the morning. I am officially an avocado toast girl. It just feels so much healthier to spread that on the bread than butter. And I don't just spread it over any type of bread. I'm usually a potato bread type of girl. I want to start getting into wheat toast and wheat bread. But for right now, I'll be spreading the avocado over the cinnamon bread. Y'all know the cinnamon swirl bread. It's banging. Like, I can't get enough of it. And honestly, as I'm like shopping more and cooking more, it's that time of the year where you stop going out, you stop eating out. I mean, I haven't been eating out too much, but you know what I mean. You just get more focused. You get recentered into yourself. And that's what the fall brings, you know. It's just a renewing type of energy. And I feel that way about the spring. I feel that way about the fall. And I guess it's just the drastic weather change. I think that's what it is that gives us that energy. But as I'm in the stores these days, I keep an eye on foods that have a lot of ingredients versus things that have the least amount of ingredients, right? And I realize as I'm walking through the stores that the more healthy products or the products with the least amount of ingredients are usually at the top. It don't even tell me why I started noticing this, but I just be looking around observing like this world we living in. It has to be a deeper meaning, and it has to be a meaning for this. It has to be a way where capitalism and consumerism, how they be trying to get us, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, the top of the shelf is usually the most healthy products. That's what I noticed. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Maybe people not looking up there, or maybe they want the worst products right at eye level. I don't know. Just start looking up and start scanning stuff. I really have this, what's this app called? I don't use it that often, but I use it sometimes. It's called, let me put y'all on real quick. The app is called Yuka, Yuka. And you can scan the products to see if the product is good or not. You know what I mean? So if they got apps like this, you already know something wrong with the food and the cleaning product. For instance, this is what made me notice it for real. I be picking up peanut butter because I been eating it with my banana and blueberry smoothies. And nowadays I just put water in my smoothies instead of almond milk. I don't want too much milk anymore. And I hope that I'm getting my right amount of calcium. But anyway, so I picked up this peanut butter. You know the usual name brands, what, Skippy, Jiffy. Y'all know those brands. And they have so much more ingredients than this brand I decided to go with. I decided to go with this brand called Justin's Classic Peanut Butter. Shout out to them. And it has 2 ingredients in it. And Skippy and all of them, they have way more than that. And then the ingredients that's in the Justin's Classic Peanut Butter is just roasted peanut butters and palm oil. That's it. And I'm like, damn, all this time we up here trying to get Skippies and the name brand stuff, and it doesn't matter, y'all. Like, just get stuff that's healthy. That's what I'm on. You know what I mean? So yeah, after the peanut butter, I'm like, okay, let's see what these products. So now I just be swapping out the real popular products, and I just get more organic products, and we just gonna see, you know? I'm gonna tell y'all about this woman that I met on one of my shifts. She was an older woman. I had picked her up from the hospital. Very, very nice lady. And she was telling me about how she's having to get radiation and chemotherapy. And we had a nice, very nice conversation despite what she's going through. And she was just like, to me, it felt like the way she was talking after the nice conversation, she was just like, I'm just waiting to either get through this or die, right? And when she said that, it kind of like hit me a little bit. It hit my heartstrings a little bit, because one day we really do pass away. And I don't know. I hope she's in good spirits, and I hope I could see her again just to ask her how she's doing and stuff like that. And I hope she's feeling better. But that also, like, it's a lot of battles that are going on. I just want to say, if you alive and well and you working out and you feel good about yourself, just keep that going, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, a lot of people, or let's just say this person that I ran into, she's facing life or death, you know what I'm saying? And it puts in perspective, like, we just got to keep fighting and believe that our bodies can go through with the fights, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't about always achieving goals and stuff like that. Like, I feel like we put too much emphasis on our meaning of life through our goals and what we can accomplish. And I'm here to say, it's great to have a direction in life. It's great to have goals. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, it's not all of what life is to be. Y'all smell that? Damn, y'all hear that? Don't get scared now. Don't get scared now. Nobody coming for you. Nobody is on the way. It's getting dark. You starting to cough. It's all up in your lungs. It's starting to touch you. It's on your body. And I hope nobody ever have to go through this. But this is just to create that atmosphere. Keep rolling with me. Damn, yo. I did this to myself. You caused this fire. You are the only one that can put it out. I'm gonna name this episode The Fires We Started. I heard this very interesting concept. It's like, when you know you should get things done, when you know you shouldn't be spending money, when you know that we are in a crazy inflation, but you're still like, I gotta go out, I gotta do this and that. When you know that you are the reason a very significant relationship ended, you know what I'm saying? And you gotta sit with that. You gotta sit with your feelings. You gotta sit with the fire you started, you know what I'm saying? And are we making our lives challenging? Like, is it up to us? And what stood out to me was, like, sometimes I can see when I start a fire. Like, I can feel it in my gut. Like, I should not do this, because my future self will be playing catch up from this, what I just caused, you know what I'm saying? And a little transparency for y'all. I have recently started a fire in my life that I'm currently playing catch up from. Last episode, I went to Puerto Rico, and I kind of just went on a whim, and I worked really hard and grinded it out to make sure that I had enough spending money. So I went and dipped into my savings, and I did not have enough, because I did not stick to my plan of cooking in the Airbnb, being a little bit more frugal. I just went full out vacation mode, and I'm currently playing catch up. Sometimes we gotta take the risk and knowing that we gonna bounce back, but like, sometimes why even take the risk? Why even have to bounce back? You know what I'm saying? I feel like always having to bounce back is self-inflicted. It's a form of self-sabotaging behavior. It blocks us from success. It blocks us from our true selves and where we supposed to be at. We could have been there if we was stop this behavior. Someone asks us how we feel, they be like, oh, I'm maintaining. Maintaining to me is not really striving or coming out on top. And I feel like the fires we start make us continue to maintain instead of going up and up and up. You know what I mean? Of course, there's going to be things that's going to knock us down, but we shouldn't end up even the all times because that's causing unnecessary stress. And I'm only saying this because these are the stresses that I cause in myself sometimes because I done took the risk or I feel like, oh, I'm going to get that back. I'm cool. And it's like, nah, we don't have to do that to ourselves anymore. And that's what I mean by the fires we start. And I really am so happy that I came across this concept. In areas that we feel are weaknesses, those can start fires. And I feel like we should just improve a little bit on those weaknesses and we'll be okay, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's one day at a time, always, you know? And yeah, that's all I really gotta say. Share this episode with someone. You might help their lives. Leave a review if you haven't. Share your thoughts with me on these entries. I always appreciate those. I especially love when people hit me up about them. If you ordered a hoodie, it's coming. I just had to get my life together, and production will definitely be this month. I always thank y'all for y'all patience and thank y'all for even wanting to rock my stuff. Shout out to the people that's wearing the hoodies, especially during hoodie season, and the ones that wore them in the summer. Shout out to y'all. And also, follow me on Instagram at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. On Twitter, I'm going to say shout out to the listeners in Alabama. I've been seeing y'all like number 2 this month. And I'm like, damn, do I even know some people in my Alabama? So I had wrote on my Twitter and I was like, oh, a couple people that follow me, they on there. I'm like, all right, that's what's up. This is my first time hitting Honduras. Shout out to the listener in Honduras. I hope you tell somebody. And I wonder if it's a lot of black people out there. There's probably a lot of black Afro-Latinas out there. So yeah, shout out to y'all out there in Honduras. Always shout out to the people who keep returning, who keep listening. Pennsylvania, Maryland, New York, listeners in Virginia, Indiana, California. I want to just shout out all of y'all and thank y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy y'all turned this on. I hope y'all having an amazing day. It's a beautiful Thursday evening while I'm recording this. I usually don't record in the evening because I feel like the world is so loud at this time. But it's like, whatever, you know? And hopefully I could drop this tonight. We just gonna see how it goes. So today, it's been a great work week, and shout out to everyone who had a great week. And if you didn't have a great week, you got a couple days left to turn it around, and I hope that you can. So today I worked out outside. I felt like I need to go outside. It's a beautiful day. It was like 69 degrees, and I'll take that for a day in October. You feel me? Like usual October be a brisk 55, 59, 60 at the most. It almost hit 70 degrees a day, and that's a blessing. So I went to the basketball court. I'm like, I didn't play basketball in like a month, like really play and run up and down the court. So I'm like, all right, I'm about to just go to this court right across the street from my house. And I arrived, it's like a few families there, you know, wholesome vibes. They had a bunch of kids with them, and they were all in like the playground area. And, you know, they're white. I don't know if that's important, but yeah, I just want to point that out there so y'all can get a little visual. Nice, wholesome families and all that. Parked my car, got out the car, had my basketball. Before I even could shoot, I feel like this baby spotted me. And the baby was probably like 2 or 3 years old. So he came over to me and was like, basketball? He was little, very little. And I just gave him the ball, and his mom or whoever he was with, they just started like smiling, gave him the ball. He kind of like went over to the court and tried to shoot it, and the ball probably went up like 2 or 3 inches into the air. I mean, E for effort, you know how it go. And they just smiled, and they was just like, thank you, and I just went back to my workout. I probably was at the court for like 38 minutes, just really going hard, listening to my podcast, just zoning out. I mean, I'll be listening to a few podcasts while I'm playing basketball. That's just to lock me in. So I go through all that, and I peeped the little baby. He be watching me, and as they were leaving, I guess he knew that they were leaving. He kind of was walking over, and I kind of waved to him. He waved to me, and he walked back to his mom. And then he came back and walked over to me and just kind of was walking towards me and gave me a hug. Like, I swear, I must be a real baby whisperer, but this little kid gave me a hug, and I bent down and was like, thanks, little guy. And then he just walked off after, they picked him up and then, went back to their car. That's when they were leaving. And she was like, the mom or the grandmom was like, babies are great, aren't they? And I'm like, yes, they're really amazing. So I felt like maybe he was just like, this girl over here just shooting basketball by herself. Let me just give her a hug. I thought that was nice. Like, babies are literally the best humans that's here. And I feel like they have a sense of energy, and they can sense when someone probably need a hug or good, or, they can sense them vibes. Save the babies, y'all. Save the babies. I'm going to name this episode An Active Task. This question has been stuck in my head for a couple weeks now. Do y'all think it comes natural to enjoy life? Think about it. Okay, so when I hear this question, for me, I don't know if it comes natural. I feel like we actively have to tell ourselves that we are enjoying life, you know what I'm saying? I feel like we're all born into countless situations from birth to a grown-up. Some of us don't have happy homes, some of us do. And I feel like the foundation of you matters the most. And I feel like, I actually read the first 10 years of your life are very pivotal too, and they will affect the rest of your life forever. So if someone's born into a household that isn't very loving, isn't very, warm, is cold, or they don't have support from anyone that they know, they may think that life has not been enjoyable for me. You know what I mean? I feel like that can easily be the case for people out here. And for me personally, I feel like I learned how to, continue to be happy, figure out ways that make me happy. And as you get older, what makes you happy changes nonstop. So I think we just got to keep up with ourselves. And I feel like we really have to fight off the negative urge, because the world around us is not always a beautiful place. And I look at the world as a beautiful place, but it be a lot of things that's happening in the world that's not beautiful, like the war going on. Nothing about that is beautiful. And those people that are going through that, they probably don't feel like life is good, like at all. They probably feel like this is a fucking nightmare, you know what I'm saying? And like, they could have been dealing with that forever since they were babies, you know what I'm saying? And that's just one scenario. Let's go back over here. People that come up in extreme poverty, survival mode. Everybody living in survival mode. Whether you was in extreme survival mode or you just barely maintaining, you know what I mean? That can't be enjoyable. Like, working 40 plus hours a week. Is some people working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, you know what I'm saying? Do they think that their lives are enjoyable? Is it naturally enjoyable? And it's also a side of it where people who have everything, like money isn't their burden. They have all the money that they ever could need, and they're still unhappy. They're still not enjoying life. So I don't know, y'all. I really don't think life is naturally enjoyable. I think we really have to make it enjoyable. And we really have to go after something. we don't really know why we're here, you know? Everybody trying to make sense of it. Scientists go far and out, spend their life's work trying to make sense of the world, sense of human, and maybe we can't make sense of it. Maybe we are just here, occupying space, fulfilling, and that's it. Trying to make life worthwhile. I don't know. This question had me stumped, and I feel like I'm going in circles. I hope y'all feeling me. I think we have to find our peace in this world, and when we find our peace, just stay there as long as we can. And we'll be all right. Yeah, that's all I really got to say. Think about that question. I'm going to ponder on it some more. Do y'all think it comes natural to enjoy life? I just think, bottom line, I think it's a task. I think it's a lot of things we can enjoy about life. And yeah, that's it. That's all I really got to say about that. You know what I mean? I was asked this recently. They said, Mies, do you consider yourself a motivational speaker? I said no. Although I can present my words and message could be motivational to some, I just consider myself a person that's living life and try to make sense of my life. And I use reflective energy just to understand it. And I self-reflect a lot. I think that's a result of it. I think people can see that, and I document my wins and I learn from my losses, you know, and maybe that's inspirational or motivational. Like, truthfully, I just try to focus on my goals, focus on simplicity. I think that's where I'm at right now, focusing on simplicity and mastering the simple parts of my life. I think that's where I'm at with it when it comes to life. And if that's motivational to people, I appreciate it. And if it's not, it is what it is, you know what I mean? That's all I really got to say this episode. This was like a very quick episode, and I was just pondering on that question. And then, I don't know. I might have a better answer for that question, but we gonna see. I'm gonna say the question one more time. Do y'all think it comes natural to enjoy life? Let me know what y'all think about it. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. All you gotta do is type in "Today will be amazing." Hit that follow button, turn your notifications on. Spotify, turn your notifications on. And come on this journey with me. This is a podcast or an audio journal about life, funny stuff, insightful stuff. It's just like a little tidbit of what's going on inside my brain. And I don't know, y'all might could learn something, a thing or two, you know what I mean? You never know. But shout out to all the listeners that keep returning. Shout out to all the listeners that tell somebody about this podcast. And I appreciate it, you know? I appreciate it. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today will be amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm feeling really good today. It's a beautiful Sunday morning. We are going to get 63 degrees as the high. So 63 degrees in November, you know I ain't mad at that. I'm always going to take the nice day. It's early in the morning. I'm going to go for my walk after I record this. But I'm happy y'all here. I'm happy y'all turned this on. This episode is going to be a little bit different, and I think it's going to be entertaining, and it's going to be my rawest self. So let's get right into it. I did an episode, an active task. It was basically based around this question. Do you think it comes naturally to enjoy life? And if you listen to that episode, you'll see my answer. And I'll break down why I feel that way about my answer. But I also talk about it with a couple people in real life. Some people said yes, some people said no. I did a poll on my Twitter and on my IG. About 160 people voted, which is a nice amount of people to do a case study like this. So within those people, it was pretty even. Like 51% of people said no, and 49% of the people said yes. However you feel, if you said no, you're right. If you said yes, you're right. So this episode, I have a bunch of questions from listeners. People sent them in through my text, through my DM. Some people sent the email in, and I'm going to tell y'all the email right now. It's todaywillbeamazingpodcast@gmail.com. Because I feel like I always want to have these type of episodes just to bring in the crowd and listeners and supporters participation. You know what I'm saying? That goes a long way. So let's get into it. I feel like a talk show host, and it's just me here. I got a hat, my Plums Radio hat, full of questions. And I think on this episode, I'll probably answer 4 to 5 questions. In the next episode that I do this, I'll answer 4 to 5 questions. So please, always send y'all questions in. We about to get this joint rolling. First one I pick out. Do we need to have a passions in our life to be happy? And my answer to this is yes. For me, I don't know how it is for everyone else, but I believe that people need a passion or passions to strive for something, you know what I'm saying? And I think that we need passions we have to chase something in life. We have to look forward to something, and passions it explores ourselves. It explores our potential. It explores how we see things that we can't see yet, you know what I'm saying? We see things in our mind. And I always say the universe works mentally because everything starts in our mind. For instance, I'm going to just talk about my passions in real life. My real life passion has always been photography, right? Me being a podcaster and expressing my feelings to the world and to my audiences and stuff like that. That came on later on in life, about 2015. So I have not been talking to the world that long. But as far as photography, I always wanted to be a photographer. I always wanted to have a camera. And I don't even know how it started. I do know how it started because I'm actually watching my life in my mind. So look, honestly, it started in high school, but I had got my first camera before I got to high school. So it started in high school because the photographers was the cool kids. Like they could walk around in the hallways and take pictures of people. And they were to me, they just looked so free. And it's just like, I just think that capturing moments is so beautiful to me. And it's like capture someone in that moment. And it's like, you could really see a person's beauty in photography, and you could see the world's beauty in photography. So I feel like photography being my passion is like, I love capturing beautiful moments, and it's just like, it lasts forever, especially if you print it out or if you do someone's first birthday photos or wedding photos. And photography to me is timeless. You know what I'm saying? So I think, yes, you have to have a passion in life. You should, and you should want to have a passion in life. If you don't have a passion in life or a purpose, keep going. You'll find it, and you have to hone that passion. And I feel like all your passions don't need to make you money. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could just be for fun. I love when I could just do photography for fun. I love when I could do it for money too, because sure, they got bills, you know what I'm saying? But yeah. All right, let's answer another one. That was a good one. Thanks whoever sent that. All right, let me close my eyes. All right, close my eyes. Looking into it, scrambling. It says, what do you think is the hardest part about taking a fall/step back or starting over? Oh man, y'all keep finding these questions that I already talked about. Like this question right here is really fire as we started episode. Go back and listen to that if you ain't listened to it. This is it right here. So the hardest thing about this question is when you bounce back or when you fall off, you falling off, right? And you bounce back and then you end up exactly where you were supposed to be. So really, to me, it's like you're starting over. I think the hardest part is knowing that you fell down and knowing that you gotta get up twice. I think that's the hardest part of it. You're like playing catch up and you're trying to get that time back that you lost. And it takes a while to bounce back. Like, it ain't no fast process. It's like slow sand, and you know that you're sinking. So you really have to find that push to get out of that. That's really the hardest part about it. Knowing like, damn, like I should have been out of this, you know what I mean? But you gotta also have that extra amount of patience to navigate that and to push yourself extra. So I think, yeah, that's the hardest part about it. It's crazy. And it's like, most times it's taking a risk and self-inflicted. So yeah, that was a quick, easy question to ask. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna answer a couple more. Couple more, y'all. Alright, hand in there. Let's see. Alright, I got one. It says, do you think you'll ever leave Delaware? I think I would leave Delaware. I would leave Delaware for love. I would leave Delaware for a career. If Netflix called me right now, Jamisa Johnson, we need you. We got a position for you. We want you to be our editor, our camera woman for a 2-year contract. I'm out. I'm out of there. Move to where the base is at Netflix, California. If it's like a real career change or like love is set up and I could strive in wherever that love is at and I could strive there and I'll have to start all over, I would leave. I would leave for new experiences. I think I would definitely leave Delaware. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Delaware is cool. It's a chill place. It's close to Philly. That's where I'm from. All my family in Philly. But it's like, the world is for seeing, baby. Like, we gotta see God's creations. This is the Lord's playground. And yes, I will probably leave Delaware for sure. I'm gonna answer 2 more and then we're gonna wrap this up. I'm actually having fun with this episode. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. Alright, my hand in there, moving it around. Boom, got one. This question says, do you think people are afraid to have children during this climate in the world? Okay. So, this is a tough one because I think people are definitely still having babies and they are not scared to have babies. I think the people that are afraid, they probably are scared of how much they will change after they have a baby or during the process of having a baby. I think that's what they're afraid of. As far as the economy and school shootings, that probably does scare people. That would scare me, especially my kid having to go to school. I think you should move to areas where that doesn't happen, but they can happen anywhere. So I don't know. This is a pretty hard question. I think people are afraid for sure. People are afraid of a lot of things. Like, this is a fear-driven society, really. And that's how they want it to be designed, you know what I'm saying? They don't want people to have kids. You know? They don't want people to have kids. They don't want happiness from the citizens of America. They don't want, it's a lot of things that they don't want. I think that if you want to have kids, you should have kids, for sure. The climate of the world always been bad. It always been war. I think the people that don't want to have kids, that's just their decision, because we are in a society where we supposed to have kids. Like, everyone's groomed to be like, oh, one day you'll be a mom. Oh, one day you'll be a dad. You know what I'm saying? And you'll have a kids, and you got a little daughter growing up, and she always got a doll baby. And then you got the little boy growing up, and he's playing with tools, and he don't even play with doll babies. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's a grooming thing. So people feel like they should or they're supposed to have kids. So I'm not mad at the people who don't want to have kids, and I'm not mad at the people who do. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everyone. Live your life how you want to live it. Love how you want to love, and embrace. And for one, save the babies. All right, I got, how many y'all said after that? How many did I answer? I answered 1, 2, 3. I answered 4 so far. All right, I'm going to answer one more. Last question. All right, let me close my eyes. I was up here looking in the bed and looking in the head. My fault, y'all. I don't want to cheat. Eyes closed, opening up. Got the question right now. I'm going to actually answer one more after this. This is kind of fun. Okay, the question says, are we listening to music to enjoy it or to critique it? I think we are listening to music for both. I think music is supposed to be critiqued and it's supposed to be enjoyed too. I personally listen to for enjoyment, but I'm also like someone that's been listening to music heavily since I was a kid, since I was a teenager. So it's like when you're older, you're going to critique the music because I feel like us as, if you're in your 30s or late 20s or, you know what I mean? We have been spoiled. We have been spoiled with so much great music over the years. We have been alive when Michael Jackson was around, Aretha Franklin. She's still alive, ain't she? I'm not sure. Kirk Franklin, Janet Jackson, Whitney Houston. You know what I'm saying? We was been around Tony Braxton, early Maya days, like Cisco, DMX, Jay-Z. We have been around for such amazing music throughout the years. So when we hear the music now, it's only embedded in us to critique it because it's like we have been spoiled with so much good music. So I'm listening for both. I feel like a lot of people are listening for both. I feel like the only thing when it comes to critiques is how people just hop on their social medias and want to critique it right away. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where the lines get blurred in it because people are just critiquing for reactions from people. I feel like back in the day, we didn't really critique for reactions. We just talk about it amongst whoever we was around and that was it. The word of how we feel about things did not travel beyond us. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's where the lines get blurred. And, it is what it is. If you put out music or if you are a music lover, you're going to critique it. And that's just the way it is. I personally, I love the critiques. I love enjoying it too. It's whatever, people going to do what they want to do. You feel me? All right, one more. One more question. All right, here we go. Yo, this probably been my most free episode ever. All right, here we go. Last one. Last question. This one is funny, but all right, it says, why is the black community avoiding vegetables? Oh man, I don't know. I don't avoid vegetables, but I think this is what I think. I think the black community, we have lost our way, and we for one, it's a lot of people that are waking up and striving for more and better food options and stuff like that. Us as a whole, we are still stuck in the soul food era. Like, only vegetables we eating is greens, spinach, corn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know why the black community is avoiding is avoiding vegetables. It's crazy because we don't need as much meat as we eat. You know what I'm saying? We could get that same amount of protein from greens, such as watercress, asparagus, kale, spinach, Brussels sprouts, collard greens, of course, broccoli, cauliflower. So there's other ways to get what we be feeding in meat. But honestly, me growing up, this question is so valid. It's so valid because me growing up, it was mostly my dad doing the cooking because my mom worked nights, you know what I'm saying? And my dad, he a person that be on the grill. So he he was not cooking us vegetables. And if he did, like, I ain't really like them, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I feel like meat is so easy to cook. It's so easy to season and it fills people up. And yeah, I don't know, man. I think we should add more vegetables. And shout out to my pops. But yeah, I would not, if I had a kid, I would not be feeding them mad chicken and mad steak on the plate at all. Like, that's not it. Cause we know so much now. We know that it takes 3 days to digest meat. You know what I'm saying? And it's overworking your body and stuff like that. We know so much now. So I feel like that won't fly now, but it's still flying. It's still a lot of households that ain't eating vegetables. And man, listen, I put some vegetables on them plates and put vegetables on a place that's not even like cooked. You know what I'm saying? Put the raw vegetables on your plate, the fruits, and the stuff that's alive. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's all I got for questions. I got some more questions in here, but I'm gonna save them for the next one. Shout out to everyone that sent the question. This was fun to do. Thank y'all. Thank you for listening. I appreciate all of y'all. Leave a review if you haven't. Subscribe to Today Will Be Amazing. I hope you're having an amazing day when you read this. I hope you got some laughs out of this. And if you enjoyed the episode, definitely hit me up on Twitter or IG. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm feeling good today. It's a rainy Friday afternoon. I am fresh off a little morning shift, but I also been going to the gym early in the morning. And I understand why people go to the gym first thing in the morning. I'm finally in that mode. My usual time would definitely be around noonish, you know what I'm saying? But I get it. You know how you gotta like go through something to get it and actually do it to get it. You know, actions, be in that action. Yeah, y'all know what I'm saying. But yeah, shout out to all the people that can get up early in the morning and go to the gym, like the 5 a.m. gym goers, the 6 a.m. Shout out to y'all. I get it. I'm so energized. I don't need a nap. I feel great. So last year I dropped about 14 episodes. In October, I just disappeared into the new year. I had to get through what I had to get through and just not say anything for a while. And this year, this right here will be my 14th episode of the year. And I have no plans on stopping. I'm not disappearing this year at all. I feel so good in my creative zone. And I want to keep my momentum going. I want to keep talking to y'all, see how many things I could come up with, see how much I learned. Because after each entry, it's like I'm taking that with me. You know what I mean? That's why I feel like y'all really on a journey with me. So I hope that I give y'all a new perspective, and I hope that y'all are learning from me as well. I want to talk about something that's going on next week, y'all. Next week, and this is the reason why I'm like working extra hard in the gym for the next 7 days or something. I want to make sure I got a little extra lungs with me, you feel me? Next Saturday, I am going to be playing in the alumni game for my high school out here in Delaware. And I want to make sure that I'm not looking washed. Because it been some years since I've been in that building, since I've been in them courts, since I played in front of these particular people. So it's like, I don't know. It's a little pressure because it's like nobody ever want to be like that 50 Cent song.
Damn, homie. In high school, you was the man, homie. Capping to you.
That song really is for people when they gotta go back to see the people that they were in high school with. That song right there is it's on the Rushmore for washness. It really is. So it's like, I know that in this game, the last time I played basketball, I was a little winded. And now I just been putting in more work, paying a little bit more attention to my cardio, you know, hitting like 5 to 6 miles on the bike after my workout. So I just want to see how ready I am now. But this event is for the classes of 07 and 06 and 07, basically to reward we were the state champions in 07. The boys were, the girls were, we were not. But the boys were the champs. The girls, we made it in the playoffs, but we didn't get that far, you know what I'm saying? But when I played, we really was like trying to change the whole thing around, but you know, we did the best that we could. I found out about this event like 3 weeks ago, and now I'm starting to see people promoted, and I'm starting to see people that I went to high school with promoted and stuff. So I think it's going to be a real good turnout. So if you're in Delaware listening, Christiana High School, November the 18th, noon to 4 is going to be a family event. It's gonna be games, prizes. It's gonna be a whole event, and I don't got the 100% details yet, but I'm definitely playing in the game, so y'all definitely gotta pull up. I might be getting an award. I'm not sure. I hope I can get a reward. That'd be cool. But shout out to me. You know what I'm saying, for turning my basketball journey around. Cause after the story I'm about to tell y'all, I felt like, nah, yo, they playing with me, they dissing me. You know what I'm saying? So let me tell y'all. I think around like 10th grade or ninth grade, I got cut from my AAU team. You know what I mean? I went to the tryouts, and you gotta try out every year because I guess they be looking for new talent. And I thought that I had it in the bag because I was already on the team last year. Like, y'all already could see what I did the previous year or all the years that I played. And I guess I didn't play. I didn't show up. I could remember me just like being out there. I didn't really score. I didn't really shoot. You know what I'm saying? I was just out there just being invisible on the basketball court. You know what I'm saying? And I knew after the whole tryouts, I had a feeling that I wasn't going to make the team because I was out there being unnoticed and being passive. I wasn't aggressive. I was trying to play some defense, you know. I just was too lax as a player, you know what I mean? I was, like I said earlier, I thought I had it in the bag. I thought I was like, y'all already know who it is. Maybe I was too cocky looking back. No, I wasn't cocky because cocky people show up. I think maybe I just wasn't feeling it that day. I don't know, y'all. I just wasn't my usual self. I'm gonna just say that. I wasn't my usual self, and maybe I didn't take it too seriously. After I got cut, I get home, you know, I ain't get the phone call, I ain't make the team. I was heartbroken because all my friends, they had made the team that year. They had made the AAU team, and I guess they kind of like overlooked me. And I'm like, damn, it's like that. It hurt. It hurt a lot. I cried because I knew that I could play better than that, and I knew that I was better than my performance. But sometimes you really only got one shot to show somebody what you could do. What I learned from that, from being cut, is you have to show people how valuable you are and how much you want to be there. You really have to show people in every single swing. They got to see that passion. They got to see you hustling. And this goes beyond basketball. This is like really just life lessons. And as I'm looking back, you got to show up. You got to have that. You have to have it. So honestly, getting cut helped me more than it hurt me, even though I was really hurt at the time. But it helped me for the future. So yeah, taking that L, honestly, that gave me the spark. The next 2 years, I ended up being one of the top 3-point shooters in the state. I made it to the All-Star game. I was number 11 out of seniors in my whole class. I was number 20 out the whole state. So it's like, nah, when you get on this court, you gotta go hard. People gotta know that you're playing. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make a name for yourself. On my high school team, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, I used to always hear, watch the shooter, get the shooter in the corner, get the shooter. I always was hearing that. So I'm like, I can't be forgotten now. And looking back, I'm happy I got cut. I needed that reality check, and I needed to not be passive anymore. And that was like my first lesson on passiveness and all of that. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with y'all. And if this applies to your life in any way, just show up, y'all. Show up, do your best. Always try your best so you can expand on your potential. And that's all I really got to say. I love y'all. Subscribe. Today will be amazing. Leave a review. Shout out to the listeners in Singapore. Y'all going crazy. I didn't even know that I could even reach Singapore. Yeah, I'm thankful. And yeah, I'll be back shortly. 2 days is the alumni event. So I'm definitely going to talk about that and talk about how I did and the whole experience Follow me on Twitter and IG at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello, hello. Welcome to the very first entry of 2024. We are in the middle of the year. I want to reintroduce myself. I'm your host, Jamisa Johnson. What a year. What a year it's been so far. I feel so much lighter than I ever felt in a very, very long time. I've been up to a lot of things. I have been up to just trying to find ways to really luxuriate my life. I reached another level of calmness in my nervous system. Like, I feel different. What Cameron said on that movie, or was it Mekhi Phifer? I don't know. It was one of those paid in full movies. Like, I'm breathing different. I feel different. Like, that's how I really feel. That's really how I feel. And watching myself become my own muse. And I had a thought yesterday, actually. And it was like, God really shows us glimpse of the results of what we can get. Like, if you could see it, you can get it, right? It's such a mystery when you see a finished product in your mind. And it'd be quick glimpses, like say you're an artist. Let's just say you're a painter. And you know the final result of what you want this painting to look like, right? When you start, it's like, wow, I have so long to go. I have so much to do so I can finally reach the way that I want it to look or the way that I see it. You know what I mean? And it's a mystery to get there. Like, it's a day-to-day process to get there. I'm just realizing and seeing how God does that. You know, he just shows us results and we have to magically get there, because sometimes it feels like magic. Like, when you get to something, you be like, damn, I done did all of that to get here. I don't even remember what I did. And I used to feel this way when I used to like edit a lot of music videos, and I watch some of my old work, and I'm like, I don't remember what I did to get this final result, but I know where I was headed to. The journey and the process is the most important thing. Like, the results is the finished product, and of course it's important, but the most important thing will always be the journey, because that's the part where you live in and you're going through things and you're continuously and consistently getting better to reach that glimpse of perfection in your mind. I feel like no matter how the results are, that's the perfection that we look for and that we aim for. I think that's so beautiful. We have to do it every single time we see something that God shows us in our mind. We have to find a way to get there every single time. Like, it's crazy when you really think about it. Y'all probably listening like, huh? Like, but I know some of y'all out there is feeling what I'm saying. But that's all I really gotta say, you know? Enjoy the journey. Document the journey as much as you can. Like, document how you felt on this day and towards this specific goal you're trying to reach. And then you could just have a map of how you achieve this result, this perfection in our lives. You know what I mean? You want a money goal, like, you know, you got a creative goal, you got a gym goal, you have let's talk about the gym real quick. Like I said, you got a gym goal. You want to look like this, but like, document on a day-to-day on how it took for you to get here, and it makes that goal that much more important. And I'm saying this, but I also have to do that too. With everything I got going on behind the scenes, I'm sitting here like, I want to make sure that I remember what it felt like and what it took to get to this end result of this glimpse that God has given me. And I've been working on that, like, as far as me becoming my own muse. Like, I had did a little short monologue film back in February, and I dropped it on my YouTube. I'm gonna put it in this description in this episode. And if you're, you got like a minute or two to spare, check it out and subscribe to me and all that. But when I did that, I knew what I wanted it to look like in some type of capacity, and I knew what I wanted to say. But like once I got through everything, I'm like, wow, like the behind the scenes is so important. Like I had to write it. How I wrote the monologue, it started from me watching someone play the guitar on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? And boom, I had these beautiful words and I did not know what I was going to do with it. And then a couple days later, I'm like, I can put this behind me cooking something, and I could just show the process of me cooking my favorite tacos, some shrimp tacos, you know what I'm saying? And the process of that is much more important than the final results, I feel like, because everything has a backstory. Everything, like, I feel like the process is the heart of the story, the heart of the results. I just want to stress that enough. Like, trust the process, y'all. Love the process. Take it slow. Calm down when you in something, and let's just love, and that's all I really gotta say. I'm gonna name this episode Mystery Results. And I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter at Jamisa. Please, if this your first episode, leave a review. And I got a whole lot of stuff that you can go back and listen to, but I'm ready to start recording and dropping it again. And I just feel great, y'all. I hope y'all feeling good. I hope y'all having a great year so far. This has been a crazy year. I haven't even touched on what we have been going through in this year yet, but I will, because I'm going to come back, you know what I'm saying? I still want to talk about a lot of things that has happened and just sprinkle in some of my process and what I'm going through behind the scenes, but we going to get back into that. I love y'all. I appreciate the support. Second collection is dropping soon. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. Y'all did not expect me to turn around that quickly. I'm really in an expressive mood. I'm going to just keep going with the inspiration. And I read something recently that said consistency will feed inspiration. So if you stay consistent, you'll always have inspiration. And it sounds very simple, but who knows? Life never that simple. But I hope y'all are doing good out there. Recording this on a Saturday afternoonish. It's been a real calm Saturday. I just been taking naps. And I've been watching this show called Banshee on HBO Max. And I've been locked into this show for the last 2 weeks. Shout out to Jazz for putting me onto it, but it's really good. And what I love about this show is especially the twists and turns, of course, but how they film anxiety. And you can really feel it. They did really good with that. I just want to point that out. If anybody, Banshee, anybody ever seen this show, hit me up and let's talk about it, because I literally don't talk to nobody about this show. Lately, I've been thinking, how do I want to be remembered? Like, just me, not my creativity, just me, like my soul, the way I look. And I've been thinking about it, and it's kind of comforting in more ways than none. And maybe I'll elaborate it more on the future entry. Who knows? A question that has been ringing in my mind: is creativity chaos? Or does it just feel like chaos to me? I feel like creativity, it feels chaotic, because it's like you'll be working on this, you could work on like 4 to 5 projects at once. I just go towards wherever my heart wants to work on. So I feel like that's kind of, I don't know, y'all. I just be moving, and I hope that everything I'm doing makes sense in the end. You know what I'm saying? I really hope that. And if it doesn't, I mean, it's what drove my life. You know what I mean? But I also been thinking about this class I took in college, philosophy. I had no idea. I did not follow philosophy in college. Like I failed it. It was too hard. I think the teacher didn't really break it down, or I just wasn't there in my life to understand philosophy. But my philosophy, I am such a philosophic person as life goes on, and I wish that I could take the class with the mind that I have now. I'm pretty sure that I would ace that, John. But my simple philosophy of life is everything matters. Every single day matters. Like today and tomorrow is connected. Today is the present. Y'all know the saying, but it really is. Like if you move like every day matters, I think it just feels good because it's like I'm intentionally enjoying and focusing on each day that I'm living. You know what I'm saying? When I'm driving, y'all, when I'm braking, it's this one line. And I feel like this line is philosophical, but it's this one line by my boy Joe College, he an artist in New Jersey. Shout out to him. In one of his old songs, and it always pops in my head. He said, I move when I want to, nigga, you could go around. And I felt that wholeheartedly because people will always either want to rush you, want to be on your ass about things, but it's really ultimately up to you to move at the pace you want to move. Like you are in control of you, you know what I'm saying? You are in control of this vehicle. You are in control. So like, is there a such thing as a late bloomer? Should we label people who move at their own pace as late bloomers? Think about it, y'all. They like late bloomers are frowned upon. Oh, you a late bloomer. Oh, you do things late. You come on. Like, what if late bloomers are just moving at the pace that feels comfortable to them and they're not in a rush to do anything? I don't know, just a thought. But back to the driving analogies. Back to what my mom said when I first learned how to drive and in the early stages of with my permit, she would always be like, don't let others drive your car. People beep at you. Don't get startled. Just focus and, calmly drive. And as I'm like getting older, it's so important, you know what I mean? Because it's always accidents on the road and some shit is unpreventable, of course. But it's like, if you are just driving calmly, if you are moving through life and stay focused and don't go out completely outside of yourself when crazy things happen to you, you should be okay. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, philosophy is life. Like, shout out to philosophy. But the last thing I want to talk about, y'all. Do y'all think racism will ever go away? Not saying just America. I'm just saying racism, period. As a whole, I say the answer is simply no. People always want control. They always want, like, I love the differences that everyone possess. You know what I mean? Like, it's beautiful to, everything's different. It's many different flowers. There's many different trees. There's many different animals. Like, us being different people and different things affect us, and having, melanated people and different skin, different noses, different lips. We are just a reflection of the world. But us as people, we just, as a whole, I just think that we're nuts. Like, why are we like this? Why can't we be like nature? Nature don't care who's different. You know what I'm saying? I mean, of course, in their own language, they might be in the ocean like, yeah, let's go get that whale over there. We never know, you know what I'm saying? But but y'all know what I mean. Like, I wish that we didn't care if people were different from us and didn't treat people different from us because they look different or things affect them differently. I just wish that, but that's a very perfect world for it to be like that. But I said all of this to slide into the WNBA is lit right now. And I watched a few games. They're entertaining. My favorite team to watch is Chicago Sky. Like, I've been watching a little bit of Caitlin Clark too, because she's definitely on my church team. But I love watching Chicago Sky, like, and I want to watch more of them, but their games be kind of starting kind of late, and I like to be to sleep. But I believe that this class of rookies, they got their WNBA lit right now, and I feel like besides all the race stuff, I love the people that are just focusing on the basketball aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I think the media is making it hard for Caitlin Clark. I just saw a clip of her not really caring about what's on social media. She don't have social media on her phone or nothing. Honestly, that's how I would move if I was in the WNBA. If I was a player in college, I wouldn't, like, during the season, I'm just locking in on my real life, and I'll see all that stuff later. Like, she's doing it right. She's moving exactly how I will move. If I had like a bunch of people saying things about me, you cannot focus on basketball if your mind is clouded. Your mind gotta be super free when you're playing. So I love that aspect of her not really feeding into all the drama, because there's a lot of drama surrounding her, and I feel like they are hard on her, making it hard for her, because they be asking the players just strictly questions about Caitlin Clark, and I feel like this is a team sport. Basketball is a team sport. One player being nice on your squad will never be enough. And they be asking her things, and it kind of like make her a target. I hope that they calm down with asking players specific questions about Caitlin Clark. Rough play is part of the game. It's always going to be physical. It's always going to be hand checks. It's always going to be attitudes being thrown on basketball courts. That's just the way it is. But yeah, I think that I think it's going good. If she getting fouled a little rough, she'll be all right. It's all going to make her stronger. It's going to make her a better player. It's going to make her be able to, you know what I mean, play in this league. And if they want to, they're kind of want to give her the lead. They looking at her like, yo, you the best player, but it's big dogs in the league that's holding it down. But they're not going to just give you the lead, Caitlin Clark. That's the whole thing of it. Like, they want to just give her the league as if like, yo, you made the WNBA. All the people before you don't matter. When they do matter, the blueprints matter. I always talk about that. So she got to work for it. That's all I got to really say about that. And I've been analyzing the weight of the number one pick. Like, I feel like it's a lot of pressure, and it invites hate to you, because it's like, oh, she the number one pick, all right, we gotta go right at her. And that's just how it is. And I was never the number one pick in basketball or nothing like that, so I don't know. I haven't been in those shoes, but I can only see that like it could be tough to carry. And I will say that she's doing really well doing it. Shout out to Caitlin Clark, shout out to Angel Reese, all the rookies that's coming in the game. I feel like they all busting in the door. They got the WNBA lit. And yeah, shout out to them. And as I was writing this episode, I had a thought, like, when I was younger, I didn't really think of basketball as a talent. And I always see people talk about, yeah, he's talented on the court. She's talented. She's super talented. I never thought about it like that until I got older, because when you're young, they tell you practice makes perfect. We talking about practice. But it's much deeper than that. As I'm older, it really is a talent, because it's how you do something. Like, how you take the fundamentals that you learn and make it your own. How you make dribbling your style. How you read the defense. How your IQ goes into a level of the talented, because sometimes you have to be 2 and 3 steps ahead of your opponent. And I feel like that's the talent of it. Like, your anticipation, where you think the ball gonna land off a rebound, and like how you own what you do. I feel like that's the talent, and you can't get this player out of anybody else, especially if you mix heart and passion with it. So now as I'm older, I'm like, it really is a talent, you know, because every lane is filled with people. It's always going to be someone doing the exact same thing that you're doing. And it's like, how do you make this your own? And how you make it your own makes it your talent. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, that's exactly what it is, and I'm happy that I'm happy that I realized that being great at a sport is definitely talent. Being great at anything is a talent, and it's all about how you sharpen your talent, how you hone our gifts. And yeah, that's all I really gotta say. Appreciate y'all listening. Thanks for tuning in. Shout out to the listeners in India, Honduras, Canada, of course, the United States. Shout out to the listeners in California. Y'all are the number one out of June. So shout out to y'all tuning in, and share it to one person and tell them to share it to one person, and let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. I'll be back shortly. If you out there and you had a rough year, I noticed inflation been going crazy. We halfway through. We gonna be all right? Just keep fighting and take more trips to the beach. You know what I'm saying? If the beach is in 2-hour distances, go to the beach. Blue Mind Theory. Take your favorite people with you. Cook, have some food, bring that cooler, and just relax. Like, you ain't always gotta take a trip. Just find a beach and go there. That's what I'ma do. But I love y'all. I appreciate y'all listening. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. Hello. Welcome to another episode. Today will be amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. If you're new here, thanks for turning this on. If you've been here, welcome back. I love expressing myself on this platform, on this podcast, on this audio journal, whatever y'all want to call it. I feel like it's an audio journal because it's very personal, like what I do on this mic. It's my life in like short form, short lessons. But the lesson in real life for me probably take months to get through. So it's kind of admirable the way that I summarize it, even if it's something easy or something tough that I went through. Like, I'm just sitting here appreciating what I do in retrospect. So I appreciate y'all listening too. Share this to someone new. Tell them to share it to someone new. Just one person. Just tell them to share it to one person. And if you're new here, please leave a review. I haven't got a review in a year. I know this is my third episode of the year and I'm like playing catch up, but leave some reviews if you haven't. Rate and subscribe. Be nice, you know what I'm saying? But be real and be honest, you know what I mean? I feel motivated when I drop these, you know? But then I just get caught up into my life and I'm like, oh my God, like 8 days just went by. I have not talked to my people. So I'm like, all right, here I go. Monday, after my nap, I'm like, okay, I gotta talk to the people. I don't want too many days to go by and I'm not talking to y'all. I'm tired of going ghost because that's just things that I do. I just fall into my own world so often. I feel safe there. I feel in my bubble. I feel like that's the life for me. Just to be in my own little bubble, and I'll come out here and there to say what's up, to show face, come out with a glow. You know, that's just how I like to be. I don't know. It's Gemini season still. It's about to end. I think I'm one of those like very introverted Geminis, but when the time comes, I could be extroverted. If I feel comfortable, I'm very extroverted. So yeah, but most cases, I'm an introvert. Like, let's say 85% of the time, I'm introverted. At 15, you might be like, oh, who's this? But yeah, those that know that, like, yeah, I can hop in that bag. But as I was saying, like, as far as this audio journal and being short glimpses, I feel like me being gone that long, I just wanted to just reflect and just learn new things and just really take away what I learned in the last 2 years, because I feel like they were very pivotal for me. So one life lesson that I wrote about was art of releasing. So I know not to hold on to a lot anymore. You know, you can't let things linger too long because you'll get caught up in that. You'll get wrapped up into that, and you'll miss what's in front of you. So it's like I don't hold on to too much these days. I just be moving, and I learned not to be so hard on myself. I've been giving myself space from the tough critic part of me. Even though I enjoy my tough critic keeps me on point. It keeps me level-headed. It keeps me focused. But at the same time, it has some cons to it. I would say my tough critic used to be, since I'm taking this break, it used to be hard on me. Like, whenever I would fall short, I fall into a slump or something. And now, since I just been really just giving myself grace in these times and just knowing that I am in control of everything, as far as like me personally. When I go outside, I can't control outside, but I can control me. So now when I go into roadblocks, I feel like I can recover faster. You know what I'm saying? I feel more solution based. Like, let me tell y'all, last week, probably why I didn't record. Whenever I'm going through something, I just be like, I ain't recording nothing. Like, I ain't got time. But I had to act fast and move fast, and I had to be patient and strategic, and I got out of that. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, we can't punish ourselves for falling down. Like, when a kid falls down, what do? We encourage them while taking care of the wound. We must do the same for us as adults. And I was watching this show called Dead Boy Detectives is the name of it on Netflix. It's a fantasy show mixed with a little real life mixed with, it's decent. I really enjoyed it. Like, I enjoyed it so much. I watched it one time and I'm like, I gotta run this back so I can study it and look at it in a different way. But it's just one of those shows where they shot it real well. The characters, they had amazing chemistry on camera, and the way that it looked, like, I love the way that it looked, the colors. Like, I'm a visual person. I look at things from a lot of different angles, but yeah, like, I'll be real into it. But one of the main characters, he was like, his name's Edwin. He's one of the detectives. He said, if you punish yourself everywhere, becomes hell. That is so important, even though it's a simple line, but it's just, we can't punish ourselves. Like, forget it. You know what I'm saying? We fall down, just get up and be like, I'm cool. Dust the wound, encourage yourself. Because when you really think about it, getting up, it's like our first nature. Even as a baby, as a kid. Just think about it. That's all I'm going to say on that. But I remember one morning, right? I found myself appreciating the very, very simple things. I'm working one morning, and I'm just observing as I sit at the light. I'm very much outside every day, observing, got, jazz playing lightly in the background. I'm just cruising. Like, I feel like an old head sometimes. But yeah, I'm just cruising, you feel me? And I just watched a man clean up litter. He had the protective gear on and everything. And it may appear minuscule, but it's like, in that moment, it's like, even the simple things are important. Like keeping the streets clean. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was there at that moment to just pick that up and just go on about it, whether it was his job or something. Like, I feel like everyone has a place in this world and they have a role to fill, you know what I mean? And yeah, like, I think that's cool to realize, like, I fit here and I'm a strive here. And I'm not saying that he probably wanted to be a person that just wanted to clean up litter. I'm just saying, like, at that moment, that's where he was at to accomplish that goal real quick, you know what I mean? But I had a thought, like, this is probably the last topic I'm gonna get into. I had a thought not too long ago about empathy, and can you teach empathy? I feel like some cases you can, some cases you can't. I feel like it's up to the person to want to learn to be empathetic. They have to be open to be empathetic. So I was working one day, and I had to pick up this woman from a shelter, and we was talking and everything. And I feel like some people they just open up to me and they just want to tell me everything, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like that's important. And this goes to what I want to say about small talk. I feel like small talk is so important. Like, a lot of people don't like it, they don't want it. I feel like it's the beginning of conversation. Like, you need the small talk. I don't want to just hop into the big talk. I don't want to hop into deep conversation off the rip when I don't even know this person. So yeah, I enjoy small talk. Back to what she was saying. She basically was telling me how the shelter she was staying at, they were doing like a homeless simulator. And what that entails, basically rich or wealthy people, however you want to categorize them, they come in, it's an 8-hour program, and they come in and see how they live and stuff like that, and try to get into their shoes. And it's supposed to teach them empathy. For one, I didn't even know things like this existed. This small talk led to me learning something, and I started like looking up things like this. And I didn't know that rich people needed to be taught empathy. But when you really think about it, it makes perfect sense, because some rich people be so out of touch that they can't really relate to people who are different from them, especially when it comes to classism. And she was like, I wish that we could stay in there with them and actually converse and share life stories and find out how we got here. And it would just touch them more in that way, to really see us as human than just being around our belongings and seeing our rooms, and just seeing the materials of what we have instead of who we are as people. And I couldn't agree more, because talking to somebody and hearing their story, and it's just how we really connect. Like, that is why we watch anything. That's why we watch movies. That's why we read. That's why we go to the gym. I know when I'm working out and I'm at the gym and I'm running on the treadmill, if I see the person next to me running, I try to run as long as them. The vibrations we feel from, y'all know what I'm saying, for real. The vibrations we feel from another person is like, it's waves, and it hit us. It leaves them and it hit us. It's just a going back and forth motion once we having that conversation or feeding off each other's energy. I realize the world is all energy. Like, every bit of it is energy. But I think where she stayed at was pretty dope. Like, shout out to Delaware for donating or putting $6 million into that building, because they got their own doctors, they got their own child care, and yeah, like they trying to make it better for people, and I like that. Yeah, that's all I really gotta say. Rate and subscribe on Apple Podcasts, all the podcast apps, Spotify. I'm on there. Leave a review. Rate and subscribe. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Jamisa, JAMISAAA. I love y'all. And remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace. So, this usually where the show ends, but I felt compelled to play y'all this beautiful song by Sonny Colin. It's called Universe for Two. Check it out. Look him up. He makes wonderful music.
Patience, virtue, freedom, baby. Get you moving. Universe for two. Got my heart in motion. Universe for two. Now my mind is open. Universe for two. Fix it when it's broken. Universe for two. Really in love. You know I belong to you. You know I belong to you. You know I belong to you. You know let it go. Liberation, elevation, yeah. Oh, universe for two, you better know. Got my heart in motion. Universe for two, yeah. Now my mind is open. Universe for two, fix it when it's broken. Universe for two, radiant love. You know I belong to you.
Hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of Today Will Be Amazing with me, your host, Jamisa Johnson. I'm feeling alright today. It's a Sunday evening. I'm recording this and I've been in recovery mode. Not because I had a wild weekend. I was outside. I had a couple cookouts to go to yesterday and one of my close friends' birthday. And let me tell y'all, this year has been beating my ass when it comes to being allergic to things. I am highly allergic to most things seafood. And let me tell you, low key, I feel like it started last summer, but it didn't go full throttle until this year. I was at my homegirl crib, celebrating her birthday, and they all had like a seafood boil, mostly crabs. And I was just around them, just sitting at the table eating my food and they eating theirs. And I could just feel the energy being sucked out of me from just being around it. Like, let me tell y'all what happened. My eyes get puffy. This time it enlarged my pores. And I'm like looking at myself in the mirror. I'm like, yo, I do not look good right now. The glow is leaving my body. It's leaving my face. And like by time 10:30 at night came, I'm like, yo, I gotta go. I have to go. I have to get out of here. And on my way home, I'm just like, my eyes just keep watering. And it's after a day of going to this cookout, just being outside for like 7 hours plus. It's like I just need to take a shower and unwind and just relax. After I took a shower, I'm looking in the mirror. I'm like, yo, I do not look like me. I felt my face like droopy as shit. I'm like, yo, I'm like, ain't no way. So yeah, I've been just trying to recover from that, honestly. But thanks for turning this on. If you're new here, I appreciate you turning this on. If you've been here, welcome back, my good people. I hope everyone's listening had a great weekend and in a great space mentally and physically. We're gonna need it. We're gonna need the physicality of how this summer finna be. I feel like it came in super hot, didn't it? Temperatures are up 12 to 15 degrees more than usual on the East Coast. It's definitely that beach weather. So find yourself a beach. I'm supposed to be at the beach, but when I woke up, as y'all heard in the beginning, I'm like, nah, I can't be on the beach looking like Quasimodo. I just can't do it. I just could not do it. But I want to talk about the rap world. I ain't talk rap all year. I mean, 4 episodes in for the year. Y'all already know. Should we start from the beginning? We should start from the beginning. So last year in October, everybody was there. Drake and Cole dropped First Person Shooter. Oh yeah, I said we would talk about rap. I was talking about the beef between, these are two of my favorite artists, Kendrick and Drake. They both be in my top 5 artists of the year, no matter what year. But this year, I don't think Drake is gonna be in my top 10 or top 5. Let me just start from the beginning. First Person Shooter, word on the streets, they wanted Kendrick on it. And I'm sure he would have did it if he liked Drake. But to speak from maybe Kendrick's point of view, or what I think his point of view is like, I'm not gonna do a song with you. Like, I don't even like you for real. Like, I don't like the way you move. I don't like what you do. I'm in the behind the scenes and I hear things and I just don't like you. Like, it's clear to us now Kendrick does not like this guy, right? So I guess Drake and them was like, yo, let's get Kendrick on the joint. We did big three. Let's get him on here. You know what I'm saying? And then Kendrick denied it. Boom. So, Kendrick let the song marinate through the fall, through the winter, and beginning of spring. Then boom. Y'all know who Future, the streets goat of all times, the legend. Y'all already know. The streets is gonna roll with Future regardless of who. I feel like Future is engraved in the hood deeper than Kendrick and Drake. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so boom, he put him on there. He shocked the world and it's been history ever since. Y'all see what's going on, y'all see how it came. And honestly, before this even happened, they've been going at each other year after year. I've been peeping it and I feel like a lot of people just now catching on, and that's okay. So a lot of people listen to music and they listen to a lot of music and they're not as in deep into people's like to know who's dissing who. But I feel like I'm pretty connected when it comes to that. When it comes to my favorite artists, I don't know about people outside of my favorites, you know what I'm saying? I'm not looking too deep into their lyrics per se, but yeah, y'all know what I mean. I want to say I don't really. So before Kendrick even fired back, Drake had dropped 2 songs. Before he even fired back, everybody thought Kendrick wasn't going to say nothing. I knew he was going to say something. He's a very strategic person. Like, even through his music, through all his projects, he's not out here tweeting all heavy. He's a super low person. Like, he uses social media perfectly because he doesn't use it at all. He only uses to drop his music and he let the people talk about whatever they want to talk about versus what will he drop it. He don't care. And that's what separates Kendrick and Drake from Rip. Like, you're an internet person and he's not. He already got the advantage over you. So it's like, what can he really say about Kendrick for real? I want to talk about the term battle tested, right? And people thought Drake had the advantage because he is battle tested. And to me, I feel like battle tested for real, it exists in a way, but at the same time, someone that's battle tested, you are wounded versus someone who not really battle tested at all. So Kendrick from Rip had the advantage already. He's coming into the ring untouched, no wounds, nothing, no bullet holes, no headshots, no cuts, no bruises, right? And Drake, he coming into the ring, yeah, he won against Meek Mill, but Meek Mill exposed some stuff. I don't like how Meek Mill did it. I feel like if Meek Mill would have exposed the ghostwriter allegations in a song, it would have hit better, but he did it on his Twitter and whatever. We already know how that went. So boom, that was a little stain on him. All right, we finding out Drake not really a rapper's rapper. He a artist, he a pop star. Then he battles Pusha T. And Pusha T put some holes in Drake. You know what I'm saying? Like he got him. He got him. That was a win for Pusha T. He coming into battle Kendrick, he's very wounded. Like, he already coming into the ring with a limp. I'ma just put it like that. He came into the ring with a limp, but he was talking cash shit as he always do. Oh man, I feel like Drake probably gonna reevaluate everything. Like, yo, I need to chill. I need to get off the internet. But we gonna see. I want to talk about. I haven't seen the full pop out concert, but I feel like what Kendrick did was perfect. Like, I gotta be with the people and perform one of my biggest songs. And one of your top songs being a diss record is type fire to me. People like, yeah, he needed to diss Drake to get this high, da 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 da. But to me, a win is a win, and it was a great win because it's a win that's going to take down one of the top dogs in the game. So it's like people think that Drake will be fine. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like this battle turned it's gonna turn some people away from Drake. You know what I'm saying? We seeing it is it's gonna unfold how it's gonna unfold. But I just feel like yeah, this Kendrick definitely put some hurt on that guy, yo. Cause even me, I've been listening to Drake since I was 18, 19 years old. I can say that I don't want to hear him. I don't want to hear. I probably might play a track or two like once a week. You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing a bunch of other stuff. So it's like if I'm a Drake fan and I don't want to hear him, I know it's people out there that's like me that don't want to hear him either. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like Kendrick did something to him. He did something to him. And I hope the people who underestimated Kendrick, they looking at themselves like, damn, I did that. Like, why did I even do that? Y'all should have known. I'm not. First of all, I'm gonna give Drake his props for even getting in the ring once again and going through it, dropping more than one track. He he was fighting back, but he just ain't have enough. You know what I'm saying? Every song he dropped, we was like, okay, that was cool or good, you know. And then Kendrick just dropped something better. He dropped something harder. He dropped something more personal. He dropped something. He just had the energy like he been waiting for this moment his whole career. And Drake was saying things it's like as if talking about he don't got no gang affiliation. He ain't really in the streets, and that's how I know that like just cause I'm not flashy about who I know if I'm in the streets or that don't mean I'm not in them. That don't mean that I don't got ties. Like someone smart is not gonna put all their ties out in the open. So I feel like him not even thinking about that while looking at Kendrick as if Kendrick don't put it in his music is crazy. Like I feel like he not really listening to Kendrick. He not studying his opponent the way that he should. Like Kendrick studied Drake. You know what I'm saying? Like he studied his opponent, so he knew when the time was gonna come. I'ma kill him. I'ma get him. I'ma get him out of here. And that's what he doing. He just shot a video to Not Like Us. I'm pretty sure that gonna be fire because every Kendrick video is fire. So yeah, it's gonna get crazy. This show gonna be it's gonna go all the way into the end of fall. Especially in the fall. If it carries into winter, that's crazy as hell. And I don't know. I don't people be like what Drake should do. I don't know what Drake should do. I think I'm gonna give it a little suggestion. I feel like he should just disappear for a little while, man. Just delete the apps for like 2 months and then see how you feel about everything, reflect, and yeah, but who knows what's gonna happen. That was crazy, yo. Shout out to Kendrick. Shout out to my California listeners. You already know, even on this short lived audio journal, I have talked about Kendrick on a few episodes. And I was already rocking with Kendrick from the beginning. And not even on no bias. Because I feel like I was rooting for Drake when he was battling Meek Mill. I feel like I'm gonna always just go with who I like the most in a rap battle. But I tried to be as fair as I could in this battle. I know that I said that I was going with Kendrick from the beginning because I just knew he was gonna win. If they had to start this battle, who y'all think gonna win? I'm gonna just go with Kendrick, and that's just how I felt about that. Just for the fact that he put so much into his music. Like we can listen to Kendrick and be like, I know that what he says is very intentional. And we never know what to expect. Even when he drop his albums, we never know how it's gonna sound. We never know. We can never predict what he's gonna do. So to battle someone and we never know how they're gonna sound is such an advantage. Like y'all gotta peep the game. Like I was peeping the game. I'm like, it's no way. It's no way that Kendra's gonna lose to him at all. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say here. You know what I mean? I don't like my episodes to be too long. I just want them to be like a nice little walk. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna be back shortly. It's an intern from sunny Sunday to now rainy Sunday. So I'm about to just get some tea and throw a movie on, saute a little bit of vegetables, and end my night. I just want to say, leave a review. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Jamisa, Jamisaa. Talk to me. Say what's up. Shout out to the listeners in Tunisia. I got a one download in Tunisia. I don't know how I reached Tunisia, but shout out to Tunisia, which is a country in Africa. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to go there one day. But shout out to Delaware. Delaware is the number one state in my listeners this month. It was California, but Delaware done surpassed it, and I'm thankful. Shout out to New York, Florida, listeners in Virginia, all of y'all. I appreciate it. I love y'all, and remember, people, the universe works mentally. All right, peace.